Chapter 675. After Gu Changa left the human ancestor palace, he did not go to the Peach village, nor did he return to the Gu family. Instead, he went to the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower to find Bai Lian, who had broken through the Supreme Realm, and gave her some instructions. Until now, the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower had not completely eliminated the two veteran assassin organizations, Hell and Futu, in terms of assassination missions. Therefore, he had to do something about it. However, Hell and Futu were very well hidden, and the contact between their assassins was also very strange. If he did not find their contact address, it would be very difficult to find them. Besides, the headquarters of these two forces were said to be hidden in a certain lower realm, and they had avoided the pursuit of many enemies for countless years. Even the immortal forces and the everlasting families were very wary of them. When Hell and Futu were at their peak, the number of people who had died in their hands was not small. Gu Changa felt that there was no lack of immortals in these two forces. With the current strength of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower, if they really went head-to-head with them, only death would await them. The rapid rise of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower had made it a thorn in the side of Hell and Futu. During this period of time, they had been thinking of all kinds of ways to find their headquarters and destroy them. Although the business alliance of 10,000 Daos has been providing information to the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower, which greatly increased the success rate of the assassination, Hell and Futu are very deep and cannot be underestimated. Many of our people have been assassinated and died in the mission. Because of them, I have lost many young seeds. Bai Lian, was wearing a long black dress, and her face was enchanting. Her skin was white and delicate, and her skin was lustrous. She stood in front of Gu Changa, and there was a bit of anger in her words. As long as we find where Hell and Futu are, it is not difficult to destroy them, but the difficult part is to find their headquarters. Gu Changa put down his cup, and there was a look of contemplation in his eyes. After all, he was the real master behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Hell and Futu were in his way, so he naturally had to destroy them. I have already sent people to investigate the location of their headquarters, but there is still no clue. Bai Lian, was also having a headache about this. Her strength was still a far cry from the true Lord of Hell and Buddha Lord. Therefore, even if they found traces of him, it would be difficult to do anything. They could only report these matters to Gu Changa and let Gu Changa think of a solution. It's not unreasonable for Hell and Buddha to be able to hide for so many years, but I don't believe they can hide for an entire lifetime. Gu Changa shook his head and planned to ask Yin Mei to pay more attention. In addition, Ada and many Dao attainment puppets were sent out by him to investigate the contact points of the two forces together with Bai Lian, subordinates. Then, he sent people to find Bai Lian, junior brother and father, Bai Kuan, to have them divine the location of the immortal path. Gu Changa did not have the slightest clue about the immortal path, so he could only try his luck. The territory of the upper realm was extremely vast and boundless. It was as if countless ancient worlds and star regions overlapped with each other. Even the most powerful cultivators would not be able to reach the other side of the upper realm. They would not be able to cross this vast territory even if they spent their entire lives. Therefore, no one knew what was in the depths of the upper realm and the outermost regions. For ordinary cultivators, it would be difficult for them to leave the star region they were born in. If it weren't for the teleportation arrays built in ancient times between the major star regions. The time it took to cross the star regions would be the lifetime of many cultivators. At the same time, in the territory of the Dao Immortals Alliance, Zhangxian Star Region. An incomparably majestic ancient warship with dazzling brilliance and flowing divine talismans was like a terrifying demonic mountain crushing the sky. It carried many goods and crossed the starry sky. This was the cargo ship of the Dao Immortals Alliance. During this time, many of the cultivation resources that the Dao Immortals Alliance had enshrined and worshipped. The Dao Immortals Alliance was the absolute ruler of the Zhangxian Star region and the surrounding star regions. Its history spanned many eras. In ancient times, there was even an ancient existence called the Tsangxian who established the Tao Immortals Alliance here and ruled over all areas. This was a powerful force that had once produced a perfected immortal. Its foundation was unfathomable. Even ordinary imperishable Tao Immortals were not willing to provoke it. Moreover, the Tao Immortals Alliance was deeply rooted and intertwined. They were dependent on many ancient families and sections. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. At this moment, in the northwest direction of this ancient warship was a cluster of pavilions, palaces, and pagodas. Divine light shone brightly and dazzlingly. It was incomparably grand and majestic. A tall young man in a blue robe was walking over, surrounded by a group of young cultivators. His face was elegant and clean, and his eyes were clear. From time to time, there would be wisps of golden light flashing in them. Even his hair had a hazy radiance falling down. His entire person exuded a transcendent aura. He was one with heaven and earth, natural with Tao. His state of mind was peaceful. Even his walking and breathing seemed to carry some kind of special Tao rhythm. Many of the older generation around him could not help but feel a little shocked when they saw this blue-robed man. Their expressions changed slightly, and then they retreated. As the Taoist of the Tao Immortals Alliance, Lan Yifei kept a low profile in front of them. However, in this azure immortal starfield, there was no one who did not know of him. He rarely made a move, but every time he did, it was extraordinary. Some time ago, someone even saw him enter an abandoned starfield and subdue a quasi-supreme ferocious beast as his mount. One had to know that among the current younger generation, apart from Gu Chang'e, the strongest person with the cultivation base was only at the Supreme Saint realm. Moreover, they were those ancient freaks with special bloodlines that had been sealed since ancient times. Among the current generation of prodigies, there were not many who had the strength of a Supreme Saint. Lan Yifei's physique was very special and mysterious. Almost no one knew about it. They only knew that he seemed to be able to borrow the power of all things in heaven and earth. It could be said that he was invincible. Even when facing a powerful enemy that he could not fight, he could think of a way to escape unscathed. It's said that the Taoist is in charge of escorting the goods of the Tao Immortals Alliance this time. I wonder what's in the goods that the sect is so concerned about. On the ancient warship, a cultivator from the Tao Immortal Alliance couldn't help but whisper when he saw Lan Yifei leading his junior brothers and sisters. Begging for fresh flowers. Not only were there people from the Tao Immortal Alliance on the ancient warship, but there were also other orthodoxies and many itinerant cultivators. However, other than the people from the Tao Immortal Alliance, no one else dared to approach the area responsible for escorting the goods on the battlefield. They could only guess in their hearts. It's all thanks to senior brother Lan. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been able to discover such a large mining area. There's actually millions of years of profound jade immortal essence hidden within it. If we can successfully escort this batch of mysterious jade immortal essence back to the sect, we will have made a great contribution. At that time, we will definitely be praised by the elders and the sect master. Lan Yifei and the others walked towards the depths of the ancient warship. One of the many junior brothers and sisters beside him couldn't help but reveal a smile when they heard the discussions in the distance. They seemed extremely excited. When the others heard this, their bodies trembled, and their eyes revealed joy. After all, the profound jade immortal essence was an immortal treasure that could only be born in profound jade. Even if it was only a drop, it could help a cultivator to cleanse his marrow and bones and increase his cultivation greatly. Even many of the older generation existences would fight for a drop of profound jade immortal essence. This great contribution doesn't belong to me alone. If it wasn't for the help of my junior brothers and sisters, I wouldn't have found the location of the profound jade immortal essence. Lan Yifei shook his head lightly and smiled in an extremely humble manner. He looked extremely aloof. Even when he walked, there was an indescribable Tao rhyme that made it difficult for others to ignore his existence. Senior brother Lan is really too humble. If it wasn't for you holding back the ferocious beast guarding that mining area, how could we have gone in deep? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have been buried in the mouth of that ferocious beast. However, everyone didn't agree with Lan Yifei's words. Their words were full of admiration and some fear. Lan Yifei still shook his head lightly when he heard this, and he seemed to be rather indifferent and didn't take this matter to heart. After that, he bid farewell to everyone and walked towards the courtyard he usually cultivated in. This area was filled with pavilions and halls, and it was similar to a small city. Even if he was a Tao disciple of the Tao Immortal Alliance, his residence seemed to be extremely simple, and it was only decorated with a few bamboos. Who is it? However, right at the instant Lan Yifei returned to his courtyard, his brows suddenly knit together slightly, and then he asked this question without batting an eyelid. At the same time, an indescribable fluctuation of magic energy arose from his body, and then strands of the laws of the heavens and the earth surged and seeped into every single corner in the surroundings. In merely an instant, it seemed like boundless talisman markings were interweaved here, and large expanses of order surged while terrifying killing intent filled the surroundings. As expected of the true Tao physique. You were born in harmony with the Tao and fused into one with the heavens and the earth. Your perception is shocking. I was almost killed by you when you pursued me that day. Did you ever think that I would be able to escape death? A calm and indifferent voice resounded. It didn't differentiate between a man and woman, and it was even to the extent that others were unable to distinguish its direction. It's you. The inheritor of the devil technique? Lan Yifei seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard this voice, and his brows raised before he shook his head and said, "No, it's you. But you aren't the inheritor of the devil technique. Who exactly is the true inheritor of the devil technique? He wouldn't be so weak like you." Chapter 676. Tell me. Who are you? Or are you just a pawn used by the true inheritor of the demonic arts to deceive others? Even if you survived, you're no match for me now. You were able to escape back then, so do you think you'll be so lucky today? In the quiet courtyard, Lan Yifei stood with his hands behind his back and spoke lightly. His whole body seemed to be surging with endless light. He was extremely confident. He did not turn around, but there was a faint smile on his face as if he knew that the person was no match for him. As a true body of Dao Yuan, this extremely mysterious physique had only appeared a few times in the upper realm since ancient times. He indeed had such confidence. This physique was naturally compatible with the path. When one was born, the true vitality of Dao was born in the body and could absorb the power of all things in the world. As long as one's spirit was not destroyed, one's magical power would not be exhausted. It could be said to be endless and invincible. Even if he faced an opponent who was far stronger than him, he had the means to protect himself and escape. He was not worried about dying. Previously, he did not know what happened, but the news of him possessing a true body of Dao Yuan was accidentally leaked. Then, when he was out on a trip, he was ambushed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Originally, because of the many rumors, Lan Yifei was extremely afraid of the inheritor of the demonic arts. He knew that his origin was very rare and precious. If word got out, he was bound to be coveted by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Therefore, when he was ambushed by the inheritor of the demonic arts, he was prepared to fight to the death. However, he did not expect that he had greatly overestimated the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts who came to ambush him. His opponent's cultivation base was even lower than his by a large margin. In the face of such an opponent, Lan Yifei did not dare to be too relaxed. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Who among the younger generation in the upper realm would not be afraid of the inheritor of the demonic arts? However, in the battle that followed, he realized that this so-called inheritor of the demonic arts was not as scary as the rumor said. Although the opponent's methods were tricky and unpredictable, it was not to the point where he could easily defeat the younger generation. After all, in Lan Yifei's opinion, the inheritor of the demonic arts was the only one who had escaped with his life from Guchanga many times. How could such a person be simple? In the vast upper realm, who had the confidence to escape unscathed from Guchanga and leave their lives behind? But the inheritors of the demonic arts had done it. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. However, he soon realized that he was wrong again. This inheritor of demonic arts who dared to attack him seemed to realize that the situation was not right and began to retreat, intending to escape. Lan Yifei understood that it was because he had been too low-key and had never displayed his strength in the outside world that the inheritor of the demonic arts had underestimated him. Therefore, he chased after him without hesitation. What happened next was no surprise. After a round of battle, this inheritor of demonic arts who had stirred up the winds and clouds of the upper realm was no match for him. He fled all the way and was almost killed by him. In the end, he still managed to escape to the outskirts of the Devil Mountains territory. He was afraid of the ferocious red-clothed female devil, so he decided to give up. After the incident, Lan Yifei returned to the sect. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He felt that the inheritor of the demonic arts who had attacked him was only a fake or an impostor. If it was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, he would have been killed long ago. After all, in front of the true inheritor of the demonic arts, no matter what kind of physique one had, they were all prey. Since ancient times, there had never been a situation where the so-called prey could escape from the hunter's hands. Although Lan Yifei was confident in his strength, it did not mean that he was blindly arrogant. All these years of low-key cultivation, he had not made a name for himself in the outside world because of this reason. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he must have accidentally stumbled upon a shocking secret. He hadn't told anyone about this matter, not even the elders or his master. Until today, the inheritor of the demonic arts who he thought was a fake had appeared again and was planning to take revenge on him. This made Lan Yifei feel that it was ridiculous. However, he wanted to know if the true inheritor of the demonic arts was hiding behind him. Who was the true inheritor of the demonic arts? You're so confident that I can't kill you this time. That I can't take your origin. A cold and calm voice sounded. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, only revealing a dense murderous intent that made one shudder. In the courtyard, it was extremely quiet and secluded. A small bridge murmured, rockery, and pavilions were arranged in picturesque disorder. If it were not for the shocking murderous intent, this place would be exceptionally elegant. Returning to his thoughts, Lan Yifei turned around calmly and looked toward the source of the voice. Then you can give it a try. I want to know how much progress you've made in these few months. However, I want to know who you are even more, he said indifferently, appearing extremely calm and natural. He had already set up an inescapable net here, connecting heaven and earth with divine patterns, linking the rules and order, and sealing the heaven and earth. Even a fly would not be able to escape. The other party was so bold and fearless to break in like this, which made him feel that it was ridiculous and stupid. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you're going to die today. The voice in the dark was still cold and emotionless, as if it did not contain the slightest emotion. After that, a terrifying black gale swept up bursts of runes of the great path and flew toward Lan Yifei. This was a shocking murderous intent that contained the terrifying sound of the great path, which was enough to shatter a cultivator's spiritual soul and annihilate all tangible things. However, Lan Yifei seemed to have sensed this murderous intent long ago and raised his eyebrows. Then brilliance rushed out from under his feet and condensed into a thick mountain of runes, blocking this shocking murderous intent. As the true body of Taoist Yuan, he was born to be one with the great path. Standing under heaven and earth, he was the favorite of heaven and earth. His mana was endless, enough to suppress everything. He could feel that the other party's strength had greatly improved compared to a few months ago. It was very likely that the other party had been instructed by an expert during the period when he was injured. However, if the other party wanted to defeat him, he was still too naive. You're no match for me. Tell me who the real inheritor of the demonic arts is, and I may consider letting you go and keeping you alive. Lani Fei said lightly. Su Chinga, who had not shown herself in the dark, frowned when she heard this. She felt that the situation was still very tricky. She thought that after this period of time in the Demon Mountain, after being instructed by the ancestor of the demonic arts, the red-robed woman, Mo Chan Hongi, her cultivation had improved a lot. Then, she could come and take Lani Fei's origin to take revenge for being hunted down. However, Lani Fei's strength was still very strong. It seemed that she was not the only one who was improving. In today's upper realm, almost every younger generation was thinking of all kinds of ways to catch up with that person. The real inheritor of the demonic arts. Even you think that I'm a fake? Su Chinga said coldly. Thinking of this period of time, she had been fooled and deceived by Gu Changa, and was under his control without knowing it. She could not help but have some hostility and hatred in her eyes. She knew that her hatred for Gu Changa was more or less influenced by Chan Hongi. If Chan Hongi did not tell her, she was afraid that until today, she would still be in the dark about Gu Changa, thinking that she was the real inheritor of the demonic arts. And he was the leader of the righteous path, the current leader of the upper realm. His celestial brilliance was as bright as the sun in the sky, and his brilliance covered all eternity. The deeper her love was, the deeper her hatred after knowing the truth. After she left the Demon Mountain, she once thought of looking for Gu Changa and asking him all these. However, Su Chinga was more afraid of seeing Gu Changa's cold and ruthless eyes after he tore off his gentle disguise. Back then, he was the one who brought her up from the lower realm, allowing her to gradually understand this world. To put it bluntly, if it was not for Gu Changa, she would not be who she was today. Gu Changa had single-handedly created her today. The person who once gave her infinite hope and warmth, after taking off his mask of hypocrisy, left behind only endless indifference and cruelty. Oh, it seems that until now, you've also realized that you're a fake inheritor of the demonic arts. If that's the case, you've been taking the blame for me all this time. Lani Fei seemed to find this extremely funny. His eyes were full of undisguised mockery and ridicule. Su Chinga's eyes turned cold. There's no point in saying more. Today, I'll definitely take your origin. Seeing that Su Chinga, who was hiding in the dark, was about to continue her attack, Lani Fei's expression turned cold as well. He said, "You don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that your little strength is comparable to the true inheritor of the demonic arts? You want to kill me? Just you?" Su Chinga's face turned colder as his words poked at her sore spot. She clenched her fists, and a terrifying aura of hostility lingered around her. She knew that after she merged with another soul, her state of mind was no longer as calm and peaceful as before. Usually, many things would trigger an unimaginable murderous aura in her heart. It seems that you're just a pitiful chess piece. You don't know who the true inheritor of the demonic arts is. Lani Fei shook his head and then sneered. Su Chinga suddenly fell silent. She could not refute this. Although it was too late for her to understand now, what Lani Fei said was an indisputable fact. In Gu Changa's eyes, she might be such a chess piece. I know who he is. Su Chinga's expression returned to calmness and indifference. She was still hiding in the dark as she spoke. You know. Lani Fei was stunned. Then, he seemed to be in disbelief. He asked in a low voice, "How can I believe you?" Not only him, perhaps everyone in the upper realm now wanted to know who the true inheritor of the demonic arts was. For a moment, there was a kind of unconcealable excitement in his heart. Perhaps after seeing Su Chinga's means, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. I've been unknown for 20 years. Once I appear, the world will know. If the true inheritor of the demonic arts is exposed by my hands, then all my years of keeping a low profile and forbearance will be useless. Lani Fei's eyes lit up. He was quite excited and thought of many things at once. Of course, I know. To me, he's my enemy. Su Chinga said lightly and put forward her request. I know you want to know who he is too, so let's make a deal. I'll tell you everything you want to know, and you'll collect the origin of physique for me as the Taoist of the Taoist Alliance. Hearing this, Lani Fei sneered and seemed to be quite disdainful. You're really fearless. If I want to know these things, I can just search your soul after killing you. Why do I need to make a deal with you? He was not stupid. Once the fact that he collected the origin was exposed, the Taoist Alliance would not be able to protect him. 2. Since I dare to show myself here, I'm not worried that you can kill me. If you don't agree, then I'll add another condition. I'll tell you everything I know about the immortal devouring demonic technique. Su Chinga did not seem to be surprised by Lani Fei's reaction. Her lips curled into a sneer as she continued speaking lightly. Since Gu Changa used her as a chess piece, why couldn't she learn from Gu Changa and use others as chess pieces? Hearing this, even with Lani Fei's state of mind, he suddenly fell silent at this moment. He frowned and seemed to be struggling. Although the orthodoxies of various forces in the upper realm hated the inheritors of demonic techniques and could not wait to completely obliterate them. However, if the inheritance of demonic techniques fell into his hands, who would not be tempted? Su Chinga looked at his expression. She was not surprised and did not speak. The courtyard fell into a dead silence for a moment. It seemed that the silence lasted for a full incense's time before Lani Fei's expression returned to normal. Okay, I promise you. He agreed. Something like a wildfire was burning and spreading in the depths of his eyes, but it soon calmed down. He was calm and confident. Looking at him like this, Su Chinga sneered in her heart and called him an idiot, but her expression did not change. Even if Lani Fei knew that Gu Changa was the true inheritor of demonic techniques, what use would it be? Would he dare to question or investigate further? The outcome would be nothing more than cultivating demonic techniques and attracting Gu Changa's attention. Then, he would become the new scapegoat. Chapter 677. Su Chinga was not surprised that Lani Fei agreed to her condition. In the face of this taboo devil technique, even those ancient existences would be envious. It was impossible for them to wait. After all, Lani Fei was only a young man. Even if he appeared indifferent and confident, it was impossible to hide his ambition. The taboo devil technique was terrifying enough to make the entire upper realm afraid. How could he hold back? This is the first half of the taboo devil technique. I can pass it to you first. When the time is right, I will naturally pass the second half to you. You can rest assured. Su Chinga said faintly. She waved her hand and a drizzling black light flew towards Lani Fei like a seed. Seeing this, Lani Fei's eyes flashed. He did not completely believe it. After carefully looking at the seed, he nodded. He was worried that Su Chinga had done something to the black seed. But it seemed that Su Chinga was quite sincere and did not want to harm him. So he was slightly relieved. After closing his eyes and absorbing the black seed, Lani Fei's whole body shook. He suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment, as if he had opened the door to 17 new worlds, which made his mood quite excited. Then who is the real inheritor of the taboo devil technique? But he did not forget this matter and asked again. The real inheritor of the taboo devil technique was his goal. Lani Fei even had a feeling that perhaps Su Chinga herself did not have the complete taboo devil technique. Hearing his words, Su Chinga glanced at Lani Fei with disdain. She said lightly, "You are too greedy. Today, I have given you this scripture, which is enough. I will tell you the identity of the inheritor of the taboo devil technique sooner or later." Hearing this, Lani Fei did not ask any more questions. After all, he had to show his sincerity. Okay. Since you want the source, I know a place where you can devour it. East of the Azure Immortal Sky Domain is the 100 Realm battlefield. Almost every day, heaven's prides from various worlds come here to fight. Maybe you can enter it. Lan Yifei's eyes moved slightly. He took out an ancient token with the words, Tao Immortal, on it and handed it to Su Qingge. The 100 Realms battlefield was a general term. In fact, it involved countless realms, not just the 100 realms. Some of those worlds were affiliated to the various orthodoxies of the upper worlds. Their territories were equally vast, and many geniuses were born there. There were even some who were extremely powerful. And the 100 Realms battlefield was a place where the geniuses of various realms could fight for the qualifications to enter the upper realms orthodoxy. If one could stand out in the 100 Realms battlefield, not only would they be valued by the upper realms orthodoxies, they would also be accepted into the sect. They could even bring glory to the sects and families behind them, like carps leaping over the dragon gate, rising to the heavens in one fell swoop. Therefore, even if the 100 Realms battlefield was incomparably cruel, there were countless geniuses who died in it. But every day, there would be cultivators from the lower realms passing through the trans-realm teleportation array and going there to fight and temper themselves. Moreover, there were many opportunities in the 100 Realms battlefield. There were stone steels left behind by ancient experts, as well as lost scriptures, emperor's runes, immortal techniques. Even the successors of immortal orthodoxies from the upper realms have fallen in the 100 Realms battlefield. They were no match for the terrifying geniuses there. After all, every once in a while, unimaginable geniuses would be born from the lower realms. These geniuses would carry the destiny of the entire realm with irresistible force. If the rest of you want to enter the 100 Realms battlefield, you'll have to go through the 4 directions suppressing cities investigation. But this is my identity token. You can enter with this token. Nobody will investigate your origin. Seeing Su Qingge's puzzled expression, Lan Yifei faintly smiled and explained. He wasn't stupid. He didn't directly help Su Qingge find the source of the geniuses. After all, that would leave traces behind, which would be disadvantageous to him. All right. Su Qingge thought for a moment and then agreed. She accepted the token and then quickly disappeared. She knew that this token had Lan Yifei's spiritual sense imprint. It could track her whereabouts. Therefore, after leaving the courtyard, she wrapped the token with her magic power and sealed it in her storage ring. The 100 Realms battlefield was very far from here. Even if she traversed the major transmission formations, it would still take her nearly a month. She wanted to enter the threshold of the Great Sage realm the next time she saw Gu Changge. At least then she would be qualified to stand in front of Gu Changge and ask him about the things that happened in the past few years. Half a year later, he will marry his fiancée, Yu Mingkong. Su Qingge took a deep breath and calmed her mind. She actually heard some rumors. The ancestor of the devil arts, red-clothed witch Mo Chan Hongi, might take action at the wedding. As for whether she would destroy the wedding or participate in the ceremony, she didn't know. In the courtyard, Lan Yifei was aware of Su Qingge's actions. He wasn't surprised, but he didn't have time to think about it. Right now, he just wanted to study the second half of the taboo devil art. Everything else would be put aside for the time being. The black seed contained a very mysterious cultivation method. It involved so much that it subverted his imagination and cognition. But Lan Yifei felt that as long as he studied it thoroughly, his strength would increase greatly. He would be able to sweep through the younger generation. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, Gu Changge asked Bai Lian, Er's father, Bai Kuan, and his disciple, Bai Hua, to deduce the location of the immortal path. The result was as expected. Both of them suffered a lot of backlash, especially Bai Kuan. He was already blind, and now he almost died. If it wasn't for Gu Changge's help at the critical moment and blurred the heavenly mystery for him and cut off his Dao injury, he would have died tragically on the spot. As for Bai Hua, because of his celestial body, he suffered a lot less backlash. But the deduction was also very vague. It only said that the immortal path was related to a tree. As for what kind of tree it was, he didn't know. He directly fainted with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. When he woke up, it was already 7 days later. Gu Chang'e guessed that the tree might be the epic tree. When the epic Tao fruit matured, the heaven and earth rules would be complete, and the immortal path would appear. As for where the immortal path would appear, that was another unknown. The matter of the immortal path can be put aside for the time being. But I have to deal with hell and Buddha first. Gu Chang'e considered another matter. Before leaving the upper realm, he had to annex and annihilate this force. Otherwise, it would affect his subsequent plans. Finally, he thought of Bai Hua. As a celestial body, he had the ability to pry into the heavenly mystery. If he could combine it with his Hongmeng purple mirror, he might be able to deduce something and find the hiding place of hell and Buddha. Chapter 678. After all, the primordial purple mirror was an immortal treasure with the ability to deduce. Even Bai Kun had been killed because he coveted this treasure. Gu Chang'e felt that with this treasure, the celestial body could have an unexpected effect. Buddha, hell, I don't believe that you can continue to hide. Gu Chang'e shook his head and asked someone to call Bai Hua over. Soon, Bai Hua, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, was led by Bai Lian, to Gu Chang'e. Compared to before, Bai Hua was still very afraid of Gu Chang'e. His face was delicate, his figure was medium, and his skin was abnormally pale. Because he had deduced the location of the immortal path, he and Bai Kun had been seriously injured. However, compared to Bai Kun, his injuries could be said to be negligible. Young Master Chang'e, you're looking for me. Bai Hua stood in front of Gu Chang'e. His voice was slightly trembling. He still could not forget that he had been imprisoned by Gu Chang'e some time ago. Moreover, just 7 days ago, Gu Chang'e had asked his master to help him deduce the location of the immortal path. One had to know that the most taboo thing in the line of divination was to deduce things related to the heavenly Tao and the word immortal. This was because it would lead to misfortune and backlash. The reason why his master, Bai Kun, was blind was because he had seen things that he should not have seen. There were 50 great Taos, 49 heavenly divinations, and one escaped. And the one that they often peeked at was the one that escaped. This one often contained unimaginable mysteries and great dangers. Therefore, when Bai Kun was deducing the immortal path, he was almost killed by the one lightning because of this reason. I want you to help me deduce something, Gu Chang'e looked at Bai Hua and said casually. He could see that Bai Hua had completely recovered. The reason why he looked so pale and weak was nothing more than an act for him to see. Hearing this, Bai Hua's expression changed. He was a little scared, but more than that, he was uneasy. After all, even Gu Chang'e didn't know what it was that required him to deduce. One could only imagine what it was. If he was slightly careless, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Life and death would be extinguished, and his body and soul would be destroyed. You don't have to worry. This matter isn't as dangerous as deducing the immortal path. Moreover, I will take out a supreme treasure to help you. Gu Chang'e saw through Bai Hua's worries and smiled faintly. At the side, Bai Lian, crossed her arms and looked at them coldly. She wanted to know why Gu Chang'e had found Bai Hua. The moment Gu Chang'e finished speaking, a hazy radiance filled his sleeves, followed by an astonishing purple light that intertwined. It was as if a vast region of stars was developing within it, and there was the scene of the primordial chaos flowing, the beginning of the chaos, and the beginning of the world. This aura caused Bai Hua's expression to change, and his eyes opened wide while he felt slight disbelief. He couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. This is, that immortal artifact that master deduced all those years ago. He couldn't forget the time when his master, Bai Kun, was the military advisor behind the 13 bandits of the chaotic astral region. If it wasn't because he deduced this item and became greedy, how could the 13 bandits be eliminated by Gu Chang'e? Buzz. A dazzling purple light filled the air. It was as if an ancient divine stone was floating up and down, surrounded by a dense purple primordial aura. This was a majestic aura that was as heavy as the heavens. It was abundant and vast, dazzling and eye-catching, making it difficult for people to look away. What a shocking and mysterious aura. This was the first time Bai Lian had seen this item, and she couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. With her current experience, she could naturally see that this item was extraordinary. There were traces of Tao condensing and intertwining. Young Master Chang'e, you mean to say that you want me to use this item to deduce? Bai Hua swallowed his saliva and couldn't look away from the primordial purple mirror. His voice was trembling and filled with disbelief. He didn't dare to have any greedy thoughts. In this world, if he dared to have thoughts of touching Gu Chang'e's things, wasn't that courting death? I think you should be able to do it, right? Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. Bai Hua took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He immediately promised, young Master Chang'e, don't worry. As long as I have this item, no matter what it is, I dare to deduce it. In front of such a treasure, especially one that was related to divination, how could he not be tempted? Not to mention that if he was able to utilize this treasure, then it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation in the Tao. Then, Bai Lian ordered people to clear out an area for Bai Hua. The cultivators in the surrounding mountains were all sent away. The primordial purple mirror floated in the air and let down strands of purple aura. It was like a mirror that could reflect thousands of worlds. Bai Hua finished his preparations and stood under it. His expression was serious as he put his palms together and chanted. The ancient words seemed to have a strange power. They shone brightly and appeared around him. In an instant, the mysteries of heaven here seemed to have blurred and became unclear. Streaks of tribulation clouds swept over from afar, thick and majestic. Terrifying lightning intertwined and even reflected the ancient palaces and pavilions. It was unimaginable, as if it could fall at any time. Even with Bai Lian's current cultivation level, she felt waves of fear and uneasiness. Is the hiding place of Buddha and hell so difficult to deduce? She frowned slightly. Just now, she knew that Gu Chang'e wanted Bai Hua to deduce. This was the problem that had been bothering her all this time. If Bai Hua could really solve this problem, it would save her a lot of trouble. However, hell and Buddha had been hiding for countless years. The major forces and orthodoxies couldn't find them. Could Bai Hua succeed? Looking at the calm Gu Chang'e on the other side, Bai Lian gently shook her head and put this thought aside. Boom! In the next moment, as the Hongmeng purple mirror emitted a few rays of bright purple light, rich karma energy appeared and turned into thousands of long silver lines that extended into the void. A terrifying lightning bolt pierced through the sky. It was as thick as a mountain ridge. It suddenly smashed down and went straight for Bai Hua. Bai Hua's expression changed slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was at the critical moment of his deduction and couldn't dodge the lightning bolt. However, at this moment, an inexplicable fluctuation appeared on his body. It was as if his aura disappeared from the world. The bolt of lightning that was about to strike down suddenly disappeared in the air like a cloud of smoke. It was as if it had never appeared. Seems like this is the mystery of the celestial body. It can hide from the mysteries of heaven. Noticing this scene, Gu Chang'e nodded her head in realization. I saw it. At this time, Bai Hua also excitedly shouted. Only the whites of his eyes remained. Moreover, there was blood flowing out from his eyes. It looked extremely terrifying. However, he couldn't feel it. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something shocking. After saying this, Bai Hua let out a muffled groan. His body trembled and then he spat out blood and white foam before fainting. It seems like there's news from hell and Buddha. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e smiled. The 100 Realms battlefield was located in the east of the Azure Immortal Celestial Domain. It was extremely vast. There were countless mountains and ancient stars. It was a desolate scene. Many terrifying vicious beasts released heaven-shaking roars, causing the stars in the distance to rustle and tremble, as if they were about to fall. Looking from the sky, one could see a vast and mighty fog. Endless miasma was blowing from afar, covering everything. In some places, one could see eerie white bones. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to other races. It was difficult to distinguish. Here, opportunities and dangers coexisted. There were divine abilities and cultivation methods left behind by ancient sages. There were also stone monuments and stone forests carved by sages and supremes. These records recorded the insights of their cultivation. There were even cultivators who found Tao arts and imperial scriptures left behind by emperor realm existences. However, if one wanted to enter the 100 Realms battlefield, they would need to pass through the 4 directions suppressing Realm City and obtain permission from the patrolling guards. The 100 Realms battlefield gathered the elites of the lower realms. It can be said that it was the best place for the various orthodoxies to absorb new blood. Some successors of great powers would also come here to look for followers or servants. However, chaos and slaughter were always the main colors of the 100 Realms battlefield. Rather than calling it a battlefield, it was more like a place used by the upper realms to raise poisonous insects. The 100 Realms battlefield was divided into 6 regions. Each region had many cities, but they hated each other and were always enemies. There were rumors that the rulers of the 6 regions ordered them to be enemies with each other. They couldn't coexist peacefully. Therefore, cultivators from the outside world who didn't have a strong background must join one of the 6 regions and be prepared to be enemies with the other 5 regions. This was even more so for cultivators who came from the lower realms. They had no choice. If they didn't join one of the regions, then they could only wander in the outside world or be killed by the cultivators of the 6 regions. Every 100 years, the 100 Realms battlefield would hold a great competition to select the young blood from the lower realms. The geniuses and forces that were ranked at the top would receive extremely generous rewards. Therefore, even if they knew that the 100 Realms battlefield was a place of no return, the lower realms would still nurture their young seeds and fight here. In the east of the 100 Realms battlefield, in front of the 4 directions suppressing Realm City, a lot of cultivators were gathered. They were waiting for the patrolling guards to check them and let them in. The auras of these cultivators were clearly different from the native cultivators of the upper realms. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. They stood there uneasily, unable to maintain their calm. Around them were some elders and teachers, but their expressions weren't much better. It was as if this was their first time seeing such a scene. In this boundless universe, there was a magnificent city in front of them. It was unimaginable. The roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes could be heard. Under the stars and the moon, it seemed to be immortal. Everyone was looking at this ancient city. It had a boundless atmosphere, flowing with immortal power. It seemed to be able to exist forever. Is this the first city to enter the 100 Realms battlefield? A lot of young cultivators were shocked as they muttered. It was majestic and mysterious. It wasn't located on a planet, but directly suspended in the starry sky, receiving the baptism of endless starlight. It was a very shocking sight. It occupied a very wide area. Its walls were like mountains, stretching endlessly. Its towers were tall and magnificent. It was like a wheat that stood at the end of the world. A pair of thick gates were closed, as if they could block thousands of soldiers and horses, as well as ancient sages. Are these people from the lower realms? Sure enough, they're all lowly and have weak cultivations. It seems like they'll only be courting death after entering the 100 Realms battlefield. After all, they're from the lower realms. I guess this is their first time coming to the upper realms. In another direction, many cultivators from the upper realms shook their heads as they looked at the people from the lower realms. Their gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. The price of using a transmission formation from the lower realms to the upper realms was extremely high. Therefore, only a small number of people could be brought over each time. For these sects, it would take a long time for them to recover. Moreover, after coming to the upper realms, they would still be contaminated with the aura of the lower realms. It would take a long time for them to get rid of it. Or the various major forces and orthodoxies could help them. Chapter 679. The Four Directions World Suppression City stood at the end of the world. It was incomparably majestic, as if it could support this universe. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered here. There were those from the upper realms as well as those who followed their sects through the transrealm transmission formation. There were many young seeds who came to the upper realms for the first time. The two groups of people gathered together and didn't stay together. There seemed to be a clear line between them that didn't interfere with each other. Most of the cultivators from the upper realms were proud and aloof. They disdained and despised this group of heaven's prides from the lower realms. They didn't think that they could stand together with them. The people from the lower realms were aware of this situation, but they didn't dare to show it. In particular, many of the younger generation clenched their fists in humiliation as they tried their best to suppress the emotions in their hearts. In the lower realms, they were well-known figures who were invincible. In their sects, they looked down on everyone. No one could compare to them. But after arriving in the upper realms, their radiance dimmed and they became ordinary. Any random young heaven's prides around them had a more terrifying aura. This made them feel extremely frustrated and their Tao hearts dimmed. However, there were still people who quickly recovered and told themselves that they weren't worse than the upper realms' prides. It was just because they were born differently. As long as they could obtain good results in the 100 Realms battlefield, they would naturally be able to enter the immortal orthodoxy and obtain the immortality method. We aren't weaker than others. They said to themselves in their hearts. Third Elder, is our goal this time to obtain the Tao promotion token or to obtain the destiny of the 100 Realms battlefield? At the same time, among the people from the lower realms, a delicate young man in a green robe was asking an old man with a long white beard. The young man looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He had a medium build, but he had a temperament that was hard to ignore. He had delicate features and an upright appearance. When his eyes moved, he gave people a feeling that he was determined to achieve great things. Although his strength wasn't as good as the upper realms' prides, he was still very conspicuous and outstanding among the lower realms' prides. The young men and women around him looked at him with unusual gazes, as if they were afraid of him. The third elder that the young man spoke of frowned when he heard this. He seemed to have some misgivings. He looked around a few times before whispering to the youth, "Don't mention this matter for the time being. Before we enter the 100 Realms battlefield, don't mention anything about the realm's fate." 530. The young man frowned. Although he didn't understand, he didn't ask. He just rubbed his nose as if he was used to it. "Lu Ming, my father has told me about this matter. It's better if we don't leak the news." At this moment, a peerlessly beautiful young woman with snow-white skin and a slender and graceful figure in a red dress seemed to have heard these words and walked over. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke in a low voice. "Sect leader said that?" The young man named Lu Ming was somewhat stunned. He did not doubt the young girl's words. After all, the peerlessly beautiful young woman before him was the daughter of the sect master of the Heavenly Rainbow sect that stood behind him. In terms of status, in the world they came from, it could be said that they were extremely noble. The world behind them was called the Green Flood Ancient World, and there were 4 overlord-level sects in that world. One of them was the Heavenly Rainbow sect. Including him, even though there were less than 10 young disciples that the Heavenly Rainbow Profound sect had dispatched to the upper dimensions this time, all of them were the top figures of their generation. The young girl, Shui Yan, had a close relationship with him, so it was unlikely that she would speak carelessly at this time. The Hundred Realms War doesn't just compete for the Dao promotion token, but also for the realm's fate. The young man, Lu Ming, softly muttered in his heart. His eyes looked at the towering ancient divine city with a complicated expression. The Dao promotion token was a reward for obtaining a good ranking in the Hundred Realms War. With the Dao promotion token, one could enter a sect in the upper realm. As for the realm's fate, it was related to the evolution, development, prosperity, and aging of the realm they were in. Not only the realm behind them, but the other realms would also do their best to obtain it, even if they had to pay any price. The realm's fate was controlled by the immortal orthodoxies and everlasting families in the upper realm. If they didn't want the realm behind them to collapse and be destroyed, they must find a way to obtain the realm's fate in order to maintain the stability of the next few million people. This kind of method was similar to raising Gu. It was also to let the lower realms nibble at each other in order to select the strongest Gu king. The geniuses from the Green Flood ancient realm this time don't seem to be very strong. None of them look like they can fight. I'll take advantage of the Hundred Realms War to settle my grudges with them. In another direction, many young geniuses from the other ancient realms stared at the Green Flood ancient realm with unkind expressions. The various ancient realms didn't get along well with each other. Especially because of the Hundred Realms War, they viewed each other as enemies. They were like fire and water, and couldn't wait to completely destroy each other. This situation wasn't completely against the Green Flood ancient realm. Once the geniuses of the ancient realms enter the Hundred Realms battlefield, their life and death would be out of their control. Unless they were valued by the orthodoxies of the upper realms and were accepted in advance, they would face endless battles and battles. Everyone who wants to enter the city, come over here. Whether you're from the lower realms or other places, get your ass over here and obediently accept the inspection. At this time, the patrolling guards at the entrance of World Suppression City suddenly looked over and spoke. Their voices were extremely cold and contained some kind of Dao charm, causing everyone's blood to boil. Those with weaker cultivations almost couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. These patrolling guards wore dark iron armor and were tall and sturdy. They rode fierce beasts and held heavenly sabers and halberds in their hands. Their killing intent soared to the sky, and their strength was unfathomable. Even some Saint Realm cultivators didn't dare to say anything. They didn't dare to offend these patrolling guards and could only obediently follow the rules here. These people are terrifying. I reckon that even the sect's elders wouldn't be their match. They would be killed in one strike. I feel like a single glance from them would shatter our souls. Many geniuses from the lower realms paled. This was their first time coming to the upper realms, and also their first time encountering such terrifying patrolling guards. They felt as if their souls were trembling in fear from the bottom of their hearts. I hope that one day we can be as strong as them. Lu Ming, Shuiyan, and the others from the Green Flood ancient realm didn't dare to say anything. They could only obediently follow behind the crowd and wait for the patrolling guards to interrogate them and explain their origins. Not to mention the lower realms, even the people from the upper realms did the same. They were afraid of offending these patrolling guards. This was because these patrolling guards represented the rules of the Hundred Realms battlefield. Behind them were various imperishable orthodoxies. Who would dare to underestimate them? Daoist token. At this time, a commotion was suddenly heard among the patrolling guards. They seemed to be quite shocked. A patrolling guard riding a large heavenly wolf was standing in front of a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black mask. Seeing the token, the patrolling guard didn't know what to do with it. Since he has the Daoist token, there's no need to interrogate him. Let him in. Hearing the commotion, a tall man walked over from the patrolling guard. He glanced at the token to determine its authenticity and then said indifferently. Since the beginning of the Hundred Realms battlefield, there were actually shadows of many orthodoxies behind it. Since the other party had the Daoist token, it meant that he was instructed by a Daoist. Naturally, the patrolling guards wouldn't ask any questions. This scene shocked everyone in front of the town of Suppressing World. Only a few people understood what the Taoist token meant. Although they looked envious, they didn't dare to say anything. Besides the successors of the great sects, the rest of the people who entered the Hundred Realms battlefield were basically rogue cultivators who wanted to try their luck. Only the successors of the great sects would have a Taoist token. They simply couldn't come into contact with it. That person should be a big shot. He can actually enter without being interrogated. What's a Taoist token? Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others noticed this scene. They were very surprised as they tried to guess the identity of the black-clothed figure. This was their first time in the upper realms, so they were surprised by almost everything. But they also knew that such a person didn't belong to the same world as them. Roar! While the cultivators in front of World Suppression City were shocked by the Taoist token and were trying to guess the identity of the black-clothed figure. In the depths of the distant sky, under the universe, the stars trembled. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded. It was incomparably clear, causing people's eardrums to be pierced. The azure dragon was like a mountain ridge. It stretched across the sky and crushed the stars, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. The majestic and terrifying pressure was like an ancient beast awakening. Its ferocious might was unparalleled. It swept through the world and cracked the void. These azure dragons were at the great saint realm. Just their bodies alone were like a thick mountain ridge that stretched endlessly. Behind it was a dazzling carriage that shone with immortal radiance. It flashed through the sky in an unbridled manner, intending to pass through the walls of World Suppression City and descend into the depths of the city. Azure dragons pulling a carriage. Could it be that person? Why would that person come to the Hundred Realms battlefield? Besides him, no one in the upper realms would dare to make such a big show. At this moment, almost all the cultivators couldn't help but feel their legs go soft. They wanted to kneel down and worship the behemoths. Even though he was a Saint Realm cultivator, his expression changed greatly as fear appeared in his heart. They knew how terrifying the azure dragons were, but what was even more terrifying was the identity of the person sitting in the carriage. Who is that? They actually made such terrifying beasts pull the carriage. Who's in the golden carriage? It's too scary. All the lower realms beings felt as inferior as ants. Their faces were pale and their hearts were filled with fear. In their opinion, just one of the ferocious beasts pulling the chariot was enough to kill all of them here. If it appeared in their original world, it would definitely bring about a devastating disaster. But now, it was reduced to just a tool to pull a carriage. For a moment, their hearts were filled with fear and horror. It was hard to imagine, and they couldn't think about it. From the expressions of these people, they should know who's in the carriage. Breaking into the Hundred Realms battlefield in such an unbridled manner, these patrolling guards actually pretended that they didn't know anything. In fact, they even looked frightened. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others felt their scalps go numb. They just came to the upper realms and they already saw such a terrifying scene. Everyone's hearts were covered with a shadow of fear. They couldn't forget that the attitude of these patrol guards wasn't like this before. In front of suppressing World City, flying was forbidden. No matter who it was, as long as they broke the rules, they would become enemies with the entire Hundred Realms battlefield. But the other party actually broke in under the watchful eyes of everyone without any scruples. These patrol guards didn't dare to ask any questions. They even pretended not to know anything. This made the lower realms cultivators feel their mouths go dry. For the first time, they experienced what true power was. Perhaps in the eyes of such a person, they and the ancient realms behind them were no different from ants. Why did he come to the Hundred Realms battlefield? Did he get some news? But that shouldn't be. At this moment, the black-clothed figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black mask seemed to be standing in place like the others. She couldn't help but clench her jade-like hands under her sleeves. She didn't expect to meet Gu Chang'e in the Hundred Realms battlefield. In the upper realms, there was no one like Gu Chang'e who liked to use an azure dragon to pull his carriage. Nowadays, as long as one sees an azure dragon pulling a carriage, almost all cultivators would associate it with him. Moreover, Su Chinga had followed Gu Changa for a long time. Even though they were far apart, she could tell that the person sitting inside was definitely Gu Changa. But Su Chinga couldn't figure out why Gu Changa would appear in the Hundred Realms battlefield and the wedding date was approaching. Outside Suppressing World City, the appearance of an azure dragon pulling a carriage caused an uproar. Many people in the city received the news and were extremely shocked. There were 6 regions in the Hundred Realms battlefield. They were clearly divided into 6 regions and were enemies. But this didn't mean that the rulers of the 6 regions were enemies. On the contrary, they often contacted each other in secret and their relationship was quite close. Gu Changa suddenly appeared here. What's his purpose? In the dimly lit underground palace, an extremely skinny old man in a black robe was pacing back and forth. His face was somewhat sinister as he muttered to himself. There were piles of white bones in the underground palace. Even the stairs were made of sparkling skulls that flowed with a misty radiance. Around the underground palace, there were many shadows kneeling. Inexplicable killing intent intertwined and filled the air. Someone, go and inform the other 9 temple masters. Tell them to be vigilant and not leak the news. I always feel that the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion is related to Gu Changa. Otherwise, why would he be able to receive so many messages and destroy our plans? The thin old man's eyes were cold as he waved his hand and ordered the shadows in the dark. Chapter 680. Because of Gu Changa's appearance, the undercurrent of the Hundred Realms battlefield surged. Regarding this matter, the rulers of the 6 regions frowned and didn't say anything. They were guessing Gu Changa's purpose for coming. In their opinion, Gu Changa's current status was at the peak of the upper realms. No one could compare to him. Could there be something in the Hundred Realms battlefield that Gu Changa wanted? Why did he come here personally? To choose a suitable follower, a cultivation method, or a divine object. On the surface, although the rulers of the Hundred Realms battlefield seemed to be in charge of everything, they were actually working for others. The ones in charge of the Hundred Realms battlefield were the imperishable orthodoxies. Their foundations were unfathomable and their territories were boundless. There were some things that they didn't dare to ask too much for fear of incurring a fatal disaster. I heard that young Lord Changa personally came to the Hundred Realms battlefield. Do you think he's here to pick followers? It sounds unlikely. After all, young Lord Changa only needs to say a word and all the heavens' prides in the upper realms would move. Why would he come here to pick followers? In my opinion, he might be looking for someone or something. The cultivators and creatures in every ancient city had already received the news and were discussing this matter. The streets and alleys, and even the pavilions and halls, were filled with discussions. After all, in the upper realms, there was no one more famous than Gu Changa. Even the ancestors of the various races had to bow in front of him. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to stand in front of him. His every move would naturally cause a storm. In the east of the 6 regions, in the Vermilion Bird Square. Inside an extremely grand palace. As the person in question, Gu Changa was blowing tea in his cup. His eyes were calm as he listened to the reports from his subordinates. Reporting to the young lord, the Hundred Realms battlefield is divided into 6 regions. They are respectively called Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Underworld Phoenix, and so on. Every square has a total of 108 cities. They are enemies of each other, attacking each other to steal resources and women. Almost every month, a great war will break out. Slaughter and chaos have always been the principles of the Hundred Realms battlefield. If anyone doesn't follow this rule, they will be killed by the patrolling guards of each city. In the past, there was a person called Duguhua in the Hundred Realms battlefield. He almost broke the rules of the Hundred Realms battlefield by himself. But in the end, he was killed by the joint forces of various experts. After so many years, this place has been extremely peaceful. Those cultivators from the lower dimensions don't dare violate the rules of this place, and they can only fight obediently and become the fresh blood of the various squares. An extremely stout middle-aged man stood in front of Gu Changa with a flattering smile and reported respectfully. He was the manager of the Myriad Dao Business Alliance's branch in the Hundred Realms battlefield. He was in charge of the transactions here and had a quasi-supreme cultivation. In the eyes of outsiders, he was extremely mysterious and rarely showed himself. He only arranged many things and kept everything in order. Even the big shots of the various squares would find it difficult to ask to see him. After all, he controlled a business network. The power behind him was terrifying. Needless to say, for the entire upper realm, the business alliance of 10,000 paths was able to move unhindered and connect the heavens. Its influence was terrifying. Even immortal realm cultivators wouldn't dare to offend them easily. Beside the stout man stood a charming young girl. She wore a soft yellow dress and had delicate white skin. Her eyes were big and her hair was like clouds. She had a crafty expression on her face. She was standing on her tiptoes with a curious look, looking at Gu Changa who was drinking tea with her back to them in the palace. Her eyes were full of undisguised admiration. This is a good place to raise Gu. I didn't think of coming here before. When Gu Changa heard this, he put down the teacup in his hand and sighed softly. He seemed to be somewhat regretful. The reason why he came to the Hundred Realms battlefield was naturally because of Bai Hua's deduction from the Grand Mist Purple Mirror. The clues to Hell and Buddha were here. After arriving here, he sent people to investigate. Sure enough, it was true. By absorbing fresh blood, they would be able to replenish their assassin seeds. This was the foundation of Hell and Buddha. In order to cultivate killing intent, they even ordered the squares to fight each other every day. This is really a good method. Gu Changa shook his head and sighed. Although he understood the origin of the Hundred Realms battlefield, it was still impossible for him to destroy Hell and Buddha so easily. Moreover, if he directly exposed his intentions, it would alert the enemy. He planned to sweep away all obstacles before the wedding, including the annihilation of Hell and Futu, the two ancient assassin organizations. When they were at their peak, they assassinated immortals and even immortals. Their foundation wasn't small. The stout man's expression changed. He was a core figure of the business alliance. He understood that Gu Changa was the real master behind the alliance. Therefore, even if he knew that Gu Changa's words contained unimaginable information, he didn't dare to ask. He could only stand there and wait for orders. During this time, I plan to stay here. Gu Changa was not worried that the chubby man would reveal anything. She glanced at him casually and said, "Young master, don't worry. This subordinate has already arranged everything." The stout man's expression was solemn as he guaranteed. Gu Changa nodded and waved his hand, indicating for the stout man to leave. However, the stout man looked at the girl beside him with an awkward expression. He hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and said, "Young master, this is this subordinate's daughter, Qing Er. She has always admired you. Moreover, she grew up here. Can you let her take care of your daily life? She's very familiar with the 108 cities of the Hundred Realms battlefield. She can do a lot of things for you." The girl named Qing Er opened her eyes wide when she heard this. She clenched her jade-like hands. She couldn't hide her excitement. In the Hundred Realms battlefield, she was worthy of being called the eldest young Mississippi. Even the masters behind the 6 great squares had to give face to the business alliance. As the stout man's daughter, she could walk unhindered in the Hundred Realms battlefield. Nobody would dare to offend her. However, she still wanted to serve Gu Changa. She was the one who took the initiative to ask the stout man. "Qing Er." Gu Changa didn't expect the stout man to say this. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl named Qing Er. Familiar with the Hundred Realms battlefield? Alright, then you can stay here first. He didn't think for too long. He just glanced at her and then nodded. Since he just came to the Hundred Realms battlefield, he was short on manpower. This girl looked smart, so she should be able to save him a lot of trouble. Seeing Gu Changde agree, Qing was pleasantly surprised. Her voice trembled as she said, "Thank you. Thank you, young master. Qing will not let you down." Towards the end of his speech became somewhat incoherent. The stout man's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that Gu Changde would refuse. After all, what kind of status did Gu Changde have? He had seen all kinds of goddesses in the world. If one wanted to serve him, they would need to be at least a saintess or divine daughter of an imperishable sect. How could his own daughter, Qing catch his eye? Before this, he was worried that he would incur Gu Changde's wrath. Tell me about the rules of raising Gu in the Hundred Realms battlefield. I want to take a look. Then, after the stout man left respectfully, Gu Changde looked at the restless young girl Qing and said with a smile. Rules of the Gu raising? Qing stared for a moment before she reacted. What Gu Changde was talking about should be the rules of the Great Squares. For cultivators in the outside world, this rule was indeed the same as raising Gu. However, she grew up in the Hundred Realms battlefield, so she was very familiar with it. Her expression turned slightly solemn, and then she began to explain to Gu Changde. Every month, the 108 cities between the squares will sound the horns. All cultivators and living beings who join the squares must participate in this battle. Otherwise, they will be killed before the battle and used as a sacrifice. Only the neutral forces can avoid fighting. As for the young cultivators from the lower realms, once they join the outposts, they will begin to fight for the realm fate. Even if they are in the same outpost, they will do the same. They will kill each other until the most powerful cultivator is left behind. After entering each square, they will be given a points token. Points will be accumulated according to the strength of the people they kill. Every day, in the Colosseum, in the depths of the Great Square, there are deathmatch matches. Some of the spectating cultivators are there to bet on the matches, while others are there to watch the fun. There are also those who come from the outside to pick servants or followers. Begging for fresh flowers 0, Colosseum, points token. Gu Changde nodded in understanding. After Qin Er's introduction, he had some understanding of the rules of the Hundred Realms battlefield. Speaking of it, it was like a survival game. Every cultivator who set foot in the Hundred Realms battlefield would become points. Only those with the highest points would be able to leave alive. In addition, the points earned in the Hundred Realms battlefield could be used as currency in the cities. They could be exchanged for various cultivation methods, divine abilities, pills, and even weapons. This was very much in line with the way assassins cultivate their young seeds. However, these cultivators were completely unaware of this. According to what you said, there will be a death match in the Vermilion Bird Square tonight? Gu Changde asked with some interest. Qin nodded and said, replying to the young master, of the 108 cities in the Vermilion Bird Square, there will be death matches in almost every city. But the city we're in now has a bigger Colosseum, so there will be more cultivators coming. The cultivators who participate in the death match will also gain more points. Oh, then I want to take a look at the so-called death match tonight. Gu Changde showed a faint smile. He felt that behind these deathmatch arenas, there were forces controlling them. As long as he followed the clues, he would be able to find the Hell and Buddha. Young master wants to go. Then I'll arrange it. Qin was surprised when she heard this. She thought that Gu Changde was only interested in the deathmatch. She didn't expect him to want to see it. 0 She grew up in the Hundred Realms battlefield, so she had long been accustomed to these cruel deathmatch scenes. She didn't find it strange. Just as Gu Changde was planning to find the Hell and Buddha in the Hundred Realms battlefield. Hundreds of millions of miles away, on an island filled with immortal chi. A young girl in green clothes with a slender figure and a face that was as beautiful as a fairy seemed to be slightly stunned as she looked in disbelief at the spirit pool before her eyes that was shrouded in mist. This is the rebirth pool. You can peek into the past and the future. As long as you think about what you know, it will show you. A bald big red bird stood beside the green-clothed girl and shook its head as it sighed. However, its voice was very tender, like that of a little girl, but it acted so mature. I've passed your trial, however, the girl seemed to have not recovered from the previous matter as she muttered to herself. Her originally elegant and fairy-like expression now looked a little dazed. Because she believed Big Red's nonsense, she was deceived by it to this remote island. She didn't know how far away it was from the center of the upper realm. Furthermore, there were all kinds of terrifying formations and restrictions on this small island, as well as terrifying barriers that had been set up a long time ago. In order to pass these barriers and return to her original place, she didn't know how many times she failed. She even almost encountered a life-threatening crisis. Just like that, after a long period of time, she finally managed to pass through the checkpoints and break through the restrictions. She was finally able to leave this place safely. However, there were many benefits to doing this. Whether it was her cultivation or comprehension, she improved greatly. The girl even felt that after she left, she could go and challenge a certain loathsome guy. She could suppress him on the ground and make him not dare to bully her again. Stop daydreaming. This rebirth pool is about to disappear. Don't you have anything you want to see? The big red bird looked at the girl in disdain. It looked at her and urged her to quickly take a look at the spirit pool. Rebirth pool. Is this real? As long as I think about it in my heart, I can see the past or the future. The girl in green had a skeptical expression. Her crystal-like eyes fell on the spirit pool in front of her. She quickly closed her eyes and thought about the future. Compared to the past, she wanted to know what the future would be like. Whine. As the girl in green closed her eyes, ripples began to appear on the rebirth pool. Immediately after, the originally clear pool water became crystal clear. It was like an ancient mirror that could reflect the past and the future. Sensing this fluctuation, the girl in green opened her eyes. She was looking forward to it. However, when she saw the scene, she felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her face paled in disbelief. 2. Chapter 681. Above the island, the air of immortals was enshrouded in divine light. Everywhere was filled with light and fog. It was like a dream, like a fairyland. Auspicious beasts roared, phoenixes flew, green pines and ancient trees were everywhere, and strange rocks were everywhere. On one side was a spirit pond that looked like an ancient well. It was clear and sparkling, surrounded by fog. There was a strange and inexplicable rhythm that intertwined with the principles of Tao. Is this the future? Gu Xian murmured. Her little face was pale from disbelief. She stood there in a daze, as if she was struck by lightning. The bald big red bird glanced at her from the corner of its eyes, as if it was disdainful of her reaction. What did you see in there? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? The childish voice that came out of its mouth was extremely childish. Then, it wobbled towards the spirit pool. Gu Xian was not very clear about what it saw in there, because it could not see. The origin of the rebirth pond was mysterious. There was a saying that it was created in ancient times by an almighty person who was proficient in the principles of time and reincarnation. The big red bird's origin was not simple. It knew many secrets and knew about many mysterious places in the upper realm. That was why it brought Gu Xian here to try its luck, to see if it could find anything good. In the end, Gu Xian and it accidentally triggered the test array left behind by the previous owner of this place, and were trapped on the island. If not for Gu Xian's exceptional talent and strength, they would not have been able to break through these restrictions and array patterns in a short time. As for the rebirth pond, the big red bird only recognized it after looking at it for a long time. At first, it did not believe that a divine object like the rebirth pond would appear in such a place. One must know that even the existence of immortals had no secrets in front of the rebirth pond. Their past and future would be exposed. Now, Gu Xian was only a saint. Naturally, it could not escape the mysterious power of the rebirth pond. Why is it like this? Why is the future like this? However, at this moment, Gu Xian did not seem to have recovered from the state just now. It kept muttering, unable to imagine what it saw. Girl, what did you see? The big red bird moved over and asked in confusion. Gu Xian's face was pale. She seemed to be in pain. She shook her head. Suddenly, she grabbed the big red bird's wings and said, "Hurry up and tell me that everything I see is fake. None of it is real." The big red bird seemed to have a headache. What exactly did you see inside? Why are you reacting so strongly? This is indeed the pond of rebirth. It can reflect the future. Although you don't believe it, it is indeed true. Hearing the big red bird's words, Gu Xian seemed to deflate and slowly crouched down. Tears began to flow down her fairy-like face. Her appearance was heart-wrenching. This can't be real. Gu Chang'e, how did he become like that? He won't do that. She muttered, but her voice trembled uncontrollably, as if she was in incomparable pain. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. The future you saw is related to that guy Gu Chang'e? After hearing these words, the big red bird seemed to immediately widen its eyes in shock. It was experienced and knowledgeable, and its origins were even more mysterious. However, it had never seen someone as unfathomable as Gu Chang'e. It was to the extent where it couldn't even deduce him. That was why it had always wanted Gu Xian to stay away from Gu Chang'e. It felt that Gu Chang'e's intentions were impure, and that he was plotting something bad. However, Gu Xian didn't take its words to heart at all. Instead, she was extremely concerned about Gu Chang'e, placing him in her heart. You. What exactly did you see inside the pond of rebirth? The big red bird's expression became serious as it asked again. Gu Xian shook her head. She didn't say much. Only after squatting for a while did she seem to have recovered. However, the rims of her eyes were still red. I am going to find him. She raised her beautiful little face and looked into the distance. Her porcelain-like skin was suffused with a sparkling luster. There were traces of tears that hadn't dried yet. Gu Chang'e still didn't know that in a distant place, Gu Xian had seen a wisp of the future. Her emotions were greatly stirred and she was planning to look for him. Today, he was following Qing towards the arena in the depths of the Hundred Realms battlefield's Vermilion Bird District. The color of the sky had darkened. The entire ancient city seemed extremely majestic and ancient. The various pavilions and halls were brightly lit. Brilliant multicolored light filled the air. The inns and restaurants on both sides were hung with lanterns. The flames were burning brightly, reflecting a kind of warm luster. Besides the cultivators who lived here, most of the people on the streets were patrolling guards who were in charge of maintaining the rules of this place. They rode terrifying fierce beasts and ran amok. All pedestrians had to avoid them. Actually, besides the fierce people who are accumulating points, there are also sinners sent here by various orthodoxies to atone for their crimes. On the way, Qin, who had put on a little makeup and a slender figure, was leading the way for Gu Chang'e while explaining to him. There were actually many dungeons around the gladiator arena. There were many sinners from ancient aristocratic families, supreme sects, immemorial imperial clans, and even immortal orthodoxies. Because of some reason, they needed to obtain points in order to be pardoned and allowed to leave. Of course, there were also people who said that these people were the death knights of their orthodoxies. That's why they were specially trained in the arena. Here, these criminals kill each other for other cultivators to watch or bet on. Some of them are bought by customers and planted with slave imprints, making them slaves for the rest of their lives. Of course, there are also customers who personally enter the arena and fight with death row criminals to hone their life and death skills. Seeing Gu Chang'e nod, Qing smiled and continued to explain. They walked along the main road of the city. Although it was night, the surroundings were brightly lit. Many of the patrolling guards recognized Qing, so they were shocked. They didn't expect that she would personally accompany another young man. Although Gu Chang'e didn't use a secret technique to conceal his appearance, with his current realm, unless he wanted to, nobody could see his face. Although the patrolling guards couldn't see Gu Chang'e's appearance, they could still faintly guess his identity from Qing's attitude. Their expressions were solemn and they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Gu Chang'e appeared to be very casual about this. In fact, he did not want to be too high profile. Otherwise, if he caused a commotion here, it would be easy to alert the enemy. However, since he appeared in the Hundred Realms battlefield, the orthodoxies behind him should be keeping an eye on him. The arena was located in the deepest part of the city. It was actually an island where several formation grandmasters spent tens of thousands of years to seal the spiritual chi and the laws of the world. However, one would need to pass through a boundless lake on the way. There were many risks. It was said that the various powers behind the arena spent a lot of money to build it. They even engraved several powerful formation patterns. There were also many ferocious beasts in the lake. Even if a Saint Realm cultivator tried to break through, they would be seriously injured. As the night deepened, many silhouettes rushed over from all over the place. There were bursts of clouds that soared into the sky. Formation patterns lit up and flashed with killing intent. A layer of mist appeared on the surface of the lake, making it look like sparkling silver. Jade boats and phoenix boats flew past with great speed towards the small island at the center of the lake. Many cultivators were on their way as well. However, if one didn't have a certain level of cultivation, crossing the blue lake was very likely to be torn apart by the beasts in the water. Huge shadows swam under the water, waiting for an opportunity to devour people. Because of this, the cultivators were very cautious. If they accidentally fell into the water, nobody would save them. Among these cultivators, many came from the lower realms. They wanted to broaden their horizons and see how cruel the battles in the Hundred Realms battlefield were. A group of people from the Green Flood ancient world were here. There were Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others from the profound Heavenly Rainbow sect. There were also young seeds from other powers. Their expressions were solemn as they were extremely careful. They chose to join the Vermilion Bird Square. They didn't want to clash with the ancient world that was hostile to them. Compared to the other squares, the Vermilion Bird Square was much more peaceful. It was said that this was because the ruler behind the Vermilion Bird Square was a woman. Compared to other rulers, her methods were much gentler. In a while, you guys will follow behind me. After entering the arena, just watch quietly. Remember, don't get into a conflict with others. No matter what happens, you have to be patient. Otherwise, if there's a life and death battle, I won't be able to protect you. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the other young geniuses from the Green Flood ancient world were now following behind a man in a scholarly robe. The scholarly robed man's expression was very solemn. On the way here, he constantly warned everyone, worried that they would cause trouble here. He warned them again and again. He was incomparably cautious. Although his ancestor was related to the Green Flood ancient world and he received a lot of benefits from these people, he was still a nobody. But in the huge ancient world battlefield, he was just an insignificant minor character. He didn't dare to offend the others at all. The only thing he could do was be a guide. Right now, his palms were covered in cold sweat. He felt that there were a lot of thorns among the geniuses behind him. They could easily cause trouble. What made him most uneasy was that there were a few girls who were extremely beautiful. In the chaotic hundred-realm battlefield, it was easy to attract the covetous eyes of other experts. Resources, cultivation methods, women, territory. These things had always been fought for in the hundred-realm battlefield. As for the elders behind these geniuses, he couldn't count on them. Their cultivation wasn't enough. Is this the gladiator arena? Why does it look even more glorious than those romantic places from the outside? I've really broadened my horizons today. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others stepped on a jade ship and passed through the center of the lake. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. They even held their breaths, wondering if they had come to the wrong place. In front of them were palaces and pavilions. They seemed to be standing in the void. The aura of formation runes around them seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. There were a lot of cultivators coming and going in an endless stream. From the outside, it was difficult to combine this place with the arena and the death row. It was like a heavenly palace. Don't make a fuss. The spatial laws here are very mysterious. There's a universe inside. You'll know when you see it. The Confucian-robed man shook his head, ignoring the country bumpkins as he explained. Then he planned to lead the group inside. From the outside, one couldn't see anything special about the arena. Boom! At this time, while everyone was talking, a burst of aura rose from the east. A wave of sky-piercing aura came. Numerous young disciples, who had horns on their heads and wings on their backs, and looked very different from human beings, showed up on the jade boats and stepped onto the island. Each of them had a proud and faintly disdainful expression. They didn't put the surrounding cultivators in their eyes as they rampantly walked into the palace. They're from the ancient imperial clan. We should avoid them so as to avoid clashing with them. If that happens, we'll be the ones to regret it. Many cultivators were afraid and quietly retreated. They didn't expect this group of people to appear here. There were many powerful forces in the Vermilion Bird Square, and one of them was the ancient imperial clan. It wasn't a single clan, but many. Sometimes, even the successors of the great sects who came here to train were afraid of this group of people and didn't want to clash with them. Hurry up and move aside. Don't block their way. Otherwise, they won't be reasonable with you later. The group of geniuses from the Green Flood ancient world were still standing in the same place. They seemed to be sizing up this group of ancient imperial clan disciples. The Confucian-robed man's expression changed and turned pale. He hurriedly said, wanting them to move aside. Move aside? The group of geniuses from the Green Flood ancient world also reacted quickly and hurriedly moved aside. The reason why they were curious was because it was the first time they saw such a young ancient imperial clan member with such shocking vitality. In their world, only the ancient imperial clan with a bloodline that was countless times thinner than the ancient imperial clan could stand on their own. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The group of ancient imperial clan disciples in front of them all had unimaginably dense bloodlines. However, although they moved aside in time, they were still an eyesore in the eyes of the group of ancient imperial clan disciples behind them. They were much slower. Where did these insects come from? How dare they block our way? An extremely tall and sturdy young man who looked like a golden rhinoceros said coldly with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He was extremely cold. In their eyes, the group of geniuses from the lower world in front of them were insects. They were even inferior to ants. They actually dared to block the way and obstruct them from entering the arena. They were simply courting death. He's going to kill us. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others' expressions changed when they felt the terrifying killing intent enveloping them. Everyone couldn't help but tremble as their souls turned cold. The Confucian-robed man's face turned pale and he couldn't help but tremble. Oh no, we're in big trouble, the tall and sturdy man among the group of ancient imperial clan disciples snorted coldly. He was from the ancient barbarian elephant clan and his strength was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, he swept his long trunk, and it was as if a mountain had turned around. It contained shocking power. A genius from the green flood ancient world who couldn't dodge in time exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a boom. He didn't even have time to scream. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed drastically and they hurriedly moved aside, afraid that they would be implicated. They looked at the group of geniuses from the lower world with pity and sympathy in their eyes. They couldn't blame others for this. They could only say that they were too unlucky to have angered the group of ancient imperial clan disciples. At this time, no one could protect them. Chapter 682. Although the Green Flood ancient realm could barely be considered famous among the hundreds of lower realms, its overall strength was ranked in the top 30. But compared to the ancient imperial clan, it could only be described as insignificant. The two simply couldn't be compared. Not to mention the fact that these young disciples of the ancient imperial clan represented more than just a single clan. In the Hundred Realms battlefield, there was no cultivator who didn't fear them. Although the situation in the Vermilion Bird Square was relatively peaceful compared to the Azure Dragon Square and the White Tiger Square, there were fewer fights. But this didn't mean that this place represented absolute peace. The law of the jungle and life and death battles were common in the eyes of the cultivators here, and they'd long since become accustomed to it. Although Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others from the Green Flood ancient realm only blocked the path of the group of ancient imperial clan disciples. In the eyes of many people, this wasn't a big deal. But in the eyes of the group of ancient imperial clan disciples, this was a provocation. Such a lowly worm actually dared to block their path and block their way into the arena. Even if they killed these insects, it wasn't enough to quell the anger in their hearts. Brother Zhao, Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others looked at their fellow disciples behind them. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would be ruthlessly killed by the other party. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, turning into a bloody mist. They didn't even have time to scream. This caused their eyes to turn red. They clenched their fists and trembled from anger and helplessness. The other young geniuses from the Green Flood ancient realm were also frightened by this sudden scene. Their faces turned pale and their lips trembled. Many of the women's faces turned pale as they trembled incessantly. Some of the more timid ones even felt their legs go soft and they fell to the ground. In the Green Flood ancient realm, they were young geniuses revered by countless people. They had boundless glory and were hard-pressed to find a match for them. As long as someone mentioned their title, they would be in awe. But after arriving in the upper realms, they could only be lowly ants. Their life and death were controlled by others. They didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Falling from the clouds to dust was something they weren't willing to accept. Damned bug, how dare you splash blood on my clothes? You guys should go down and accompany him. Among the ancient theocrats, an extremely arrogant golden-robed man frowned. Looking at the bloodstain on his clothes, his expression quickly turned cold. He had a pair of wings on his back, each golden feather shining brilliantly like divine swords. They contained a terrifying sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through the void. Many cultivators who recognized him shivered inwardly, understanding that this was a heavenly genius from the golden-winged Ping race, possessing terrifying talent. Although he couldn't compare to the descendants of this clan, he still couldn't be underestimated. Some of the older generation cultivators couldn't even gain the slightest advantage against him. When the other immemorial royal family disciples heard this, they also walked over and surrounded everyone from the green great ancient world. Their expressions were either mocking, disdainful, indifferent, or mocking. Not good, no one can leave now. The Confucian-robed man's complexion turned pale as he looked at this scene and fell to the ground. He was terrified to the extreme. In the Hundred Realms battlefield, he was just an insignificant person. How could he have the ability to become an enemy of the ancient theocrats? At this moment, he was completely disheartened. His heart was filled with regret. Why did he get greedy at that time and accept all the benefits? As a result, he attracted so much trouble. Now, he might even lose his life here. The surrounding cultivators also stood indifferently in the distance, quietly watching the situation. They just treated it as a lively scene. Many big shots were also watching indifferently in the dark. They didn't care about what was happening. In the 100 Realms battlefield, lives were like grass, let alone cultivators from the lower realms. Without power or influence, they were doomed to live here. Their lives were not in their own hands. How can the heavenly geniuses of the upper realms decide the life and death of others so easily? Why don't you be reasonable? Just because I accidentally blocked your way? Compared to the other heavenly geniuses from the green great ancient world who were trembling in fear, Lu Ming was still rational. He took a deep breath and calmed his anger. Then he stared at the group of ancient theocrats in front of him and said in a deep voice. The pressure that the other party gave him was terrifying and dangerous. In some ways, this was the most terrifying opponent he had encountered so far. He could even hear the terrifying sound of the other party's blood flowing like lava. It was like thunder, causing his soul to tremble and his body to feel cold. There wasn't only one of these ancient theocrats. He didn't know if he was a match for them. Before this, he had never fought with someone from the ancient theocrats with such a rich and pure bloodline. A little bug like you dares to stop me? I think you're tired of living. The golden-feathered man's expression was indifferent and contemptuous. He glanced at Lu Ming with contempt, completely not putting the other party in his eyes. Naturally, he didn't put these heavenly geniuses from the lower realms in his eyes. It must be known that even the disciples of the great powers weren't his opponent. What's more, these ants from the lower realms didn't understand anything. He only needed one hand to crush all of them. The other ancient theocrats' disciples sneered when they saw this. They didn't hide the mockery on their faces. They looked at Lu Ming and the others as if they were looking at a group of prey waiting to be slaughtered. Don't go too far. Lu Ming's expression was slightly ugly. He looked around and saw that he was the only one who stood out among all the heavenly geniuses from the Green Flood ancient world. The others were all terrified and even trembling in fear. How could they have the courage to resist the ancient theocrats' disciples? However, at this moment, a slightly trembling but still pleasant voice sounded beside him. Do you really think that there's no one in the Green Flood ancient world? The young girl, Shui Yan, gritted her teeth and stood out resolutely. She was wearing a fiery red dress. Her black hair was like clouds, and her slender figure exuded a sense of heroism. Her beautiful face was also filled with anger as she glared at the ancient theocrats' disciples in front of her. Junior sister Shui Yan. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Shui Yan to stand out as well. This made him feel warm in his heart. The other heavenly geniuses from the Green Flood ancient world also looked ashamed when they saw this. However, they didn't have the courage to stand out in such a life and death situation. Oh, another idiot has stood out. You look pretty good. I can spare your life. It just so happens that I lack a female slave by my side. I didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be born in such a desolate lower realm. The golden-feathered man didn't expect that someone would dare to stand out and disobey him. He looked at the young girl, Shui Yan, in surprise. He had to admit that even though he was used to seeing beautiful girls, he couldn't help but be a little stunned at this moment. This kind of pure and unsullied elegance was a rare sight. Since Brother Jean likes this girl, we'll help you catch her. You can take her away when the time comes. Hearing this, the other ancient theocrats' disciples laughed and walked forward casually. They didn't take Lu Ming and the young girl Shui Yan seriously at all. While they were talking, one of them had already made his move. A dazzling brilliance spread out in his palm and released a dazzling Dao Law divine chain that shot toward Lu Ming. The terrifying aura was like a thunderstorm that was about to drown all the heavenly geniuses from the Green Flood ancient world. It was suffocating. So powerful. Lu Ming's face changed. Although he had many extraordinary techniques and even a mysterious item to help him, he felt that he was at a disadvantage. But at this moment, he also felt the strain. There was a huge pressure that was like a terrifying demonic mountain shrouding over him. This was because the difference in strength between the two of them was too big. They weren't in the same realm at all. Boom! Lu Ming didn't have time to think and took out a silver shield. Streaks of purple lightning crackled as they condensed into a ferocious silver serpent. It opened its huge mouth and bit at the far ancient imperial family disciple. Is this the lower realms technique? How ridiculous! However, in the face of Lu Ming's powerful attack, the ancient theocrat's disciple only sneered in disdain. He continued to punch. His vast blood and chi were as terrifying as an erupting volcano. It directly caused the void to explode and spread out terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. Gotcha! The silver shield that Lu Ming took out to defend himself couldn't withstand the power of the punch at all. The silver snake collapsed and even the shield couldn't withstand it. It exploded into pieces in an instant. Oh no, I'm no match for this person. Unless, Lu Ming felt the terrifying difference in strength and his face changed drastically. He wanted to neutralize the shockwave. However, he was too slow. He took the punch and his ribs instantly cracked. His internal organs were almost all destroyed. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a broken sack. How unlucky. He didn't die. This guy can actually withstand my punch. He saw that Lu Ming was only sent flying with serious injuries and didn't explode into a cloud of blood like he had expected. The ancient theocrat's disciple who attacked had a slightly ugly expression. Senior brother Lu Ming, Shuiyan's face changed when she saw this. She didn't think too much about whether she was a match for this person and immediately took out a fiery red doctrine sword. Buzz! The sword emitted a dazzling brilliance as if a fire god had awakened and could burn everything. She charged towards the ancient theocrat's disciple in front of her. Her figure transformed and cold light intertwined. However, her opponent was obviously not a person who would go easy on her. His eyes were cold and his terrifying blood and chi surged like a little demon god. He threw out a punch that was filled with Tao inscriptions. It directly hit the fiery red doctrine sword and sent it flying. Shuiyan cried out and spurted out a mouthful of blood. She followed in Lu Ming's footsteps and was sent flying like a withered leaf. She fell miserably. Dark red blood spread out and made her dress look like it was on fire. Although the doctrine sword in her hand was a rare doctrine artifact that contained doctrine marks, it couldn't do much in the face of such a huge difference in strength. Why is it like this? Shuiyan coughed out another mouthful of blood. Her entire body was in intense pain and she felt as if her internal organs had shifted positions. If it wasn't for the mysterious soft armor, she would have exploded into a bloody mist under this punch. At this moment, she deeply experienced the terrifying cruelty of the upper realm. Here, she was no longer the prideful girl that countless people worshipped. She was even worse than an ordinary female cultivator. Just as Shuiyan struggled to stand up, she was stunned. Suddenly, she was a little stunned. Her eyes widened slightly as she discovered something strange. The entrance of the arena that was extremely noisy and the center of the lake that was not far away suddenly quietened down. It even seemed a little dead. All the cultivators and living beings that were watching the commotion in the surroundings also stopped talking. The expressions on their faces were extremely shocked, as if they had seen something inconceivable. They appeared very uneasy. The far ancient imperial family disciple who had attacked her earlier paled as well. His entire body was trembling and he couldn't help but retreat. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud. His face was ashen. Many of his companions from the ancient theocrats also changed drastically and lost all color in their faces. Someone even directly knelt in her direction with a thud and said with a trembling voice, "We didn't mean to disturb, what happened?" Shui Yan was very confused and tried her best to turn her head and look behind her. Only then did she discover a delicate girl with a frosty expression standing behind her. There seemed to be a terrifying murderous aura condensing on her body, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. Beside the delicate girl stood a white-robed man whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He seemed to be shrouded in fog like a young god. Only a pair of deep and calm eyes could be vaguely seen. They were as vast as a deep universe that could reflect the past, present, and future. In those eyes, Shui Yan even saw herself and all living beings in the world. She almost lost herself in them. His cultivation was simply unfathomable and indescribably terrifying. She didn't dare to think about it. She shuddered violently. You really deserve to die. You actually dared to bring that bug here and disturb the young master. Ah Qing's eyes were cold and filled with terrifying killing intent as she stared at the ancient theocrat's disciple who attacked her. Her identity wasn't a secret in the Vermilion Bird Square. Naturally, the group of ancient theocrat's disciples recognized her. They weren't stupid. They understood that the only person in the 100 Realms battlefield who would accompany Ah Qing like this was the person who appeared yesterday. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret and fear. They didn't expect that the damned girl in red would fall in front of that person and block his path. So it turns out that I was blocking the path of those two. Shui Yan looked at the scene in front of her in shock. She couldn't tell what kind of mood she was in at this moment. Chapter 683. In the depths of the Vermilion Bird Square, there was a magnificent palace surrounded by clouds. It was like a fairyland. The blue lake was as if it had just been washed. Under the moonlight, it appeared even more limpid and translucent. However, right now, it was deathly still. All the cultivators and living beings widened their eyes as they watched this scene in shock and horror. Qing's identity wasn't a secret in the Vermilion Bird Square or even the entire 100 Realms battlefield. Many of the cultivators and living beings who had stayed here for a period of time actually recognized her. However, such a person who could be called the young miss of the 100 Realms battlefield was actually accompanying a young man. Therefore, when combined with what happened in Suppressing World City yesterday, the identity of this white-clothed man was self-evident. Chang'e. Young Lord Chang'e, why is he here? Many cultivators' minds were buzzing at this moment. Their eyes widened as they felt that this was too inconceivable. No one would have thought that one day, they would actually see Gu Chang'e in person under such circumstances. It's really young Lord Chang'e. Something big has happened. Many of the great figures in the dark held their breaths. Then, they didn't dare to hide anymore and hurriedly revealed themselves with respectful expressions. To be blunt, Gu Chang'e was the most powerful person in the upper realm. There was no one who could compare to him. He only needed to say one word to change the world in the upper realm. Even the holy lords of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoism would have to be respectful in front of him. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to stand in front of him. This group of arrogant and despotic ancient imperial clan disciples was the best proof of this. They actually dared to beat the girl in the red dress in front of Gu Chang'e, blocking his way into this place. In everyone's eyes, this was courting death. For a time, the cultivators present looked at the group of ancient imperial clan disciples with sympathy and schadenfreude. Usually, they were so rampant. But today, they finally hit an iron plate. Let's see how they can continue to be arrogant. What's going on? Why did the attitude of this group of ancient imperial family disciples suddenly change so much? Just who are this girl and the white-clothed man? The people from the Green Flood ancient world, who had been waiting for their deaths, were also stunned by this sudden scene. Everyone widened their eyes and looked behind them with puzzlement. In their opinion, this was a situation of certain death. Even if the elders behind them stepped in, they would absolutely not be able to save them. But judging from the current situation, the group of far ancient imperial family disciples had an incomparably terrified expression, as if they had offended some extremely terrifying character. I unintentionally disturbed young Master Chang'e. Young Master Chang'e, please be magnanimous and spare our lives. In front of the arena, the group of ancient imperial family disciples stared at Gu Chang'e, their faces deathly pale. They were so scared that their souls were about to fly out of their bodies. The ancient imperial family disciple who had attacked Shui Yan earlier was paralyzed on the ground. His face was deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Even if the patriarch behind him stepped in, he would not dare to save him. Despair filled his face. You're courting death. No one can save you today. Qin coldly looked at the ancient imperial family disciple who had attacked her earlier. She didn't even give any orders. Her many subordinates who had been secretly following her immediately stepped forward. They turned into shadows and swept over, instantly taking away the ancient imperial family disciple in front of her. Accompanied by a series of terrified and despairing screams, a splash sounded from the mirror-like lake in the distance. Suddenly, blood splashed out. Terrifying fierce beasts leaped out from the depths of the lake like sharks that had smelled blood. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down on the ancient imperial family disciple. The terrifying force of the bite was like a mountain range crushing down. In an instant, the bones and organs were bitten apart and ground into a bloody mist. He died just like that. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but shiver. They were as silent as cicadas in winter. Perhaps there were even more fierce beasts living in the depths of the lake. The ancient imperial family disciple who was incomparably arrogant and tyrannical just a moment ago had become food for these fierce beasts. Not even his corpse was left intact. The other ancient imperial family disciples paled. They were also incomparably frightened. They were worried that they would be caught and fed to these fierce beasts like their companion. Young master, how do we deal with them? Qin grew up in the 100 Realms battlefield. Naturally, she wasn't a pushover. She had seen all kinds of life and death battles. Killing these primordial imperial family disciples was nothing to her. Moreover, she had Gu Chang'e backing her up today. Even if she killed an ancient imperial family disciple or an elder, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. While asking, she coldly swept her gaze over the cultivators in front of her. Even some big shots didn't dare to look her in the eyes. One by one, they lowered their heads. Forget it. Since they didn't do it intentionally, I won't kill them. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, so I'll spare their lives. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e gently shook his head. His expression didn't change much. He originally planned to watch the show from afar. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. But he didn't expect the girl in the red dress to be sent flying and fall in front of him. If it was before, Gu Chang'e would have been interested in the other young man. After all, he was a genuine child of destiny. His level of destiny wasn't too low. It had already reached the blue level. However, now that his cultivation had reached this level, he really didn't care about ordinary sons of Providence. Even if he killed it, he wouldn't get much luck or destiny points, and the system's presence was getting lower and lower. Many thanks to young Master Chang'e for your magnanimity. On the other side, hearing Gu Chang'e spare their lives, the group of ancient imperial family disciples felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They immediately knelt down in gratitude. They also hated their companion who was thrown into the lake to feed the beasts. If it weren't for the other party, they wouldn't have offended Gu Chang'e for no reason. The surrounding cultivators originally thought that there would be a good show to watch. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e to let the group of ancient imperial family disciples go so easily. This made them feel disappointed. Then, because of Gu Chang'e's appearance, many of the big shots also came over. Whether Gu Chang'e was willing or not, they all came to pay him a visit. They didn't want to leave a bad impression on him. Naturally, there were also people who were curious about why Gu Chang'e suddenly appeared in the Hundred Realms battlefield. Why did he come to the arena? Could it be that he really came here to pick a follower or a servant? Everyone had their own guesses. Their mood was quite complicated. Many of the cultivators in the dark were also quietly spreading the news of this place to the people behind them. The Vermilion Bird Square was very big. There were also many forces in the dark. They were intertwined and depended on each other. Their allegiance was also different. Thank you, Lord. Lord, for saving my life. Shui Yan, who understood that the crisis had been resolved, quickly reacted and hurriedly cupped her hands in thanks to Gu Chang'e behind her. She didn't know how to address Gu Chang'e. She originally wanted to call him young master, but she was worried that the other party would think that she was trying to curry favor with him. Many thanks for saving our lives, sir. We are very grateful. The other young geniuses of the ancient green flood domain quickly reacted and ran over to express their gratitude. They weren't stupid. They could see that Gu Chang'e's identity was terrifying. They were afraid that he was the person they saw at the city gates. He was the person who pulled the 9 dragons into the city. Therefore, even if they knew that Gu Chang'e didn't do anything, they still didn't want to let go of this opportunity to speak to him. I'm so lucky to be saved by young Master Chang'e, this is unbelievable. The man in a scholarly robe, who had thought that he would die a horrible death tonight, was extremely excited. The people of the ancient green flood domain didn't know Gu Chang'e's identity, but he knew. We're saved. In the distance, Lu Ming, whose entire body was in severe pain and dyed red with blood, walked over shakily, his face full of disbelief. He was prepared to fight to the death, but he did not expect the disciples of the ancient royal family to be so unlucky to have offended the mysterious and terrifying Sir in front of him. A bunch of lowly insects. Don't bother young master here. Get lost. You're lucky to have met young master here tonight. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died, Qing said coldly. She glanced at the people of the ancient green flood domain in front of her. She did not treat them as equals at all. Regardless of whether it was her or the other cultivators, they treated the geniuses of the lower domain as if they were insignificant ants. They would not treat them well. In her opinion, these little bugs were not qualified to talk to Gu Chang'e at all. Qing, don't be rude. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her. He looked at the girl in the red dress in front of him and said, "This is the world. The strong preys on the weak, and the survival of the fittest. If you don't want to end up like you did today one day, being reduced to a knife and at the mercy of others just because you blocked the path of others, then you should first train your fist a little bigger. At least you won't fall as badly as today." As he spoke, he took out a clean handkerchief and handed it to the girl in front of him. Thank you for your warning, sir." The girl stared at the handkerchief in front of her in a daze, and her eyes widened. Her face, which was pale because of her serious injuries, suddenly turned red and she was at a loss. She did not expect Gu Chang'e to take the initiative to warn her and even hand her a clean handkerchief to wipe the blood at the corner of her mouth. All the surrounding cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. After regaining their senses, everyone looked at Shui Yan with envy and jealousy. Even Qing was extremely envious. She could not understand why young Master Chang'e would say such words to such a small insect and even hand her a handkerchief. Could it be because this girl was beautiful? However, one had to know that there was no lack of beautiful women in the upper realm. Junior sister Shui Yan, Lu Ming, who was limping over in the distance, was also shocked when he saw this scene. An inexplicable anger rose in his heart. It was reasonable to say that because of their relationship with Gu Chang'e, they were saved and survived. He should be deeply grateful to Gu Chang'e, but for some reason, there was an unspeakable hostility in his heart. It was as if the two were destined to clash. Especially after seeing such a scene. Thank you, sir. Under the envious gazes of her companions, Shui Yan reacted and carefully received the handkerchief in front of her. In her opinion, this wasn't a simple handkerchief. After all, this was given to her by Gu Changa in front of everyone's eyes. Although she did not know about Gu Changa's identity, she knew that it was only natural. But looking at the expressions of the people around her, she understood that after tonight, nobody in the 100 Realms battlefield would dare to make things difficult for her. Even those big shots of high status were now giving her a kind smile. For a moment, Shui Yan was in a daze. How could she be so lucky? While she was in a daze, Gu Changa took Qing and walked past her, heading towards the depths of the palace. It was as if he was giving alms to a little beggar on the street. Unexpectedly, Shui Yan didn't know where her courage came from. She turned her head and asked Gu Changa, "May I ask Sir's name? If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay Sir's kindness." After saying this, she felt her heart beating wildly. She was incomparably nervous. She felt that with her lowly status, she shouldn't ask such a question. Hearing her words, everyone was envious. She was inexplicably valued by Gu Changa and didn't even know his name. How lucky was she? Even if her ancestors' graves emitted smoke, it was still far from enough. "Oh. There's no need to repay me." Gu Changa smiled faintly when he heard this. He didn't turn his head as he casually said, "As for my name, I think someone will tell you." After that, an envoy from the arena respectfully walked over and led them inside. Why is he doing this? In the distance, a slender figure wearing a bamboo hat and black clothes was paying attention to this scene. When she saw Gu Changa enter the depths of the palace, she silently withdrew her gaze. She could vaguely see a shadow of herself in the red-dressed girl. At that time, she also came from the lower realms and was looked down upon by many cultivators. If she wasn't valued by Gu Changa, who knows how many grievances and humiliation she would have suffered. Young master, when she thought of this, the expression in her eyes became more painful and conflicted. Then, a hint of hostility appeared and gradually covered the remaining clarity. On the other side, under the guidance of the person arranged by Qing, Gu Changa quickly entered the inner palace. It was completely different from the pavilions outside. This was a roundabout underground passage. Layers of stairs led to the inside. Spirit oil lamps were lit on both sides, and the atmosphere was a little dead. The location of the arena was obviously underground. The walls here are engraved with formation patterns. At the critical moment, they will erupt with great power. They can trap Saint Realm cultivators and also prevent accidents. Qing saw Gu Changa's gaze fall on it, so she explained. Such a layout is quite deep. Gu Changa nodded and casually glanced around. The range was more than 1,000 miles. The layout was similar to the Colosseum. There were seats on both sides. However, there was a special barrier in the middle, so it was impossible to see the situation on both sides. No one would have thought that such a large arena would be hidden on such an elegant and quiet island. The number of death row prisoners and cultivators who died here every day could be said to be countless. As for why he wanted to help the girl in the red dress just now, he just wanted to see if something interesting would happen between the destined girl and the original protagonist after his interference. After all, what he did just now was Gu Changa's bad taste. Chapter 684. The arena was extremely large, containing a heaven and earth within. Spatial fluctuations pervaded the air. Both sides of the arena were filled with cultivators from all over the world. They stared excitedly at the arena in front of them. It was very lively. Although the seats were isolated by a layer of special spirit array, in the eyes of cultivators with profound cultivation bases, this barrier naturally didn't exist. They could easily spy on the movements of the surrounding cultivators. However, doing so would be seen as a provocation in the eyes of some of the old monsters. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, no cultivator would be stupid enough to do so. After learning of Gu Changa's appearance, the person in charge of the arena personally came and arranged the best seat for him so that he could see the situation in the arena. Inside the room, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Many beautiful maids came to serve tea as well as various sparkling and translucent spirit fruits. Not far away, many big shots intentionally or unintentionally approached Gu Changa's seat. They wanted to know why he came to the 100 Realms battlefield. In their view, Gu Changa's every move had an unusual meaning. They needed to carefully analyze it. When the time comes, the person in charge of the arena will open the entrances on both sides of the arena and release the prisoners and criminals who participated in the fight. Sometimes, he will introduce the origin and strength of the two participants to the audience so that the audience can place bets. Sometimes, the disciples of the great sects will directly buy the prisoners or criminals. However, the main purpose of many people participating in the arena is to get points. The Vermilion Bird Lane, the Azure Dragon Lane, the White Tiger Lane. Behind them, there is a points hall that specializes in exchanging points for various divine abilities and cultivation methods. Many ancient and forbidden techniques that have been lost in the outside world can be found here. Therefore, many cultivators think of ways to come here to try their luck. Maybe they can exchange for a holy scripture or a supreme technique. In the private room, immortal mist lingered, blocking the view of the surroundings with a curtain. Gu Changa sat behind the curtain, holding a white jade teacup and gently blowing the steam on its surface. His expression was very leisurely. Qin explained to him while looking at the arena below. She ordered the person in charge to bring the list of people who would be participating in tonight's death match. The 100 Realms Great War had not yet begun. Therefore, even if many of the geniuses from the lower realms appeared here, they would not participate in this battle. They only wanted to experience the cruelty of this place before 533. Would the headquarters of the Hell and Buddha really be hiding here? When Gu Changa heard what Qin said, he was thinking about something else. His purpose in coming to the 100 Realms battlefield was to find Hell and Buddha's headquarters and then eliminate them. As for the outcome of the various lower realms, it was not within his scope of consideration. Young Master, the cultivators on the list are all those who will be participating in tonight's battle. Some are prisoners on death row in Vermilion Bird Lane, while others are prodigies from the outside world who came here to seek tempering. Very soon, Qin received the name list of all the participants in the Vermilion Bird Square main city's battle arena. She presented the jade slip in front of Gu Changa. The territory of the 100 Realms battlefield was incomparably vast, and the cultivators there were all sorts of people. Even though she was the young mistress of the business alliance of the 10,000 Daos, she could not guarantee that the list in her hand was complete. Therefore, after a few glances, Gu Changa put it down. This list alone wasn't enough for him to determine the location of the Hell and Buddha, let alone their contact points and headquarters. This difficulty was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Maybe I need to change my method. If the Hell and Buddha are smart, they should be alert to my intentions and not reveal any clues. At this time, the deeper I dig, the harder it will be to find any clues. Gu Changa frowned and suddenly thought of another possibility. The Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion's rise in recent years was like a wildfire that was hard to stop. The Hell and Buddha had long regarded it as a thorn in their side. They couldn't wait to get rid of it. Therefore, they must have investigated the origin of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion and even tried to infiltrate it. The business alliance of the 10,000 Daos had a close relationship with the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. The masters behind the Hell and Buddha were bound to connect the two. There were too many shadows behind the business alliance of the 10,000 Daos. Actually, the Hell and Buddha had already noticed me when I showed up here. Too much investigation would be counterproductive, so it's better to go with the flow and do the opposite. Gu Changa shook his head gently and sighed in his heart. He thought of a loophole that he had not noticed before. When he put it this way, he realized that he had underestimated the situation. After all, the Hell and Buddha had been able to avoid the revenge of countless orthodoxies for so many eras. Naturally, they had their own way of settling down. He had underestimated these two forces too much. That was why he had come to this place so brazenly, but he had neglected the foundation of his life of being cautious and cautious. Take the Hell as an example. It was said that there were 10 halls in the Hell, and each hall had its own duties. They were in charge of the assassination and shady transactions in the upper realm. 30 million years ago, the Hell Hall Master, who was King Qingguang, was attacked by a powerful enemy at Mangyin Mountain and was severely injured. Because of this incident, the Hell Hall almost fell apart. Even the infernal judge, Granny Meng, Black and White Impermanence, and other high-ranking officials in charge of life and death were killed by the other palaces of Hell. Because of this incident, the orthodoxies in the upper realm discovered that the Hell Hall was not very stable. They had their differences and were not united. Of course, this was something that Gu Chang'e saw in the ancient records of the Gu family. Later on, the Lord of Hell established a new rule and established a new Hell Hall. Even King Qingguang was personally chosen by the Lord of Hell from among his disciples. Now that 30 million years had passed, if the Hell Hall had not changed its master, King Qingguang's cultivation would have already surpassed the average Tao enlightened expert. The other Hall masters were even more unfathomable. Not to mention, the Lord of Hell had never changed his position. The Lord of Hell has lived for at least several eras. Such a person is unlikely to act recklessly. Any movement that would affect his plans would fall into his eyes. Gu Chang'e put down his cup. He was more interested in this matter. He underestimated the Lord of Hell. He was afraid that the Lord of Hell had already tightened his grip on the 100 Realms battlefield. If he wanted to follow the vine to the melon, it would be difficult to solve this matter before the wedding. It just so happens that all the powers are guessing my intentions. Let's play a game. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly as he looked at the arena outside. Fences made of special divine gold were slowly being pulled up. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 2 figures slowly walked into the arena and began their terrifying battle. In the spectator stands, all the cultivators and living beings stared at the scene before them. Their eyes flickered with bloodthirst, excitement, and excitement. Some revealed uneasiness and worry. There were all kinds of expressions. After the host of the arena announced the rules and the purpose of the 2 people's arrival, the battle finally began. Brilliant and dazzling brilliance filled the air. Formation runes spread out like restrictions, sealing off the surrounding void in an instant. All kinds of terrifying killing moves crisscrossed. Divine flames surged, sword chi split the air, and blood mist filled the air. The scene was incomparably terrifying. If it weren't for the formation engraved here, the shockwaves from the battle would have been enough to destroy the space here. It has to be said that the cultivators who dared to enter the arena weren't ordinary people. At the very least, it would be difficult to find an opponent in the same realm. The 2 people fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds. It was incomparably tragic. One of the people's body was torn apart. Blood spurted out like a fountain. However, his expression didn't change as he continued to fight. Such a shocking and tragic scene made many people who came here for the first time tremble. They couldn't calm down for a long time. In front of the audience, the person in charge of the arena was betting. Piles of spirit stones, saint medicines, and even cultivation methods were placed on the stage. Divine light shone in all directions, causing the eyes of many cultivators to turn red. They were incomparably eager. The battle between the 2 people in the arena wasn't just about their life and death. For the spectators, it was about indescribable wealth. Why are the 2 people in today's battle so terrifying? If it was in the past, they would be able to hold down the fort. Could it be that because of young Master Chang'e, the owner of the arena arranged for these experts to come here in advance? Many important figures frowned slightly as they watched the frightening battle taking place in the arena. They could be considered to be frequent guests of this place, so they were already used to this kind of killing. In their opinion, this should be the last battle. But today, they saw it in the first battle. This made them speculate. Could it be that Gu Changa came to the 100 Realms battlefield to pick death row prisoners? Is this the battle we're going to face? The people from the Green Flood ancient world looked at the terrifying battle in the arena. Their expressions were somewhat sluggish. They didn't dare to believe it. Many people quietly swallowed their saliva to calm themselves down. Under such a terrifying battle, they did not have the slightest chance of surviving, let alone obtaining a good ranking in obtaining the fate of the realm. This was simply unrealistic. At this moment, they even wanted to give up and return to their original world. The upper realm was too terrifying and cruel. It simply didn't belong to frogs at the bottom of a well like them. I need this kind of tempering to become stronger. However, compared to the fear of the crowd, Lu Ming, who had recovered from his injuries, was full of fighting spirit. He clenched his fists. He thought about a lot of things. The reason why he was humiliated and looked down upon was because he was too weak. Facing this kind of opportunity to temper himself, how could he easily give it up? Junior sister Shui Yan, with many thoughts in his mind, Lu Ming couldn't help but turn his head to look at Shui Yan, who was still in a trance. Ever since she was saved, Shui Yan had been absent-minded. She had a lot of things on her mind. Lu Ming knew that this was because of the big shot called Gu Changa. They had already learned a lot about Gu Changa from the Confucian-robed man. It was impossible for them not to be shocked. Until now, their scalps were still numb. Lu Ming also understood why the group of arrogant and despotic far ancient royal family disciples had such an attitude in the end. It was because such a person stood at the top of the upper realm and looked down on the heavens. He could decide the life and death of thousands of worlds with a single word. He could change the upper realm with a single word. To put it bluntly, he could destroy the Green Flood ancient world behind them with a single thought. Such a person had interacted with them and even spoke a few words to junior sister Shui Yan. This was simply unimaginable. It was like a dream. Before this, the Confucian-robed man had a cold and aloof attitude towards them. But now, he was trying to curry favor with junior sister Shui Yan. Those big shots in the Vermilion Bird Pavilion had also sent people to deliver many good things to junior sister Shui Yan to express their goodwill. The news here had already spread to the encampment behind them. They believed that the few elders were also on their way here. It could be said that they were wild with joy. Senior brother Lu Ming, are you calling me? Shui Yan, who had been in a trance, heard Lu Ming's voice and regained her senses. She looked at him and asked. Until now, she still felt that it was a little unreal. Even in the Green Flood ancient world, she was the daughter of a sect master and was sought after by countless people. But she still felt that it was all a dream. It was unbelievable. Junior sister, you, Lu Ming was a little stunned. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face and he fell silent. He had a lot of things to say, but for some reason, he couldn't say anything. It was as if the junior sister in front of him was separated by an endless distance. He was no longer familiar with her. Miss Shui Yan, let me tell you this. Since that individual has already noticed you, you must definitely think of a way to come into contact with him again. To you, the sect behind you, and even the world that you're in, it will be endlessly beneficial. You don't even need to participate in the 100 Realms battlefield. You can easily obtain the destiny of your realm. The Confucian-robed man didn't notice the change in Lu Ming's expression. He still had a flattering smile on his face as he gave advice to Shui Yan. But when he heard these words, Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists under his sleeves. What did he take junior sister Shui Yan for? Was he planning to get her to curry favor with that person? Soon, the first battle in the arena ended. The winner lived and the loser died. They also took all the points of the other side. Behind the fence, another death row prisoner appeared and began the second battle. And so on. Gu Changa watched the fourth battle. In the end, he shook his head regretfully and left. The people who were paying attention to his actions were shocked. They felt that Gu Changa came here to pick something. Chapter 685. The scene of Gu Changa getting up and leaving was noticed by almost everyone in the arena. Many people came here tonight because they heard about Gu Changa's appearance. Since he wasn't interested in staying, they naturally didn't want to stay either. From Gu Changa's attitude tonight, many people guessed that he came here to pick some battle-hardened death row prisoners or servants. After all, with Gu Changa's current status, he wouldn't be interested in ordinary Heaven's Pride followers. The followers that he wanted to choose were at least at the Saint Realm, or even at the Quasi-Supreme Realm. Even in the 100 Realms battlefield, Quasi-Supremes were extremely rare and hard to find. Of course, this was the opinion of everyone. As for the truth of the matter, no one knew. After Gu Changa left, the eyes of the host in charge of the arena moved slightly. He quietly passed down an order for the death row prisoners to not go on stage. Did that person leave? The people from the Green Flood Ancient Realm were also surprised. Gu Changa wasn't from the same world as them, so they didn't dare to have any other fantasies. They just couldn't help but look at Shui Yan and feel envious of her. Soon, news about this place was passed back by the spies of the various powers. Many Heaven's Prides who felt that they were strong began to rub their hands together. They were eager to participate in this battle and become Gu Changa's follower. Gu Changa's undercurrent had already swept through the entire 100 Realms battlefield. Besides the Vermilion Bird Square, the other squares, such as the Azure Dragon Square, the White Tiger Square, and the Underworld Net Square also received the news. Could it be that Gu Changa came here to pick followers? Are we being too cautious? Or is he doing this just to deceive people? Does he have an ulterior motive? In the depths of the 100 Realms battlefield, there was an extremely dark palace. Several terrifying figures shrouded in a monstrous fog stood there. Their eyes were flickering as terrifying scenes played out. The moon sank, the stars were destroyed, and the world was collapsing. Their cultivations were extremely terrifying, boundless and boundless. It was as if one was situated in a Wang-yang abyss, endless and boundless. Beneath their feet were piles of white bones. There were the skulls of saints from the ancient era, as well as the corpses of supreme beings from the recent era and the bones of those who had attained the Tao. Every single one of them was crystalline, translucent, and hard like divine iron. Moreover, divinity that hadn't dispersed suffused them. To the assassins who walked in the dark, every piece of bone here represented a glorious achievement. The owner of each and every bone had an illustrious status and origin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to be listed in this hall as part of the collection. There were a total of 10 halls in Hell, and each hall was located in a mysterious space. Even the hall masters could not find each other's spatial coordinates. This was also the reason why Hell had been able to avoid being hunted down and annihilated by various orthodoxies since ancient times. But today's gathering of 6 hall masters of the 10 halls could be counted on one hand in the history of the infernal realm. Moreover, every time, it was because of a major event that concerned the life and death of Hell. We can't rush this matter. We don't know why Gu Changa is here, so it's best if we don't act rashly. The energy behind Gu Changa is too terrifying. If we were to confront it head-on, we would only end up with our bodies smashed to pieces. A terrifying figure shrouded in black fog spoke. His entire body was filled with endless blood and murderous intent. His eyes were deep, but he appeared to be extremely cautious. Hell had made countless enemies since its existence. If the location of its headquarters was suddenly exposed, it would inevitably be hunted down and annihilated by various orthodoxies. This was not a situation they wanted to see. If he's only here to pick followers, then it's fine. I'm afraid he has other plans. If the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion has nothing to do with him, I don't believe it. Another Hall Master spoke. His figure was also shrouded in fog, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Beside him, there was a vast wave of mana and murderous intent intertwining. Hell's 10 great Hall Masters were all people with monstrous killing intent. The number of cultivators who died in their hands was innumerable. Everyone who reached this point naturally wasn't simple. They were extremely cautious and wouldn't take risks easily. If it was someone else, they would naturally have the means to make them disappear silently from the 100 Realms battlefield. However, it just so happened that this person was Gu Changa. Her strength was so strong that there were probably not many people in the upper realm who could contend against her. Even if he was heavily injured, he could still fight against several black-clothed experts in the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. They didn't dare to have such thoughts at all. It's a pity that the Hall Masters haven't reached that level yet. Otherwise, the 10 of us could join forces and lay down the heavenly extinguishing Hell Immortal Evil formation. We're sure to be able to fight Gu Changa. If we can kill Gu Changa, Hell's prestige would return to its peak. Why should we be afraid of him? At this time, a Hall Master who hadn't spoken until now shook his head regretfully. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The heavenly extinguishing Hell Immortal Evil formation was a secret of Hell that had been passed down since ancient times. However, it required the cooperation of the 10 great Hall Masters to maintain it. Its power was unimaginable. It could even kill immortals. But 30 million years ago, the previous Hall Master was ambushed and was heavily injured. Later, his whereabouts were unknown. The current Hall Master was much weaker than the previous Hall Master. It was difficult for him to maintain the heavenly extinguishing Hell Immortal Evil formation. Of course, they didn't want to have a conflict with Gu Changa until the last moment. Just as the Hall Masters of Hell were discussing how to solve this problem, the Hall Masters of Hell, east of the Vermilion Bird Square, in a pavilion. The people from the Green Flood ancient world returned from the arena. After explaining to the elders behind them, they returned to their own courtyards and planned to rest. After Lu Ming returned to his room, he carefully looked around. After confirming that no one was around, he closed all the doors and windows. At the same time, he set up a restriction to prevent prying. You promised me that when I came to the upper realm, you would give me a great opportunity. Lu Ming's expression became very calm. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but it was more like he was talking to someone else. I didn't expect that I would return to the upper realm one day. I really didn't expect it. Just as Lu Ming finished speaking, a ball of misty light suddenly lit up under his sleeve. Then, a piece of broken stone that looked like a crystal and like amber appeared. It was extremely dazzling and brilliant. There was an unpredictable fluctuation in this piece of broken stone. It reflected the void here and made it look very mysterious. At the same time, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. It sounded very calm, but also very weathered, as if he had experienced the world. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was already used to it. His expression was very calm as he said, "Senior, you promised me that if I could come to the upper realm, you would give me a great opportunity. Senior, don't tell me you have forgotten." This piece of broken stone was found by him when he was young. One day, it suddenly streaked across the night sky like a meteor and smashed into the backyard. In the beginning, this mysterious piece of broken stone would attract the spirit chi of his cultivation. Then, it would feed him more pure and profound dharmic powers. Because of this relationship, Lu Ming, who was born in a small place, had an extremely solid cultivation foundation since he was young. Even when he faced the disciples of the major sects later on, such as the young girl Shui Yan, he still had the strength to fight. To put it bluntly, his achievements today were inseparable from this mysterious piece of broken stone. Later on, by chance, he found that this mysterious piece of broken stone actually contained an internal space. In this mysterious space, the flow of time was very slow. Usually, he would need to spend a few months or even a year to study the secret manuals of cultivation methods. It had only been less than half a month since the outside world had entered this mysterious space. Because of all these reasons, Lu Ming's cultivation was like the help of God. His reputation rose, and he became a slightly famous genius in that place. Later on, he joined the sect that Shui Yan belonged to and obtained the qualifications to enter the upper realm to participate in the Hundred Realms Great War. Of course, he'd only found out that there was actually a wisp of a remnant soul hidden within the shattered rock space after he joined the sect that the young woman, Shui Yan, was from not too long ago. Begging for fresh flowers zero at that time, this remnant soul had tried to seize his body, but because his body was too weak, it was unable to accommodate that remnant soul, so he had no choice but to give up. Although Lu Ming was lucky enough to survive, he was still extremely wary of that remnant soul. Although the other party said many words and promised many conditions, he did not agree to any of them. In Lu Ming's opinion, bringing him to the upper realm was the most reliable option. Little fellow, when I was roaming the upper realm, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. How dare you question my words? The middle-aged man in the mysterious rubble couldn't help but laugh when he sensed the long-lost laws of heaven and earth. His appearance was very faint, and it was difficult for him to maintain his original appearance. However, one could still see some of his former grandeur. His figure was tall, his eyes were deep, and there was a majesty that shook one's soul. Even if it was just a wisp of remnant soul, he still had an invincible aura that looked down on all directions. When he was at his peak, his cultivation could not be said to be all-conquering, but he was invincible in the upper realm. It was definitely easy for him to do so. I don't dare to question Senior's words. I only hope that Senior can keep his promise and give me the opportunity that you promised me. Lu Ming's attitude was still neither servile nor overbearing. He knew that the other party had the means to easily end his life. However, at that time, the other party had sworn with his Taoist heart, and it concerned the life of his soul, so Lu Ming was not worried that the other party would go back on his word. Don't worry. Back then, I was someone who stood on equal footing with the Saint Lords. Even though I was ambushed by my enemies and experienced the greatest danger of my life, I still managed to survive. How could I miss out on such a small opportunity? The middle-aged man's voice was still very calm, but it was filled with the aura of an ambitious person. He was extremely disdainful of Lu Ming. Lu Ming just stood there silently without saying a word. He understood that in the current upper realm, the middle-aged man in front of him was perhaps the only opportunity he could grasp. After experiencing the battle in the arena tonight, he even felt that his junior sister Shui Yan, who was extremely close to him in the past, had become a stranger and would eventually leave him. Therefore, he had to become stronger to be able to grasp everything that belonged to him. The stone in your hand was something I found in a barren galaxy back then. It contains the divine mark of time. Later on, I sacrificially refined it and turned it into a divine weapon. It originally had 7 layers, but when I was in that life and death battle, it was shattered. Only the last one is left. Since you were lucky enough to obtain it, I'll tell you the method to sacrifice and activate this stone today. The middle-aged man looked at the stone that was still floating in the void and suddenly said to Lu Ming. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a ray of dazzling golden light fell between Lu Ming's eyebrows. An extremely obscure and ancient scripture spread out in Lu Ming's heart. Every word was dazzling and had a brilliant might that could not be looked directly at. He widened his eyes in shock. It was the first time he had come into contact with such a profound scripture. When he was in the Green Flood ancient world, the most profound scripture he had come into contact with was just some general explanation. It was not considered profound. If I had obtained this scripture earlier, would all of this be different? Looking at all this, Lu Ming was extremely shocked, but it was followed by a burst of joy and ecstasy. Don't be happy too early. What I want to give you is not just this. Remember what I told you before. After coming to the upper realm, go and find an organization called Hell. Find the contact person there, and then I will give you a greater opportunity. What does a mere 100 realms war amount to? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming's shocked expression and seemed to be quite proud. Then, he restrained his expression and said something else. 30 million years ago, he had an identity that everyone feared. Even the sect masters of the great sects were incomparably fearful of him. At that time, he moved unhindered in the upper realm and killed countless heaven's prides, prime sages, supremes, and quasi-emperors. Everywhere he passed, everyone trembled. 2. Chapter 686. Lu Ming hadn't been in the upper realms for long, so he didn't know what hell the middle-aged man was talking about. However, he was still cautious and agreed. After all, he really did benefit from the middle-aged man. As for what hell was, he would spend some time to inquire about it. After explaining these matters, the middle-aged man turned into a ray of light and flew back to the gravel. Now that he was just a remnant soul, he wouldn't easily reveal his existence until he met someone he could trust. Tens of millions of years ago, his strength was monstrous and he looked down on everyone. However, he also had countless enemies. Later on, he was ambushed and almost died. Only a remnant soul was left. For ordinary cultivators, a remnant soul like him was tantamount to a walking treasure. Lu Ming's cultivation and experience were relatively shallow. Therefore, the middle-aged man chose to stay by his side. He wasn't worried that Lu Ming had other tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, the middle-aged man had methods to control Lu Ming, so there wouldn't be any accidents. In the following days, the lower realms geniuses who came to the 100 Realms battlefield began to fight. Every day, a large number of geniuses died in this battle. The situation could be said to be extremely tragic. In addition, in the middle of the night, horns would be blown, causing people's blood to boil and killing intent to surge. Large numbers of soldiers gathered outside the city. They beheaded the cultivators who provoked the 100 Realms battlefield and used them as sacrifices. Then they began to fight. Compared to the battles between the lower realms geniuses, the battles in the cities were much more terrifying. Smoke billowed and blood soared into the sky. The gates of the cities opened and groups of cultivators rushed out like a flood. It was as if they had accumulated hatred for several lifetimes. Their eyes were red and they didn't care about life or death. This was the tradition and rule of the 100 Realms battlefield. On the last day of every month, battles would break out in the cities. Gu Chang'e wasn't interested in this matter. He knew that this was a method used by Hell or Buddha to raise poisonous insects. Therefore, during these few days, he still appeared in the arenas of the major districts. Occasionally, he would pay a high price to buy a few passable death row prisoners. In this way, in the eyes of many cultivators, the news of Gu Chang'e coming here to choose servants or followers was just a matter of time. Compared to the other places in the upper realm, the death row prisoners in the 100 Realms battlefield were much stronger. Moreover, they had more experience in killing. After figuring out Gu Chang'e's goal, many forces heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They were no longer as anxious and worried as before. First pick some prisoners on death row, then plant people among them. Naturally, we'll be able to infiltrate Hell. Gu Chang'e had another plan in mind. He was waiting for Hell and Futu to relax their vigilance. After all, this was Hell and Buddha's Gu breeding ground. In the end, these prisoners on death row or geniuses who had fought each other would become the fresh blood of these two assassin forces and be injected into them. Thus, in the past few days, while he appeared to be selecting death row prisoners, he was actually secretly placing his own people among those death row prisoners. Although Hell and Futu had always been cautious, Gu Chang'e's methods had always been hard to find traces of. Just like the wedding dress immortal art, it was impossible to guard against. He didn't believe that Hell and Buddha would be able to find out. As long as he followed some clues, he would be able to uncover their headquarters. Gu Chang'e didn't seem to have many people by his side, but he had a lot of Tao enlightened puppets. This was a powerful force. If one didn't have an immortal artifact or foundation to contend with, they would be able to sweep through a supreme sect. Just like this, half a month later, the battles between the various geniuses of the 100 Realms battlefield had finally come to an end. Some of the weaker ancient realms were basically annihilated. Only the higher-ranked ancient realms had more geniuses who survived. They had more hope to compete for the fate of their realm. Among them, the most unique one was the Green Flood ancient world. The strength of this world couldn't be considered as the strongest. However, the number of geniuses who had survived this great war was actually one of the best. Because of what happened in the Vermilion Bird Square, many people remembered the red-dressed girl from the Green Great Ancient Realm. Even the big shots in the 100 Realms battlefield gave her a kind look. The other ancient realms didn't dare to act rashly. After seeing the geniuses from the Green Great Ancient Realm, they all chose to avoid the battle. It's all thanks to junior sister Shui Yan. This time, our Green Great Ancient Realm was able to enter the top 30. Her contribution cannot go unnoticed. Yes, without junior sister Shui Yan, we wouldn't even be able to enter the top 100, let alone the top 30. This is simply unimaginable. In the courtyard where the people from the Green Great Ancient Realm were resting, many geniuses were gathered. Their words were filled with excitement and joy. Although coming to the upper realms was a blow to their Tao heart, it was still a pleasant surprise that they were able to reach this point. Even if they returned to the lower realms, they would still be able to obtain a lot of rewards. Not to mention, there was also a chance to stay in the upper realms and be accepted by other powers. After the 100 Realms battlefield ends, does junior sister Shui Yan have any plans? While talking, many of the geniuses here were curious. They looked at the red-dressed girl who had been drinking silently. Me? The young girl, Shui Yan, regained her senses. She frowned slightly and said, "Maybe I'll think of a way to stay in the upper realms." After witnessing the ancient and unfathomable upper realms, she felt even more insignificant and powerless. If she returned to the Green Great Ancient Realm, she reckoned that she would not have the chance to come to the upper realms again. Not to mention her cultivation base after she came into contact with it. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel envious. In the past few days, many powerful orthodoxies from the upper realms had already extended an olive branch to the young girl, Shui Yan. To them, this was simply a dream and an unbelievable thing. However, it was now right in front of Shui Yan, and she was within reach. After all, she had met a benefactor. Her luck was something that they could not envy, and they had no right to envy. Senior brother Lu Ming is powerful. It shouldn't be a problem for him to stay in the upper realms. With that thought in mind, they looked at Lu Ming on the other side. In the past few days of battles, Lu Ming's performance had shocked them. It was obvious that he had become much stronger compared to when he was in the Green Great Ancient Realm. I'll definitely stay in the upper realms. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Hearing the discussions around him, a strong sense of confidence grew in his heart. In the past few days, he had secretly investigated the origins of hell. After learning about everything, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the middle-aged man in the rubble to have such a powerful background. It was one of the most powerful assassin organizations in the upper realms. It had a long history and spanned across many eras. It had once killed so many orthodoxies in the upper realms that they feared. Chapter 687. While the geniuses of the Green Flood ancient world were discussing their future plans, someone knocked on the door of the mansion. "May I ask if Miss Shui Yan is here?" A middle-aged man with a smile on his face stood outside the mansion and asked. There were many cultivators following respectfully behind him. There were humans as well as archaic foreign races. Every single one of these cultivators was extremely powerful. Their chi and blood surged like the sun, and it was extremely intimidating. The servant in charge of guarding the mansion had never seen such a scene before. His expression changed as he hurriedly asked, "Is Miss Shui Yan really here? May I ask who you are?" From the middle-aged man's appearance, one could see that he had been in a high position for a long time. His identity wasn't simple. His eyes were faintly dignified. "I'm the third manager of the business alliance in the Hundred Realms battlefield. I'm here to look for Miss Shui Yan according to the young master's instructions." The middle-aged man smiled. "The third manager of the business alliance?" After hearing the servant's report, the people from the Green Flood ancient world who had rushed to the entrance of the mansion couldn't help but gasp in shock. The third manager of the business alliance wasn't any lower than the master behind the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. He was extremely mysterious. Normally, one wouldn't be able to see him in person. Who would have thought that he would appear here today to look for junior sister Shui Yan? Moreover, the young master that he was talking about was probably only that one person, right? Thinking of this, the people from the Green Flood ancient world trembled as they looked at Shui Yan with envy. "Sir, you're looking for me." Shui Yan was stunned for a moment before she understood the identity of the middle-aged man in front of her. She walked forward and respectfully asked. "I'm not looking for you. It's the young master who's looking for you." The middle-aged man smiled gently. "Come with me. Don't make the young master wait." His tone was easygoing, but it contained an unquestionable tone. He didn't care if Shui Yan agreed or not. Naturally, in his opinion, nobody would dare to refuse. It must be known that even the goddesses of the immortal orthodoxies would be ecstatic if they knew that Gu Chang'e wanted to see them. What did this little girl from the lower realms have to make Gu Chang'e send people to look for her? That lord is looking for junior sister Shui Yan. All the geniuses from the Green Flood ancient world were filled with envy and jealousy. Over the past few days, they had gathered quite a lot of information about Gu Chang'e by beating around the bush. Such a figure who held the most authority in the upper realm actually wanted to see junior sister Shui Yan. What did this mean? They didn't even dare to think about it. They were so envious that they were about to go crazy. "Junior sister Shui Yan, quickly go. Don't let that lord wait for too long. When you become rich in the future, don't forget about us." The geniuses of the Green Flood ancient world spoke one after another, their words full of flattery. Junior sister Shui Yan, Lu Ming, who had originally decided to ask the remnant soul in the mysterious stone tonight, saw this scene today. It was like a basin of cold water was poured over his head. His whole body was a little cold, and he was stunned on the spot. Which big shot came to look for junior sister Shui Yan in the middle of the night? In an instant, he had already imagined countless possibilities in his mind. In the end, some scenes that no one dared to think about appeared. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves, and a creaking sound was heard. Lu Ming took a deep breath, but he couldn't calm himself down. He knew that no matter what, junior sister Shui Yan couldn't refuse. Even if she didn't want to go, she wouldn't dare to refuse. Such a big shot only needed to say a word, and he could destroy the Green Flood ancient world behind them thousands of times. In the face of such a rare opportunity, there was probably no woman who could refuse. While Lu Ming was thinking, Shui Yan smiled cheerfully and cupped her hands to the elegant middle-aged man. "Thank you for your trouble, Lord. When shall we leave?" "Young Master Gu summoned me in fear and trepidation. I dare not let young Master Gu wait for even half an hour. Let's go now." The elegant middle-aged man nodded. He didn't expect Shui Yan to be neither servile nor overbearing. She didn't look like she was smashed by a huge surprise. This made him take a second look. He could only say that young Master Gu was indeed worthy of his reputation. The people he thought highly of were all extraordinary. Soon, the elegant middle-aged man left with Shui Yan. Their figures gradually disappeared at the end of the long street. They entered the depths of the main city of the Vermilion Bird Market, the most glorious place of the palace. Lu Ming looked at this scene with a slightly ashen face. He felt as if something that belonged to him had been snatched away. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Boy, if you find the contact of hell, I can help you take back your love. At this moment, a slightly mocking voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. His pupils shrank, but he quickly recovered. He understood that the middle-aged man in the mysterious stone was talking to him. How can you help me? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. I can help you become this generation's successor. This way, your status will be comparable to that young Master Gu. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the mysterious stone moved slightly as he smiled. His tone was filled with confidence. Although he had never left the mysterious stone, he had learned a lot of news from Lu Ming over the past few days. Although the many rumors about that young Master Gu were frightening, in his eyes, they were too unreal. It was as if they had been exaggerated countless times. How could someone of the younger generation reach such a level at such a young age? Perhaps even the ancient records wouldn't dare to record it. Successor of hell? Lu Ming's breath suddenly quickened. He naturally knew what this meant. During this period of time, many geniuses in the 100 Realms battlefield have mysteriously disappeared. On the other side, in the deepest part of the Vermilion Bird Square, Gu Chang'e looked at the jade slip in his hand and raised his eyebrows. The business alliance had spies all over the 100 Realms battlefield. Therefore, many things that were difficult for ordinary people to notice would fall into the network of the business alliance. He did not expect that when investigating Hell and Buddha, these two forces, he would actually have an unexpected harvest. Mysteriously disappearing geniuses. Coincidentally, they all have some kind of special constitution. If Su Qingge is here, why didn't she come to see me? Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. He felt that things were a bit out of his expectations. Besides Su Qingge, he couldn't think of any other inheritors of demonic arts in the upper realm. Of course, only inheritors of demonic arts would devour the source of geniuses. Other orthodoxies wouldn't dare to do so. In the upper realm, it wasn't strange for some strange techniques to appear. It was similar to taboo demonic arts. However, Gu Chang'e had a feeling that Su Qingge should have been in contact with Chan Hongyi. She should be in the 100 Realms battlefield right now. That's why she didn't come to see him. So she already knew the truth. But this isn't the thought of a qualified and well-behaved tool. Gu Chang'e put down the jade slip as his gaze gradually deepened. Chapter 688. Young Master, the girl from the Green Flood ancient world that you're looking for has been brought here. Just as Gu Chang'e put down the jade scroll in his hand, a servant's voice sounded outside the palace. You've brought her here. Let her in then. Gu Chang'e's expression returned to normal as he nodded. Soon, Shui Yan, who was led by the third shopkeeper of the business alliance of 10,000 Dao, arrived at the palace. She was wearing a red dress and her face was fair and delicate. Her eyes were like water and her hair was like clouds. However, she looked a little nervous as she gripped her sleeves tightly. As the most splendid palace in the Vermilion Bird Square, there were many experts here and too many terrifying experts were hiding in the dark. Their divine senses were as vast as the ocean and their chi and blood were like erupting volcanoes, suppressing the sky to the point that it was about to fall. Their gazes alone were enough to suffocate her and make her divine soul tremble. To put it bluntly, everyone here was like an ancient deity who could easily defeat the Green Flood ancient world behind her. Miss Shui Yan. While Shui Yan was having all kinds of thoughts in her mind and could not calm down, Gu Chang'e, who was in front of the palace, smiled and spoke. He was dressed in white and wore white socks. His black hair was loose, and his figure was tall and slender. He looked very simple and clean. On his handsome face, there was a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was very easy for people to calm down. Looking at the otherworldly white-robed man in front of her, Shui Yan was stunned even though she felt that she was not an ordinary person. Her cheeks blushed and she only recovered after a few breaths. Greetings, young Master Gu. She bowed respectfully and looked behind Gu Changa. Qing stood respectfully behind Gu Changa and was making tea for him. The 1 million-year-old spring water in the heart of the tree was boiling and the enlightenment tea leaves were rolling, emitting a strong tea fragrance. Many strange phenomena appeared. Tao laws were intertwined and light filled the air. There was a small golden sword, a palm-sized ancient bell, a small golden cauldron. In terms of value, this cup of tea was definitely worth a city. Shui Yen had only read about this legendary divine item in ancient records. It could help a cultivator comprehend the Tao. Even a whiff of the tea's fragrance would allow one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. She had never thought that she would be able to see it one day. Moreover, it was only used as an ordinary tea for people to drink every day. Even if it was extravagant, it was still extremely weak. I'm afraid that only those existences who can overturn the world and watch over the ages can do that. Shui Yen quickly recovered from her dazed state and wasn't disturbed by these things. May I know? Young Master Gu, why have you summoned Shui Yen today? She cupped her hands and asked Gu Changa. I'm looking for you because I need your help. Gu Changa smiled and gestured for her to sit. Shui Yen hesitated. She did not understand what was going on that required Gu Changa to look for her. Even Gu Changa couldn't do it, so how could she? However, she still sat down and waited for Gu Changa's instructions. When Qing saw this, she went over and poured a cup of Tao comprehension tea for him. Then, she walked back and stood respectfully behind Gu Changa. She knew that Gu Changa seemed to be playing a big game of chess, and Shui Yen was an extremely suitable chess piece. Tao comprehension tea. Shui Yen was stunned when she saw the tea in front of her. She really did not expect that she would be able to drink Tao comprehension tea one day. The tea of Tao comprehension bubbled, emitting an intoxicating aura of Tao. A palm-sized bell appeared, ringing leisurely. The divine sword clanged, and celestial light shone brilliantly, as if they were real. She felt as if every pore on her body was relaxing and even her soul was absorbing this Tao comprehension aura. Her bottleneck also showed signs of loosening. This thing is too precious. I'm afraid that I won't be able to enjoy it. However, she still looked away with great difficulty. She did not waver because of the Tao comprehension tea. It's just a cup of tea. It's nothing compared to what I need your help with. Gu Changa waved his hand and smiled. There seemed to be some admiration in his eyes. Then, young Master Gu, what do you need me for? Shui Yen was very curious and could not help but ask. I want you to help me keep a close eye on someone. Gu Changa smiled and tapped the table in front of him unhurriedly. Tell me his every move and every movement around him. A person? Shui Yen was stunned again. What kind of person needed her to keep an eye on? And report his every move truthfully to Gu Changa? You should know this person. Gu Changa smiled and said. He was not surprised by Shui Yan's reaction. After saying that, Qing, who was behind her, stepped forward and passed a jade slip to her. This is Senior Brother Lu Ming. Shui Yen scanned the jade slip with her divine sense and saw the figure that appeared. She was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Miss Shui Yen, you should be familiar with him. Gu Changa didn't expect that the child of destiny that he didn't care much about would have an inexplicable connection to hell. The business alliance had spies all over the 100 Realms battlefield. There were many things that couldn't be hidden from them. Although Lu Ming had been carefully inquiring about hell in the past few days, it was still very obvious in the eyes of those who paid attention. In particular, Gu Changa was also investigating the traces of hell. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Gu Changa didn't directly send people to capture Lu Ming. Therefore, he pondered for a moment and decided to make a move on the destined woman beside this son of destiny. He wanted to see if he could follow the vine to the melon and find out what item Lu Ming used to contact hell. Young Master Gu, can you tell me the reason? Shui Yan's expression was somewhat conflicted. She didn't dare refuse Gu Changa's request. She was a smart person. She knew that she didn't have the qualifications to talk to Gu Changa as an equal. Gu Changa didn't need her consent. He had thousands of ways to control or threaten her. However, this person was actually senior brother Lu Ming, whom she was extremely familiar with. The two were quite familiar with each other. They often exchanged pointers and discussed the Tao. Their friendship wasn't shallow. In her opinion, she still had some inexplicable feelings for Lu Ming. Because he has the mark of someone I'm looking for. So I want to find that person through him. Don't worry. I have no malice towards your senior brother. Gu Changa smiled and took a sip of tea. He naturally wouldn't say that he wanted to find hell through Lu Ming. Shui Yan didn't need to know about this. So that's how it is. Shui Yan's expression turned slightly serious. She nodded, but she didn't completely believe Gu Changa's words. She also knew that with her status, Gu Changa couldn't possibly tell her all the reasons. The only thing she could do was to obediently follow Gu Changa's instructions. Although Gu Changa looked gentle and refined now, from the many rumors, his ruthlessness was definitely not inferior to that of a peerless demon. Then, Gu Changa instructed Qing behind him to give Shui Yan a communication jade talisman. There was a special restriction on it that could be used to detect her tracks and actions. Apart from that, many things about Lu Ming could be transmitted through this communication jade talisman. Of course, the most important thing was that if Shui Yan dared to reveal any of this, Gu Changa's people would be able to immediately notice and deal with it. When the time comes, you'll naturally be rewarded for working for young master. Qing placed the communication jade talisman in front of Shui Yan. There was a smile on her delicate face. Shui Yan was still no different from an ant in her eyes. However, because of her relationship with Gu Changa, she could no longer casually look down on her and mock her. I understand. Shui Yan nodded and took the communication jade talisman, but her heart was a little heavy. She originally thought that Gu Changa had other intentions for summoning her in the middle of the night. In the end, she was thinking too much. With Gu Changa's status, he had seen all kinds of women in the upper realm. Why would he be moved by a woman from the lower realm? Miss Shui Yan, take this pot of Tao comprehension tea back to your senior and junior brothers. After seeing that Shui Yan agreed, Gu Changa smiled and began to chase her out. He had no intention of continuing to ask her to stay. Shui Yan was a little hesitant. She didn't dare to imagine the value of this pot of Tao comprehension tea. However, since Gu Changa casually gave it to her as if it was an ordinary spirit fruit wine, she didn't refuse. After thanking him, she took the pot of tea and left. The third shopkeeper who led her here was still waiting for her at the entrance of the palace. When he saw Shui Yan coming out with the Tao comprehension tea in her hand, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. With his status, he also had to pay a high price to have a taste of the Tao comprehension tea. In the huge upper realm, apart from Gu Changa, there were probably not many people who could be so extravagant. Of course, tonight was an exception. Gu Changa instructed Qing to make 2 pots of tea. He would naturally have a chance to taste the mystery of this tea later. After Shui Yan left, in the palace, the smile on Gu Changa's face also disappeared. His gaze was a little deep, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he instructed Qing behind him. Keep an eye on everyone in the Green Flood ancient world for the next few days. Also, I want to know everything about that genius named Lu Ming. Send people to capture all of his friends and family in the Green Flood ancient world. Don't let a single one of them go. After all, he was a child of destiny. Who knows what would happen? Therefore, in order to be absolutely safe, Gu Changa decided to control his friends and family first. Even if Shui Yan was exposed, he still had ways to make Lu Ming compromise and lure him out of hell. Qing Er's heart trembled. With a serious expression, she nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I'll arrange it." The Green Flood ancient world was extremely far away from this place. It was one of the countless lower realms around here. It was like a tiny speck of dust in the quicksand of the Ganges. Even if Gu Changa destroyed it with a wave of his hand, it would not cause the slightest ripple. "Since you appeared in the 100 Realms battlefield, you didn't come to see me. Then I'll come to see you." After Qing gave the order, Gu Changa dismissed the rest of the people in the palace. He looked at the shining moon outside and gently shook his head. Then he took a step and disappeared. Su Chinga's matter surprised him. Naturally, he had to deal with this matter personally. Although the 100 Realms battlefield was vast, if Gu Changa really wanted to find someone, especially someone who cultivated a forbidden devil art, it would be easy. "The Taoist token I gave you is still useful. It's worthy of being a forbidden devil art. In just a few days, your aura has grown so much stronger." At this time, in a very quiet courtyard in the 100 Realms battlefield's main Luo Square, the Taoist disciple of the Tao Immortal Alliance, Lanifei, appeared here. His figure was tall and his elegant face carried a hint of admiration. "How did you know I was here?" Su Chinga stood in the distance. Her whole body was shrouded in black fog. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Her figure was very vague. Her expression was cold and her voice was very hoarse. It was hard to tell whether she was male or female. "Behind Ming Luo Square is my Tao Immortal Alliance. So you can't hide from me." Lanifei smiled and said. Su Chinga's eyes returned to normal. "You came to see me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "I'm not afraid. You don't have the ability now. I came to see you because I want to know the identity of the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art." Lanifei shook his head. During this time, he had studied the forbidden devil art that Su Chinga gave him. He felt that a door to cultivation that he had never seen before was slowly opening in front of him. He didn't restrain his desire to try. In the end, he couldn't help but look for several experts' corpses to cultivate. As a result, he couldn't stop. He even had the thought of destroying his previous foundation and rebuilding it with the forbidden devil art. Therefore, he wanted to know the identity of the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art and get the complete forbidden devil art. "When the time is right, I will naturally tell you. Now is not the time," Su Chinga said lightly. She didn't want to tell Lanifei about this. Lanifei frowned and said, "Do you really think that I won't do anything to you?" Now he had some doubts whether Su Chinga knew who the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art was. Perhaps she was just a chess piece that was kept in the dark. That was why she came up with such a reason to delay him. "Then you can give it a try." Su Chinga's expression was calm without the slightest change. Although she wasn't Lanifei's opponent before, she had devoured a lot of Heaven's Pride origins in the 100 Realms battlefield during this time, which made her cultivation progress quite a lot. "You really won't give up until you see the coffin. Unless the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art shows up, you can't be my opponent, especially in the territory of my Tao Immortal Alliance." The smile on Lanifei's face gradually turned cold. His tone was not polite. "Oh, you can give it a try. See if I can kill you." A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Su Chinga's mouth. Unfortunately, her beautiful face was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Lanifei frowned tightly. To be honest, he didn't want to fight with Su Chinga here because he didn't know whether she had any trump cards or not. "Then why didn't you tell me the true identity of the inheritor of the forbidden devil art?" His tone was unkind and somewhat suspicious. A trace of disapproval flashed through Su Chinga's eyes. But she quickly recovered and said lightly, "You only need to know that you are not qualified to know who he is." If Lanifei knew that Gu Changa was the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art, would he still have the courage to snatch the complete forbidden devil art from him? Even if he was given 100 times more courage, he still wouldn't dare. Lan Fei didn't know what Su Qingge was thinking. He only felt that he was despised by her. His face turned slightly ugly. He was so angry that he almost laughed. He really wanted to attack and let Su Qingge understand the gap between their strength. It seems that you want to find me. But at this time, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by a young man's voice. Su Qingge's face under the mist suddenly changed dramatically and turned pale. Chapter 689. Along with this voice, the entire courtyard seemed to be covered by a layer of unknown latitude. The breeze stopped, time stagnated, and even the moonlight in the distance seemed to become blurred and hazy. This kind of terrifying pressure and aura made Lan Fei's complexion change. His whole body felt cold and his soul couldn't help but tremble. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. The world seemed to be trembling. Time and space were distorted. Everything turned into fragments. Young master, on the other side, Su Qingge, whose face was covered by the black fog, turned pale all of a sudden. For her, this voice couldn't be more familiar. But she couldn't figure out how Gu Chang'e knew that she was in the 100 Realms battlefield. How did he find this place? Since Gu Chang'e took the initiative to look for her today, then even if she grew wings, she wouldn't be able to escape. With Gu Chang'e's current strength, although he couldn't sweep through the entire upper realm, there weren't many people who could be his opponent. At this moment, many memories of Gu Chang'e appeared in Su Qingge's mind. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter and sad expression. In the end, she was just a chess piece. In the courtyard, a slender figure seemed to appear out of thin air and slowly walked over. He seemed to be standing in another distant world. His body was extremely blurry, and his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with interest could be seen. Who the hell are you? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Lan Fei couldn't help but take a few steps back. His scalp was a little numb. He felt like he was in a vast sea or a boundless void. Standing in front of him, he was like a withered leaf under a raging wave. He could be crushed at any time. This aura was countless times more terrifying than when he faced the Tao-enlightened old ancestor of the Tao Immortal Alliance. Who am I? Didn't I just hear that you were looking for me? Gu Chang'e appeared here and looked at Lan Fei with interest. He didn't expect that following Su Qingge's aura would lead to another harvest. This man even wanted to trick him. He wanted to know the identity of the real inheritor of the demonic arts through Su Qingge. Ever since he entered the Tao attainment realm, he hadn't thought about this matter for a very long time. You are the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Why are you here? Lan Fei forced himself to calm down, but his voice was still trembling slightly, containing an unbelievable fear. This was completely different from the original body of the inheritor of the demonic arts. With such an aura, even a true Tao enlightened one would tremble in fear in front of it. The mysterious man in front of him was definitely a Tao attainment realm cultivator. Moreover, he was no ordinary Tao attainment realm cultivator. How could a true inheritor of demonic arts have such strength? It's unbelievable. At this moment, he didn't dare to think about what Su Qingge had said. He only felt creepy and even felt that Su Qingge was scheming against him. No matter how one looked at it, the inheritor of the demonic technique who had wreaked havoc and devoured the origins of the successors of various orthodoxies was only of the younger generation. Then how could he link it to the person in front of him? A true inheritor of the demonic arts? Gu Chang'e chuckled, then shook his head. You're not wrong to think so. After saying that, he ignored Lan Fei, whose face was as pale as a sheet and extremely frightened. Instead, he looked at Su Qingge, who had been silent on the other side. What's wrong? Now that you've seen me, are you not going to see me with your true face? Qingge. He smiled and said. Young master, Su Chinga was silent for a while. The mist covering her face suddenly dispersed, revealing her beautiful face. However, her eyes were filled with mixed feelings. There was sadness, struggle, and pain. However, these emotions quickly disappeared. She was calm and untainted, just like the moment when she first met Gu Changa. Lan Yifei was stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect Su Chinga's true form to be such a beautiful woman who was as cold as the moon fairy. However, in the next moment, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He suddenly felt that Su Chinga looked very familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Back in Kunwa City, although I didn't participate in the God Stone convention, I saw the appearance of Gu Changa's maidservant. This is impossible. After coming to his senses, Lan Yifei's voice trembled. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. When he looked at Gu Changa again, his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. He felt cold all over and his hair stood on end. It was as if the top of his head was opened and endless ice water poured down from it. How could this be? You're Gu Changa's maidservant, Lan Yifei couldn't help but ask Su Chinga. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. He felt that he had discovered a terrible secret that could shake the entire upper world. He didn't dare to ask Gu Changa. He still had a last hope in his heart. I am indeed your maidservant. Su Chinga looked at him calmly. Her voice didn't fluctuate. She could only say that Lan Yifei was pitiful. Even she didn't expect that Gu Changa would come here tonight. Lan Yifei even wanted to know the identity of the real inheritor of the demonic arts. As a result, he was caught by Gu Changa. She had nothing to say except for courting death. Gu Changa didn't care about the change in Lan Yifei's expression. He looked at Su Chinga and smiled gently. Chinga, it seems that you still remember your identity. Then why are you still hiding from me? His tone was very easygoing. There was no killing intent in it, as if he was talking with an old friend. Su Chinga's eyes fell on Gu Changa's face. Then she lowered her eyes gently and said, I'm afraid that you will kill me. Gu Changa was so smart that it was impossible to hide the fact that she had contacted the red-robed woman, Mo Chanhongi, from him. Until now, she still remembered that when she was in the Immortal Academy, her whereabouts were almost exposed. She asked Gu Changa what he planned to do if she was really the inheritor of the demonic arts. At that time, Gu Changa said in a half-joking tone. Of course, he would eliminate the demonic arts and restore peace to the upper bound. But then he would come and accompany her. At that time, Su Chinga didn't know that Gu Changa already knew that her so-called identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts was fake. He was even moved by her words for a long time. After that, it was difficult to hide her identity. She thought that Gu Changa would kill her, but he didn't. He still gave the same answer as before and helped her to solve her worries and cover her identity. She was very moved by this. But who would have thought that all this was nothing more than Gu Changa using her to play with the upper bound? Once upon a time, Gu Changa was her only hope in the vast upper bound. He was her only thought when she was hunted down by many enemies. If it wasn't for Gu Changa, she wouldn't be who she was today. But in the end, she was told the truth. Even she was played and deceived by Gu Changa. She was just a pitiful chess piece. All her feelings and hopes collapsed overnight and turned into ashes. During this period of time, she hated and resented. She was also clear-headed and confused. She even thought about the meaning of her existence in the future. Was it like what the red-robed woman, Mo Chanhongi, said, to take revenge for Gu Changa's actions of hurting her? Or was it to walk in front of Gu Changa openly and ask him why he did it in the first place? But all of this seemed to be meaningless. Because to Gu Changa, he would only smile lightly and then abandon her without hesitation. Everything she had done all these years, even now, was to make Gu Changa look at her seriously. She didn't want to be dispensable in front of Gu Changa. Kill you? I've never thought of that. Gu Changa heard and shook his head. Then do you hate me? Then, he reached out his hand and placed it on Su Chinga's fair and delicate face. He whispered. I did. Su Chinga's eyes were filled with sadness and pain, but she quickly recovered and said, but I don't hate you now. I'm useless and can only be a pitiful chess piece. You're still as obedient as ever. Gu Changa seemed to sigh. Then, he looked at Lani Fei. It seems that he has already cultivated the demonic art. Then, you should take a rest during this time. Young master, Su Chinga did not understand the meaning of Gu Changa's words. She wanted to say something. However, in the next moment, she felt her vision turn black and her consciousness blurred. She fell into Gu Changa's arms limply. You're Changa. Young Lord Changa. After witnessing everything in front of him, even though Lani Fei was the Taoist of the Tao Immortals Alliance and was unrivaled among his peers, his voice was filled with fear and his soul was trembling. He was very sure of Gu Changa's identity. Not to mention him, even the Taoist Immortals Alliance's great ancestor could not escape from this place. There was no chance of survival. Who would have thought that the inheritor of the demonic art and the current leader of the upper realm, Gu Changa, were the same person? In other words, all this time, Gu Changa had been keeping everyone in the upper realm in the dark and playing them in the palm of his hand. He was the real behind-the-scenes person. The Taoist of the Tao Immortals Alliance. Gu Changa's gaze fell on him. His tone was calm. This identity suits you. Coincidentally, you've also come into contact with the demonic art. I'll give you a chance to live. Chapter 690. Young Master Changa, please spare my life. As long as you can spare my life, I'm willing to do anything. Lani Fei's face was pale, and he could not hide the fear in his eyes as he begged for mercy. Although he was the Taoist of the Taoist Alliance, it did not mean that he was stupid. Even those who had attained the Tao would die if they faced Gu Changa. What else could he do in this situation? Although the Taoist Alliance was behind Ming Luo Workshop, and there were many experts from the Taoist Alliance here, he could not be sure that those experts could threaten Gu Changa. Since Gu Changa dared to show up here, he naturally had full confidence and confidence. You've cultivated the forbidden demonic technique, but that part of it is not complete. Gu Changa glanced at him and said calmly. He was not worried that Lani Fei would play tricks. I know. That's why I want to find out the identity of the true inheritor of the demonic technique from your maidservant. Lani Fei took a deep breath to prevent his voice from trembling. In fact, he was not sure what grudge Gu Changa had with Su Chinga. But he was not lying. He wanted to know who the inheritor of the demonic technique was because he wanted the complete forbidden demonic technique. Then I'll give you the complete forbidden demonic technique now. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Gu Changa's mouth. He did not give Lani Fei a chance to refuse and pointed with his other hand. Buzz. The next moment, the void trembled, and a black light appeared. It was as thick as a dark seed that could not be dispersed. It intertwined with the aura of the great path and suddenly rushed toward Lani Fei's forehead. What is this? Lani Fei's expression became extremely frightened, and he could not avoid it at all. He felt a cold and terrifying aura enter the top of his head, and then it settled in the deepest part of his spirit. A strange power kept spreading down from his forehead, penetrating his skin, lungs, and bones, and finally fell into his spiritual sea as if it had taken root in it. This was a black seed, and it was extremely mysterious and complicated. It contained many runes of the Great Path, and many mysterious scenes were evolving. One could even see the collapse of the universe and the shattering of stars. It was more like a terrifying black hole that devoured everything around it. Lani Fei felt as if his divine soul and even his vitality were being devoured by this darkness seed. His life, death, and thoughts were completely out of his control. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands clenching his soul. Young Master Changa. Young master, what is this? Lan Yifei felt a little uneasy. He forced himself to calm down and asked in a trembling voice. Naturally, this is the complete demonic art that you want. From today onwards, you are the inheritor of the demonic arts. Don't disappoint me. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. In terms of identity, Lan Yifei was the Tao child of the Tao Immortal Alliance. All these years, he had kept a very low profile and there were very few rumors about him. Therefore, Gu Chang'e planned to let him temporarily replace Su Qingge's identity to confuse the orthodoxies of the upper realm. Even if this matter were to be exposed, he was not worried that he would be implicated. Inheritor of demonic arts. Young Master Chang'e, this, Lan Yifei's expression changed. He instantly understood what Gu Chang'e meant. This darkness seed was not a complete cultivation method of the forbidden demonic art. Instead, it was a demonic seed that grew by absorbing his nutrients. He could use this darkness seed to devour the Sky Pride's origin to achieve the effect of cultivating the forbidden demonic art. However, this belonged to the demonic seed and not him. He was just a tool for someone else's disciple. He was just a parasite of the demonic seed. Moreover, this darkness seed could control his thoughts of life and death. When the origin that was devoured and refined matured, Gu Chang'e would come and harvest it. I think you can do it. Even if you can't, you have to think about yourself and the orthodoxy behind you. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lan Yifei's face turned even paler. He slumped down as if the backbone that supported his backbone was taken away. The Tao Immortal Alliance was powerful and was the strongest and oldest force in the Zhangxian celestial region. However, if they were to have a conflict with Gu Chang'e, they would only face the possibility of being destroyed. I understand. I won't disappoint you, young Master Chang'e. Lan Yifei's expression was bitter and dejected. He did not dare to refuse and could only accept his fate in the end. He did not dare to risk his life and the Tao Immortal Alliance behind him. What had happened tonight had caused too much of a stir for him. Gu Chang'e and the legendary inheritor of the demonic art were the same person. Moreover, he had unknowingly become a fake inheritor of the demonic art. He was going to attract the attention of various orthodoxies in the upper realm for Gu Chang'e. After returning to the palace in the Vermilion Bird Lane, Gu Chang'e ordered someone to send Su Qingge to the Galaxy of Chaos. The Galaxy of Chaos was now the territory of his sister, Ji Qingxian. Gu Chang'e used a forbidden technique to seal Su Qingge's cultivation so that she could stay in the Galaxy of Chaos for the time being. As for the matter with Chan Hongyi, he could vaguely guess. His wedding with Yu Mingkong in a few months' time would probably cause Chan Hongyi to make a move. However, Gu Chang'e could only put this matter aside for now because he still had to deal with Hell and Futu. Qing, send someone to keep an eye on that young man in the Green Flood ancient world. He then called Qing and asked her to send more people. Gu Chang'e felt that the connection between Lu Ming and Hell was probably a secret that would not be revealed easily. Aside from the luck aura, Shui Yan was just an ordinary girl. Lu Ming would not necessarily let her know where he was. Yes, young master. Qing left after receiving the order. She had just arranged for many experts to go to the Green Flood ancient world. She planned to control Lu Ming's friends and family according to Gu Chang'e's request. This was a major matter that involved Hell and Futu, two ancient assassin organizations, and could not be careless. On the other side, the young woman, Shui Yan, held the Tao comprehension tea that Gu Chang'e had given her, and she returned to the temporary residence in the Green Flood ancient dimension under the arrangements of the third manager. The rich fragrance of the enlightenment tea filled the air, and many strange phenomena appeared. There were gods and Buddhas chanting scriptures, small golden cauldrons, huge bells, and intertwining Tao swords. The place was bright and dazzling to the extreme, giving people the feeling that they were about to ascend. Every inch of their pores was comfortable as they greedily absorbed the Tao aura. What is this? Such a rich Taoist fragrance. Just by inhaling it, my cultivation is showing signs of breaking through. All the elite surrounded her in shock and stared at the teapot in her hand. Is the tea in Shui Yan's hand the legendary enlightenment tea? Even the elders who came to the upper world widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they had never seen the enlightenment tea before, they had only read about it in the ancient books. At this moment, they were almost certain that the tea in Shui Yan's hand was the legendary enlightenment tea. Even in the historical records of the Green Flood ancient world, not many people had drunk this tea. Not to mention someone like Shui Yan who returned with such a big pot. This was too unbelievable. They did not dare to believe it. Junior sister Shui Yan. Is this really? All the elite's breathing quickened. Their eyes were filled with passion, and even their voices were trembling. The elders could not sit still either. All of them stared at Shui Yan with fervent gazes. Shui Yan was not surprised by everyone's reaction. Even she could not calm down when she saw the teapot. It took her a long time to calm herself down. Young Master Gu gave this to me. He asked me to bring it back to my senior and junior brothers. She nodded slightly and explained that Gu Chang'e had looked for her. Of course, she did not mention that Gu Chang'e had asked her to keep an eye on Lu Ming. Hearing this, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. They had never imagined that it would be Gu Chang'e who had asked junior sister Shui Yan to bring it to them. What right do we have? This must have been bestowed upon us by that young Master Gu because he loves us. An elder spent a long time before he was able to speak. His face was full of emotions and complicated emotions. Through this incident, everyone could see how highly young Master Gu valued Shui Yan. Even they were able to bask in his glory and get a chance to taste this Tao comprehension tea. This is good stuff. Even when I was at my peak, I only drank this stuff a few times. Begging for fresh flowers. Zero on the other side, Lu Ming was also staring at all of this. His fists were clenched tightly as great waves surged in his heart. The mysterious rock under his sleeve glowed with a lustrous light. The middle-aged man's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. It was filled with emotion and nostalgia. Is this really the Tao comprehending tea? Lu Ming was silent for a while before he asked in his heart. Of course this is the Tao comprehension tea. That young Master Gu is really generous and extravagant. The middle-aged man nodded and sighed. Lu Ming was silent again. Although nothing happened when Gu Chang'e summoned junior sister Shui Yan in the middle of the night, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. It was as if something that originally belonged to him was really leaving him slowly. Tonight, everyone in the Green Flood ancient world was basically given a sip of the tea. Everyone was deeply grateful to Gu Chang'e and wanted to worship her like a living bodhisattva. However, when it was Lu Ming's turn, he rejected it. He felt that it was Gu Chang'e's charity. Even though he understood that this Tao comprehension tea was very helpful to his cultivation, he was still unwilling to accept it. Since senior brother Lu Ming is unwilling, then forget it. Shui Yan shook her head and did not force him. She was still thinking about the task that Gu Chang'e had instructed her to do. Previously, she had an inexplicable feeling for Lu Ming because she felt that he was more mature, determined, and responsible than other sky prides of the same age. But now, it seemed that Lu Ming was hiding many secrets that no one knew. For the next few days, Lu Ming practiced the Hell's Secret technique that the middle-aged man gave him. These were techniques that only the core of Hell's upper echelons could practice. They could sense each other. Therefore, he could use this method to find the other people hidden in the 100 Realms battlefield. However, he didn't know that Shui Yan had been paying attention to his actions. She also reported to Gu Chang'e through the jade slip. Just like this, half a month passed by. The 100 Realms war in the 100 Realms battlefield became more and more tragic. Even the people from the Green Flood ancient world were inevitably attacked. Many of the weaker disciples had died tragically in the battle. Every night, Lu Ming would take advantage of his rest time to go to the Vermilion Bird Square's arena and participate in the battles. He used this to sharpen his combat experience as well as his skills in life and death battles. After all, the secret technique that the middle-aged man gave him was related to assassination. It required a lot of killing to accumulate experience. During this process, Lu Ming finally found a contact from hell through the secret technique that the middle-aged man taught him. It wasn't accurate to call it a contact. This was because the other party also participated in the battles in the arena. As the two fought, they felt the familiarity of each other's methods. In the end, the battle ended in a draw. The two tacitly chose not to continue fighting. After the battle ended, they looked for an abandoned courtyard where no one would disturb them. "Which palace do you belong to?" In the abandoned courtyard, Lu Ming faced a thin man with a somewhat fierce appearance. His voice was very hoarse. Although this person looked ordinary, his methods were extremely terrifying and cruel. Many death row prisoners in the arena were cruelly killed by him in order to obtain their points. Lu Ming was silent for a moment as he thought about what the middle-aged man said about hell. Besides the incomparably mysterious Lord of Hell, there were also 10 other palaces. "I don't belong to any palace. I obtained an inheritance from hell by chance. That's why I found this place," he replied. Then, according to the middle-aged man's request, he explained everything without leaving any loopholes. After falling for 60 million years, the middle-aged man wasn't sure if there was anyone in hell he could trust. "Your methods are indeed very similar to my inheritance, but they're also very different from the other palaces." The thin man frowned. Although he doubted Lu Ming's words, he wasn't worried that Lu Ming had bad intentions. After all, his true strength was far greater than Lu Ming's. Seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed. He was worried that this person would be suspicious. Hell had always been mysterious. It was very difficult for outsiders to find a contact. Since that was the case, he could try and see if this person could take him there. 2. Chapter 691. Is Hell's contact finally going to appear? In a quiet courtyard, Qing Shui received news about Lu Ming. Gu Chang'e was leisurely drinking tea. His clothes were as white as snow and his hair was like a waterfall. His hair was tied up with a simple hairband. He looked otherworldly and refined, as if he stood outside of the world of mortals. The 100 Realms battlefield was very restless. It was getting more and more chaotic. But he seemed very leisurely. Every day, he would drink tea and listen to music in the courtyard. Then he would order people to go to the great square to pick young seeds to confuse the public. Today, Qing and the higher-ups of the Myriad Dao Business Alliance were standing in front of him. According to Miss Shuiyan's message through the Jade Talisman, Lu Ming has been in the arena all this time. He seems to be looking for someone. Especially tonight. After the duel ended, he didn't immediately return to his residence. Qing held a Jade Talisman and reported according to the message. "If that's the case, then it's time for me to tighten my net." Gu Chang'e smiled faintly when he heard this. Then he put down the cup in his hand and stood up. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint terrifying fluctuation appeared in the void behind him. Then, a blurry space portal seemed to be torn open. And several figures shrouded in black mist appeared and stepped out. Apart from Ada, the other blurry figures all had the strength of a Tao enlightened one. Every single one of them had a terrifying pressure that could shatter the heavens and earth as they stood there. Everyone in the courtyard had a drastic change in expression. They were anxious and fearful. If it weren't for Gu Chang'e personally showing them, they wouldn't have imagined that so many enlightened experts were hiding in the dark, ready to listen to Gu Chang'e's orders at any time. Just this force alone was enough to sweep through the entire 100 Realms battlefield. Only the masters behind the Great Square would have the qualifications to contend with one of these enlightened experts. Naturally, they didn't know that these enlightened experts were all puppets refined by Gu Chang'e. Although they maintained their original realm, there was still a big gap between them and enlightened masters. It's time for the army to arrive. Gu Chang'e raised his head to look at the vast sky, his tone somewhat meaningful. Since the infernal realm's contact had surfaced, it was time for him to dispatch an army. After all, this was a good opportunity for everyone to kick a man who was down. Since Hell and Buddha Temple existed, they had made too many enemies. Many orthodoxies hated them to the core. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't find the hiding place of their headquarters, they would have dispatched an army of experts to kill their way over. Over the years, they had experienced countless encirclements and annihilations. Young master, since we've confirmed that Hell and Buddha's hiding place is here, why don't we announce this news? I think Hell and Buddha have existed for many eras, so their hidden reserves are absolutely unfathomable. They will absolutely not give up or move away in a short period of time. He knew that Gu Chang'e was going to deal with Hell and Futu, these two ancient assassin organizations. Qin, and the others still had many doubts in their hearts. They didn't understand why Gu Chang'e wanted to confirm where they were hiding before attacking. After all, the earlier the news of Hell and Buddha's hiding place was announced, the earlier the orthodoxies could prepare. If it's too early, Hell and Buddha would be prepared. What I want is to catch them off guard. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly when he heard this. Outside the Hundred Realms battlefield, he had already ordered his people to wait in the dark. Now, as long as he gave the order, this army would kill their way into the Hundred Realms battlefield and kill their way to Hell and Buddha's hiding place. At the same time, on the other side. According to the secret method taught by the middle-aged man in the mysterious stone, Lu Ming found the skinny man from Hell. He followed the other party, avoiding many eyes as he headed towards a group of palaces in the depths of the Vermilion Bird Square. On both sides were palaces and pavilions, richly ornamented and incomparably magnificent. An incomparably spacious river quietly flowed in the middle, sparkling with multicolored light and misty rain. There were many cultivators in the surroundings. Some were enjoying themselves in the brothels, while others were squandering money in casinos and taverns. Lu Ming didn't look around, trying his best to conceal his abnormality and not attract the attention of others. He knew that there were many experts in this place. A moment of carelessness could lead to unnecessary trouble. Soon, under the guidance of the skinny man, Lu Ming boarded an extremely large divine boat. It was dazzling in gold and jade, shining with divine light. There were also many people inside. A faint mist rose up in the surroundings, and as the wind blew, it began to spread out. Many jade boats floated on the river. A few voices could be heard, like weeping and complaining, tugging at one's heartstrings. Seeing the scene on the divine boat, even Lu Ming, who was used to seeing storms and waves, was shocked. He couldn't help but look away. Many male and female cultivators were gathered together. The air was filled with fragrant scents, and the air was filled with beautiful women. The skinny man leading the way couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. So it's still a virgin. What's so surprising about this? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. He had been cultivating for more than 10 years and had never experienced the matters between men and women. Especially when these cultivators didn't hide anything and were chatting and flirting on the divine boat. Why did you bring me to such a romantic place? He couldn't help but ask the skinny man leading the way. Aren't you looking for a contact person? Didn't I bring you here? The skinny man laughed with a hint of mockery. Hearing this, Lu Ming also understood a little. From the outside, this was indeed a romantic place. Who would have thought that this place hid the contact point of Hell? Be careful. Don't think that just because you obtained the inheritance of Hell, the lords of Hell will acknowledge you. The person I'm bringing you to later is a ruthless person who can easily take a person's life with a smile. The skinny man saw Lu Ming's expression and was worried that he would offend the Lord, so he specially reminded him. Lu Ming nodded with a solemn expression. He was nervous and expectant at the same time. From the layout of this place, he should be bringing you to see Meng Po's subordinates. The mysterious stone under his sleeve glowed faintly. The middle-aged man's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Meng Po. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He knew that there were 10 halls in hell, and the hall masters of each hall were called the 10 Yama Lords. Other than the 10 Yama Lords, there were also the 10 Yin Marshals and the 4 judges. Meng Po was another special person other than the 4 judges. Her status was not inferior to the 4 judges, and she was extremely mysterious. Of course, above the 10 Yama Lords, were there the ghost emperors of 5 directions and the legendary Yin Son of Heaven? He had no way of knowing these. The middle-aged man in the mysterious stone had never told him these things. A long time ago, hell was actually called the Netherworld. But later on, for some reason, it seemed to have violated some unseen taboo and had no choice but to change its name to hell. And just as Lu Ming's thoughts were running wild, the skinny man in front had already brought him to the private room on the lowest level of the divine boat. Here, he smelled a strange fragrance. It was like orchids and musk. It was intoxicating, and his blood flowed faster for some reason. "I heard that you wanted to see me." A charming voice came from the front. It seemed to be a short distance away, and there was a misty fog spreading around. Lu Ming's heart trembled, but when he thought of the middle-aged man's instructions, he calmed himself down. He looked up and realized that there was another world in this place. There were spatial fluctuations that seemed to be able to envelop everything around. There was a curtain in the distance, blocking everyone's line of sight. He could only vaguely see a graceful figure lying on her side. Her head was half propped up, and she seemed to be smoking some kind of spirit cigarette. She looked extremely lazy. "If you dare to look around, then dig them out." The charming voice sounded again. There was no trace of killing intent, as if she was just talking about a trivial matter. Lu Ming shuddered and hurriedly retracted his gaze. Then, he bowed his head respectfully and said, "I want to see you because I have something to tell you." "What is it?" The voice behind the curtain sounded again. There was no impatience. "I have once received the inheritance of a big shot in hell." Lu Ming thought of the middle-aged man's instructions. He did not dare to hide anything and repeated word by word. He did not directly say that he had received all the inheritances. He only said that the inheritances were still lost somewhere, and he did not have the ability to obtain all of them. Otherwise, he was worried that this higher-up of hell would covet his inheritance and kill him. When the figure behind the curtain heard Lu Ming's words, she slowly sat up. There was some uncertainty in her expression. "Is what you said true? Do you know the consequences if you lie?" Her voice was no longer as charming as before. Instead, there was a hint of coldness in it. This was because from what Lu Ming said, the inheritance he received was most likely from the Lord Hallmaster who died 60 million years ago. In fact, all of Hell's higher-ups were secretive about this matter. The Lord Hallmaster's strength was unfathomable. If it was not because someone in Hell leaked his whereabouts, he would not have been attacked by other orthodoxies and died. Because of this, Hell's great formation of heavenly hell destroying immortal fiends was difficult to set up. Otherwise, there would be no need to be so wary of Gu Changa and choose to hide all this time. "I dare not lie to you, sir. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this item." Lu Ming had long guessed the other party's reaction. Therefore, he took out a fragment of the stone realm that the middle-aged man had given him before. Buzz! The void trembled. Then, a jade-white hand reached out from behind the curtain and grabbed the fragment of the stone realm. "It's this item." The woman behind the curtain sized it up for a long time. After a long silence, there was a sigh. Lu Ming stood there with his hands by his side and did not say anything. He knew that since the other party had recognized this item, she would not suspect him. "You can go back first. If this is true, someone will come looking for you in 3 days. Soon, the woman behind the curtain gave the order to leave. However, compared to before, her tone was much calmer. She was the disciple of the extremely mysterious Mengpu of Hell and could be considered a higher-up in Hell. She knew more about some of the more secretive matters than others. Hearing this, Lu Ming sighed in relief. He felt that he was one step closer to becoming the successor of Hell. However, just as he was about to leave this place and return to his residence, outside the room, there was suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps and knocking on the door. Reporting to my lord, something bad has happened. Outside the pleasure boat, there are many unfamiliar figures. An unimaginable existence in the dark has sealed all the space here. Not to mention cultivators, even divine sense can't be transmitted out at this moment. A pale-faced man stumbled over, his expression incomparably flustered. What? Hearing this, not only was the woman behind the curtain stunned, but even Lu Ming's expression changed. Are you plotting against me? Almost immediately, the expression of the woman behind the curtain turned cold. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness as she stared at Lu Ming. At this time, she had no choice but to think so. Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental? Lu Ming had just found his way here, and then a powerhouse had sealed this place. This lowly one definitely has no intention of plotting against my lord. This lowly one is willing to guarantee with his life. Lu Ming only felt a terrifying murderous aura enveloping him, causing him to suffocate. His skin hurt as if it was about to burst open. He felt that if he did not explain, he would probably collapse under this aura and turn into a bloody mist. Who exactly is that? The woman behind the curtain appeared. She was wearing a long green dress, and her cold and exquisite face was uncertain. She did not think that Lu Ming would dare to lie to her. However, at this time, she did not have time to think. This was because a terrifying and majestic divine sense suddenly crushed down as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. The void within a radius of a few hundred miles was stagnant because of this, as if it had been turned into a domain. Dao attainment. 0.2 The expression of the woman in the green dress changed again. She turned pale, and she felt as if her divine sense had turned cold. Her entire body trembled. She knew that an unimaginable and terrifying existence must have descended here, and in order to prevent news of this place from spreading, he had turned this place into his domain. This kind of method could only be done by existences like the 10 great hall masters of hell. Could it be that someone is following me? Lu Ming thought of this possibility. In fact, he had been feeling like he was being watched these days. However, when he asked the middle-aged man also said that he did not sense it. Boom! At this time, the entire divine boat trembled. Terrifying energy poured down in torrents, and the black giant hand fell horizontally, crushing over in an instant. Countless runes engraved on the walls glowed, trying to resist this power. However, it did not last long. Like snow under the scorching sun, it quickly melted and collapsed. All the cultivators and living beings did not dare to move. They were trembling in fear. Void forbidden technique. Feeling this fluctuation, the woman in the green dress in the boat paled even more. She was filled with fear. She already understood. The other party must have come prepared, and it was specifically for the matter of hell. That was why this place was isolated immediately to prevent news from spreading and alerting the enemy. Thinking of this, she did not hesitate. She reached out her hand and was about to destroy her spiritual altar to prevent news of hell from spreading. However, a burly figure covered in a dark iron armor was faster than her. He tore through space and appeared beside her. Then, he raised his hand and suppressed her. Everything happened too quickly. It happened so quickly that the woman in the green dress was in despair. She could not resist this power at all. Chapter 692. The figure wearing the nether iron armor stood there like an iron tower. His eyes were cold and emotionless, and there was a kind of soul-stirring pressure. He raised his hand to suppress the woman in the green dress. The soaring murderous aura condensed into chains that bound her hands and feet, making it difficult for her to move. Protect the Lord. Outside the room, a large number of figures rushed over with swords and sabers in their hands. They were full of murderous intent. However, before they could get close, they were crushed into blood mist by the majestic pressure, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The huge gap between their realms was not something that could be made up for with numbers. Ada just stood there without doing anything, but the pressure that filled the air was enough to destroy everything. Oh no, someone probably wants to attack Hell, and you've been used as a pawn. The mysterious stone shone brightly. The middle-aged man saw everything and had a bad feeling. He was a hall master in Hell back then. He had experienced many things, so he could see the cause and effect of the matter at a glance. In the end, it was Lu Ming's attempt to find a contact in Hell these days that attracted the attention of someone in the dark. This made him a little angry. After all, he was only a remnant soul. If he was at his peak, how could he not feel the spying in the dark? Then what should we do now? Should we surrender or think of a way to escape? Lu Ming was also very uneasy and asked the middle-aged man. However, he felt that there was an even more terrifying aura outside the boat. The middle-aged man did not have time to answer him. He hurriedly hid his aura and hid in the deepest part of the mysterious stone space. Since Lu Ming had long been targeted, then if he did not pay attention, he might be caught by the other party. Senior, Lu Ming continued to call out, but the middle-aged man did not answer him. His heart gradually sank. Today was probably going to be a bad day. The other cultivators on the boat trembled in fear and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. They could only watch as several figures walked in from outside the divine boat. The person in the lead was dressed in white. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were deep. He had a handsome face, like a young immortal, and light flowed all over his body. Quite a few cultivators recognized him, and their faces were filled with fear. During this time, Gu Changa's arrival in the Hundred Realms battlefield caused endless waves. No one would have thought that he would appear here tonight, and with an unfriendly look on his face. There were many people following behind Gu Changa. The higher-ups of the 10,000 Dao Business Alliance and the young lady of the Green Flood Ancient World, Shui Yan, wore solemn expressions. The reason why the young lady, Shui Yan, had come along was actually because she was worried about Lu Ming. She wanted to advise him not to go against Gu Changa. Although Gu Changa had promised that he would not harm Lu Ming, Shui Yan was still worried. Lu Ming's whereabouts were exposed tonight. A large part of the reason was that she had truthfully reported to Gu Changa what Lu Ming had done in the past few days. Young master, how should we deal with these people? Qing Er's gaze slowly swept over everyone on the pleasure boat. Her expression was cold and indifferent as she respectfully asked Gu Changa. Among these people, no one could be sure that there weren't people from Hell. Capture them all. Seal their sea of knowledge and cultivation. Gu Changa said casually. He didn't care about these people. His attention was actually still on the big fish in the pleasure boat. Soon, a large number of soldiers in black armor swarmed over from the surroundings of the pleasure boat and captured all the people here, regardless of gender, age, or age. Because of the Forbidden Void technique, this place had become a domain. Only the cultivators and living beings who entered this place would know what happened here. Furthermore, the cultivators and living beings in this place couldn't send out any information. Master, the people inside have been captured. How should we deal with them? All the cultivators on the pleasure boat kept quiet out of fear as they looked at Ada, who was wearing a dark iron armor. He was also holding the ashen-faced woman in his hand. Lu Ming and the others followed behind, not daring to make a move. Is this the contact from Hell? Take her back first. Gu Changa looked at the woman in green but didn't interrogate her in front of everyone. Gu Changa, Looking at the white-robed man in front of her, the woman in green's face was pale, and her voice was trembling. There was only despair left in her heart. If it was someone else, she would think that there would be a chance for tonight's matter to turn around. However, the person in front of her was actually Gu Changa. Even if her master, Mengpa, was here, she could only obediently be captured. Why is it him? Why is junior sister Shui Yan here too? Could it be, at this moment, Lu Ming naturally recognized Gu Changa, and his eyes involuntarily widened. In particular, he also saw junior sister Shui Yan behind Gu Changa. In an instant, he thought of many things, and his face turned pale. He immediately figured it out. Impossible, how could junior sister Shui Yan do this? Lu Ming's eyes were a little red and filled with blood. He clenched his fists and wanted to rush forward and question him personally. In his impression, junior sister Shui Yan was sensible, smart, mature, and steady. Why would she secretly scheme against him? Why would she tell Gu Changa about his whereabouts? However, Lu Ming did not have time to go forward and question her. After seeing him, the young girl, Shui Yan, heaved a sigh of relief and walked straight to him. She said with a guilty tone, "Senior brother Lu Ming, I'm sorry, I have my reasons. I'll explain to you later. But you must not go against young Master Gu, otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." Her words were very sincere and carried a deep sense of guilt. After all, if she had not leaked Lu Ming's whereabouts, he would not have been reduced to such a state. Why did you do this? Why did you scheme against me? However, Lu Ming no longer had the rationality to listen to her. His eyes were filled with disappointment and pain, and endless anger surged in his heart. "I'm sorry, but I had no choice." Shui Yan's eyes dimmed, and she felt very guilty. Although Lu Ming hid many things from her, he had never hurt her. Her actions could even push Lu Ming into the abyss of eternal damnation. "I understand now. Gu Changa must have threatened you to do this, right? That night, he called you over. Was it because of this matter?" Lu Ming was not an ordinary person after all. He quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. His angry gaze landed on Shui Yan's face, and it was filled with disappointment. Shui Yan was at a loss for words when she heard that. She fell silent, not knowing how to explain. "Master, there's an obscure god soul fluctuation on this person." Ada glanced at Lu Ming and spoke in a low, muffled voice. "I know." Gu Changa smiled. He did not interrupt Lu Ming and Shui Yan's conversation. He watched from the side with interest on his face. When he first saw Lu Ming, he knew that this son of Providence must have had many fortuitous encounters and must have something like a cheat finger. Now, it seemed like his cheat finger had a lot to do with hell. Perhaps someone's remnant soul was hidden in it. "Miss Shui Yan, according to our agreement, I won't harm your senior brother's life if you help me with this. I want to find someone through him. Now, that person is hiding in his body." Gu Changa smiled faintly and slowly walked toward Lu Ming as he spoke. Naturally, he was just casually saying that without Shui Yan's consent. Whether it was Lu Ming or Shui Yan, they were all the same in his eyes. "Senior brother Lu Ming, you saw it too. Young Master Gu said that he won't harm your life. He just wants to find someone," Shui Yan said sincerely. Shui Yan spoke sincerely when she saw this. She hoped that Lu Ming wouldn't be unable to tell what was good for him and lose his life. Lu Ming stared at Gu Changa with a conflicted expression on his face. He knew that Gu Changa did not care about him. Instead, he cared about the mysterious rock. Of course, to be more precise, it might be the middle-aged man in the mysterious rock. Otherwise, why would a lowly nobody like him deserve Gu Changa's attention? "I understand." After a moment of silence, a conflicted expression flashed across Lu Ming's face. At this point, he knew that he had no choice but to hand over the mysterious rock. However, just as he finished speaking and made his choice, The mysterious rock that he had hidden in his sleeve suddenly shone brightly. The dazzling light intertwined as if it had been ignited. It was incomparably hot. "Damn brat, how dare you betray me?" The middle-aged man's face was incomparably gloomy. He did not want to resign himself to death. He could only use his final method to merge his soul with the mysterious rock. Ah, at this moment, Lu Ming also started to scream miserably. A terrifying burning pain was emitted from his palm. Even if he wanted to throw the mysterious rock away, he could not do so. The item that had helped him all this time, allowing him to reach the peak of his peers in the green flood ancient world, seemed to have burned through his palm and merged with it. Scarlet flames immediately spread out from Lu Ming's palm and instantly devoured his entire body. He rolled on the ground and continuously cried out in pain, trying to alleviate the pain. However, the mysterious rock contained a special power that kept devouring his flesh and divine soul. It wanted to use his flesh as a catalyst to break free and escape from this place. Senior brother Lu Ming, Shui Yan, was also stunned by this sudden scene. She could not help but cry out in alarm, wanting to save Lu Ming. However, Gu Changa's action was faster than her. He shook his sleeve lightly, and a gust of clear air shook. It was like a drizzle of rain, directly extinguishing the scarlet flames on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming was also burned beyond recognition. He was on the verge of death and had already fainted. "You're quite smart. You want to use this method to escape. Speaking of which, does this count as the backlash of the cheat card?" Gu Changa's gaze fell on the terrifying hole in Lu Ming's palm that was burned. He smiled lightly. Naturally, he would not let the remnant soul in it escape. The vast power of the rules, as vast as clouds and smoke, appeared. Then, an inexplicable aura surged in this space. Everything slowed down. Regardless of whether it was the crowd's thoughts or their gazes, they seemed to be in a state of stillness. Then, time was reversed. Tiny fragments of light that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the surrounding void. They were mysterious fragments of broken rocks that contained the middle-aged man's remnant soul. However, under the control of Gu Changa's will, they began to show signs of reversing. Countless tiny fragments of light slowly gathered and fell into Gu Changa's palm. Soon, they turned into a palm-sized fragment of rock. Time reversal. Let everything return to its original state. The many senior executives of the myriad Daos business alliance who were following behind Gu Changa widened their eyes in shock. They were in disbelief. It was as though they had just witnessed a miracle. Even those who had attained the Tao would not be able to do such a mysterious technique. They would definitely not be able to reverse time and return everything to its original state. After all, the time rule was one of the most mysterious and unfathomable supreme rules in this world. Of course, Gu Changa also knew that he had only just mastered this rule. He could only reverse time for a short period of time. The true power of time was far more vast and mysterious than anyone could imagine. "You. Who are you?" The middle-aged man's remnant soul appeared on the fragment of rock. It was filled with shock and fear. He did not expect that his remnant soul had already merged with the fragment of rock. To a cultivator, this was equivalent to having one's body and soul destroyed. However, in Gu Changa's hand, his remnant soul was reformed. This technique was no different from resurrecting 537. He has touched the threshold of the immortal state, he's still a young man. At this moment, the middle-aged man thought of the only possibility. His heart was filled with shock. He was extremely shocked. A remnant soul at the level of a Tao attainment, Gu Changa looked at the middle-aged man who appeared on the fragment of rock. He was enlightened. It turned out that this was what Lu Ming relied on to contact hell. However, he did not interrogate the middle-aged man in front of everyone. Instead, he waved his hand and put the middle-aged man into the Sumera space. Gu Changa was not worried that he would not be able to get anything out of the middle-aged man. The strength of a Tao attainment cultivator was equivalent to that of a hall master in hell. Even if there was a forbidden technique to seal one's divine consciousness and not reveal many things. However, to Lu Ming, it was easy for him to find hell. Soon, the divine boat and all the cultivators and living beings within 100 miles were taken away. This place fell into a strange dimensional void. Unless a Tao attainment cultivator showed up to investigate, no one would know what happened here. After all, Gu Chang'e wanted to catch everyone off guard to avoid alerting the enemy. Naturally, he had to set up everything here. As long as the hell-hiding world appeared, everything would be easy to handle. What happened tonight was only spread among the higher-ups of the business alliance. This was because Gu Chang'e had ordered them to keep this matter under wraps. Of course, there was no doubt that there were spies from hell in the business alliance. Therefore, after returning to his previous residence, Gu Chang'e asked everyone to leave. "If you spare my life, I'll tell you everything I know." The middle-aged man's remnant soul was released. He took a deep breath and looked at Gu Chang'e in front of him as he promised in a deep voice. After surviving for 60 million years, one could see how strong his desire to live was. Naturally, he did not want to die at this time. "I don't need you to tell me what I want to know." However, Gu Chang'e had no intention of saying anything to him. His expression was calm and indifferent. As he raised his palm, dense black light filled the air. Runes of the Great Tao appeared and turned into a Great Tao treasure bottle. Then, it suddenly swallowed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man originally wanted to negotiate with Gu Chang'e. However, he did not expect Gu Chang'e to ignore him completely. Moreover, as a former hall master, he was very knowledgeable. He recognized the Great Tao treasure bottle immediately. His face was filled with fear. Soon, the screams in the palace stopped abruptly. A hall master from 60 million years ago, Gu Chang'e closed his eyes and quietly went through the middle-aged man's memories. There were restrictions in the depths of the middle-aged man's divine soul to prevent him from revealing the secrets of hell. However, in the face of the devouring power of the Great Tao treasure bottle, the restrictions collapsed like snow. They were completely useless. The middle-aged man's memories were now in front of him. He was flipping through them casually like pages of a book. Chapter 693. In the palace, Gu Chang'e stood with his eyes closed as he flipped through the memories of the first hall master. In fact, what he was most concerned about was the foundation of hell. Most of the orthodoxies in the outside world only knew that hell had 10 great hall masters, named after the 10 great halls of hell from ancient times. But above the 10 great hall masters, were there the ghost emperors of the 5 directions and the most mysterious Son of Heaven? This was unknown. But it was undeniable that each of the 10 great hall masters had an exceedingly high cultivation base. Even if they were in the same realm, it was difficult to find an opponent. 6,000 years ago, the first hall master almost died because he was besieged by many Tao attainments experts. From these memories, he learned that the location of each of hell's halls was actually very mysterious. Even the hall master of each hall didn't know the location of the other halls. The communication between each hall depended on the transmission altar in each hall. Of course, there were definitely benefits to doing this, and that was to avoid danger as much as possible. The 100 Realms battlefield is indeed a place to cultivate Gu, but for hell, it's definitely not the only place. Gu Chang'e obtained another piece of extremely useful information. There were countless lower realms around the 100 Realms battlefield, and many of them were controlled by hell. And those lower realms were specially left as backyards for hell, nurturing large amounts of fresh blood. This was a tradition of hell, and also the reason why hell was able to stand at the peak of the assassin world. Flipping through the middle-aged man's remnant soul allowed Gu Chang'e to learn a lot of hell's secrets. In some ways, these secrets involved a lot of things, and there were even shadows of several immortal orthodoxies behind them. From the memories, the ancient Kanglan world should be Hell's hiding place, but Hell should be hiding in a world within a world, and the entrance to a world within a world is in the ancient Kanglan world. Gu Changa had a general understanding of Hell's hiding place. So the next thing to do was much simpler. First, eliminate Hell's headquarters, then the rest of the Buddha would be easier. This was because Hell was more mysterious and difficult to deal with. Then, Gu Changa ordered people to bring the woman in the green dress from the pleasure boat, and personally interrogate her. The infernal realm had a special secret technique that could prevent its members from leaking any information related to the infernal realm. The woman in the green dress was Granny Meng's disciple. She was one of the higher-ups in the infernal realm. The restrictions in her god's soul were even more complicated and profound. However, even a former hall master could not stop Gu Changa from prying into his sea of consciousness. So what if she was just a woman in a green dress? Soon, the screams and wails came to an abrupt end. The green-dressed woman's face was distorted with fear, and she almost fainted. While she was awake, Gu Changa was reading her mind. The degree of pain was tantamount to repeatedly tearing one's divine soul apart. It was unimaginable. Take the 3 Tao enlightened experts and go to the 100 Realms battlefield according to the information in this person's sea of consciousness. After pondering for a while, Gu Changa called Ada and the others and gave them the order. From his sea of consciousness, he obtained a lot of useful information. There were indeed a lot of communication points in the 100 Realms battlefield. But because of Zhao Hai's arrival, they were sealed off. Only one of the communication points was still open. The 10 hall masters weren't present. Even if they wanted to discuss something, they could only send their avatars. This made Gu Changa feel somewhat regretful. Yes, Lord. Ada received the order and left with the 3 Tao enlightened puppets shrouded in black mist. In the following days, the 100 Realms battlefield fell into an atmosphere of foreboding. Almost all of the cultivators and living beings felt a sense of unease and oppression. What happened in the Vermilion Bird Square that night was not hidden from everyone. This was because the next day, Gu Changa gave the order to remove the restrictions. The communication points in the infernal realm were destroyed by Ada on the same day. Such a big matter naturally attracted the attention of many orthodoxies in the upper realm. News about the infernal realm spread as quickly as possible, causing a huge commotion. In the communication points, Ada found a lot of underground palaces with hidden transmission altars. These transmission altars were not destroyed by the higher-ups of the infernal realm. They could easily lock onto the other side through spatial coordinates. Many experts of the infernal realm tried to resist. But in the face of the 3 Tao enlightened puppets, everything was futile. In the end, only death awaited them. On the same day, a large number of ancient warships arrived outside the 100 Realms battlefield. According to the information from the communication points, they began to wipe out the Tao temples left behind by the infernal realm. This was a storm-like assault that swept through the entire 100 Realms battlefield, causing countless cultivators to tremble in fear. On that day, many cultivators didn't even have time to react before they saw the majestic fleet of ancient warships arriving outside World Suppression City. The soldiers on the ships were like black clouds, rolling in endless numbers. In the 100 Realms battlefield, all of the Tao temples left behind by the infernal realm were destroyed. 2 Tao enlightened puppets appeared, but they didn't have any effect. Under the joint attack of Gu Changa's Tao enlightened puppets, they quickly fell. None of the cultivators thought that Gu Changa had already made arrangements for this thunderous attack. This huge battle also alarmed the various powers in the upper realm. Gu Changa's appearance in the 100 Realms battlefield wasn't a secret. But nobody thought that his final target would be the assassin organization, the infernal realm. This move made many powers who had enmity with the infernal realm unable to hold back. Under the banner of a crusade against the infernal realm, they sent an army here. Naturally, many powers also wanted a share of the pie. This was because the infernal realm's accumulation and background were unfathomable. Their wealth was even more astonishing. In the past, the infernal realm hid very well and avoided many crusades. But today, they were directly exposed. In just a few days, the elites of many orthodoxies gathered outside the Hundred Realms battlefield. It seems like the infernal realm's good days are coming to an end. After occupying the Hundred Realms battlefield for so many years, the infernal realm's training grounds have been wiped out. In the various cities of the upper realm, many cultivators and living beings who received the news were extremely shocked and discussed animatedly. There was no doubt that this was a major event that swept across the upper realm. After all, in recent years, many geniuses and great figures have died at the hands of the infernal realm. The infernal realm and the Buddha clan were well-deserved overlords of the dark world. They even dared to assassinate experts. Now that Gu Changa found the infernal realm and wanted to launch a crusade, it naturally attracted the attention of countless people. No one knew what kind of enmity Gu Changa had with the infernal realm that led him to make such a decision. However, the news of the Hundred Realms battlefield being the infernal realm's place of cultivation still caused a great sensation. Of course, there were certainly shadows of other orthodoxies behind this. It wasn't just the infernal realm's place of cultivation. But at this time, everyone's attention was on the infernal realm. Naturally, they ignored this. At the same time, in a vast space filled with darkness and gloomy clouds, a voice rang out. Palaces and islands floated in the air. The divine mountain range stretched out endlessly. This place was like the underworld of ancient myths. The world was vast. Only a layer of gray fog could be seen. There were also few signs of human habitation. There were almost no signs of life. The earth was devastated. It was as if a terrible war had happened. There were traces of destruction everywhere. Some traces of meteorites still existed. They were hundreds of miles wide. The cracks that spread out formed large rifts. Baleful chi rushed out of these rifts, shaking the heavens. It swept through the dim blood moon in the distance. It was like an ancient battlefield. The Tao field and many communication points in the Hundred Realms battlefield have been destroyed. I knew that Gu Changa didn't come with good intentions. He must have some other purpose. He's definitely behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. In the deepest part of the palace, a terrifying figure wearing nether steel divine clothes and holding a heavenly saber stood tall. He looked at the distant sky. His eyes were cold and full of anger. That pitiful disciple of mine was also killed. Only now did I know of her death. I should have let her leave the Hundred Realms battlefield and not stay there for long. Below the palace, an old woman in black spoke softly, but her words were filled with a shocking chill. Her robe was wide and embroidered with many complicated patterns. The patterns seemed to come alive. There were enchanting spider lilies and surging yellow springs. She was the mysterious Mengpo of the infernal realm. And the terrifying figure in front of her was the third hall master of the infernal realm. He had monstrous strength. Chapter 694. The environment here was extremely dark and misty, just like the legendary hell. Large stars floated in the sky, each surrounded by thick gray fog. They were majestic and heavy, enough to crush everything. Large groups of killers from hell were hiding in the mountains. Their auras were shocking and murderous intent spread. Gu Changa attacked the infernal realm for no reason. Naturally, we have to teach him a lesson. All disciples of hell, listen to my order. We'll fight Gu Changa to the death. The third palace master appeared from the depths of the palaces, wearing a nether iron armor and holding a heavenly sword in his hand. Mengpo was next to him. There were 10 palaces in hell. This was only the small world where the 3 palaces were located, not the upper world. Now, the third palace master had received news that he was going to lead the disciples of hell to kill Gu Changa's army. The palaces of hell didn't communicate with each other. They would only act together when there was a great crisis. It's a pity that the first palace master's cultivation isn't high enough. Otherwise, he could set up the deity demon array and make Gu Changa surrender. Mengpa sighed. She was also a Dao attainment cultivator, but her cultivation wasn't as high as the 10 palace masters. But over the years, many peerless overlords had died in her hands. Even some sect masters of the supreme sects had been assassinated by her. Today, those skulls were still placed in her bedroom. Kill. Show the might of hell. As the third palace master gave the order, murderous intents appeared on the mountains and islands, piercing through the clouds. 537 ancient warships dyed in blood appeared one after another. They stretched across the world, covering the sky and covering the sun. Some fierce beasts let out shocking roars and walked out from afar like a flood. Their eyes were red and filled with endless murderous intent. Countless killers from hell appeared. Some came through the space portal, while others came out of seclusion. There were more than 10 million of them. There was an endless number of them. Many of them were also brought onto the ancient battleships. The ocean-like waves of divine will made everyone's heart palpitate. This was an unimaginably terrifying force that could sweep through any great sect. And this was only one of the 10 great halls of hell. Similar scenes were playing out in various minor worlds in hell. Shocking armies were being assembled in various palaces in hell, ready to crush all enemies. Of course, the higher-ups of hell were also furrowing their brows and making other decisions. Many of hell's hidden treasures and inheritances were secretly taken away by them. They were worried that something unexpected would happen at the end of this battle. This was because the entire upper realm was alarmed. Many orthodoxies were trying to get a share of the pie. Many cultivators and creatures felt that it would be difficult for hell to escape this time. Even if they weren't wiped out, they would suffer disastrous losses. It would be difficult for them to return to their previous peak. Many of the upper echelons of hell hated Gu Changa to the bone. They had no idea why Gu Changa was doing this. In any case, they had always minded their own business with Gu Changa. As a result, Gu Changa suddenly sent people to clean up hell's training grounds in the 100 Realms battlefield. This move could be said to be unexpected. It was fast and ruthless, causing everyone to be unable to react. By the time the temple masters recovered, their eyes and communication points in the 100 Realms battlefield had been completely uprooted. From this, one could see that Gu Changa had been planning this for a long time. It wasn't a sudden move. Boom! A majestic army gathered in the upper realm. They passed through a large transmission formation and arrived outside the 100 Realms battlefield. On top of these ancient warships were countless cultivators. They were holding various weapons and riding fierce beasts. They were waiting for an order to rush into the ancient worlds below and start a purge of hell. Besides the deep sea realm, there are also traces of hell in other realms. On top of the ancient warship, Gu Changa listened to his subordinate's report. He was somewhat pensive. He didn't intend to make a move himself. He wanted to let the orthodoxies behind him confront hell first. When the time was right, he would be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Therefore, he wasn't stingy in sharing information about hell to the orthodoxies. Of course, with Gu Changa's current strength, it was more than enough for her to sweep through hell. But he didn't want to cause too much damage. Wouldn't it be foolish to not use the tool in front of him? Young Lord Changa. When we were encircling hell, there was also news from Futu. It seems like he was frightened. There was a fluctuation in the void. The mysterious owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, Bai Lian, appeared on the ancient warship and said to Gu Changa. She had a rare smile on her face. Obviously, one of her worries was solved. Once hell and Futu were dealt with, the entire dark world in the upper realm would follow the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion's lead. Oh, Futu also showed up. Gu Changa was somewhat surprised. But after thinking about it, he wasn't surprised. After all, the various orthodoxies in the upper realm were encircling hell. Futu's foundation wasn't as good as hell, so it was natural for him to feel uneasy. I've already sent people to investigate. It shouldn't take more than a few days to find out where Futu is. Bai Lian replied confidently. This was because she asked her junior brother Bai Hua for help. Using these clues, they deduced where Futu was most likely to be hiding and got a rough estimate. Gu Chang'e nodded and didn't say anything else. In the upper realm, besides the dark sky court and the epic Tao fruit, there was still no one left. Only the Hell sect and the Buddha sect were left to deal with. But he believed that it wouldn't take long. The epic Tao fruit's signs of ripening were getting more and more obvious. Some of the world's laws were even seeping out from his inner universe. The entire upper realm's laws were undergoing obvious and huge changes. Some ancient existences with profound cultivations who stood at the peak of the upper realm could feel it most clearly. After dealing with Hell and Futu, Gu Chang'e began to arrange everything related to the epic Tao fruit. Things went as expected. Half a month later, shocking battles broke out all over the Hundred Realms battlefield. Hell's army arrived through transmission formations and fought with the various orthodoxies. Vast waves of battle shook the heavens and earth as they wreaked havoc everywhere. It was as if the sky had been pierced through. Large planets were crushed into ashes. Chaos chi soared into the sky and spread out in all directions. Endless blood and corpses piled up. It was a scene of misery and suffering. Just as Gu Chang'e expected, Hell's army divided into two groups. Some appeared outside the Hundred Realms battlefield to intercept the various orthodoxies. As for the others, they seemed to be escorting something and did not participate in this battle. It seems like Hell knows that there's only one outcome to this battle. They're already thinking of a way to retreat. Gu Chang'e didn't appear, let alone make a move. He just watched everything from an ancient planet. He raised his hand and smashed a distant ancient warship into countless pieces. However, he didn't find any traces of Tao attainment experts. In this battle, the strongest expert sent by Hell was only at the quasi-emperor level. True Tao attainment experts were very smart. They chose to hide in their hiding realms, not to mention the 10 temple masters. Hell's 10 temple masters are said to have a joint attack formation called the Fiendish Immortal. It's a good material for refining puppets. Gu Chang'e smiled. He was waiting for the various orthodoxies to finish fighting with Hell before making a move. Chapter 695. The army sent to subjugate Hell was vast and majestic, seemingly endless. Experts from various orthodoxies drove ancient warships from the ends of the universe. Their shouts shook the heavens and the earth, causing many starfields to tremble. Towards the end, even supreme martial artists and quasi-emperors would no longer be able to stay out of harm's way and would have to take action. This was an extremely terrifying and chaotic war. The territories involved could only be described as endless. Even Saint Realm cultivators couldn't keep their lives in this war. Ordinary cultivators fell in droves like weeds, falling one batch after another. At the end of the world, Supremes fought. Supremes floated above their heads, radiating dazzling light. The aftermath of their battle could destroy the heavens and the earth. For ordinary cultivators, Supremes were no different from gods. With a raise of their hands, they could destroy millions of miles of territory and shatter countless stars in the outer realms. The shockwaves from the battle between quasi-emperors were even more terrifying. Their avatars were magnificent and tall, standing in the clouds of stars. Around them, many doors of light stood tall. They were filled with shocking spatial fluctuations that connected the various universes. A torrent of troops rushed out from the gates of light. They were like terrifying black pythons shuttling through the universe. Such a war was extremely rare. Almost all orthodoxies participated. Even the War of Longevity between the Longevity Gu clan and the Purple Mansion wasn't as tragic and terrifying as this. This war almost swept across the entire upper realm. Hell's traces spread to many corners of the upper realm like a spider web. Although the Hundred Realms battlefield was the center of the Hundred Realms battlefield, it involved a vast territory. Even Gu Chang'e couldn't guarantee that she would be able to completely eradicate Hell. As long as Hell exists, we won't be at peace. Today, we must destroy Hell. Give me back my grandson's life. In the war, an old man roared. His whole body glowed as he pushed his chi and blood to the extreme. It could be said that he hated this assassin organization to the bone. The grandson he doted on the most had died at the hands of the underworld. Even now, he didn't know who paid a lot of money to hire Hell's assassins to kill his grandson. In fact, there were quite a few cultivators who had deep enmity with Hell, and their hatred for Hell was boundless. Apart from the imperishable factions and Supreme Taoism factions, the descendants of some powerful rogue cultivators were also assassinated by the underworld. It's about time. Hell may have a strong foundation, but it won't be able to escape this time. Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much as he looked at the tragic scene. His figure vanished with a single step, tearing through the cosmos and heading towards the world where the headquarters of Hell were located. The ancient Azure Wave realm was one of the countless lower realms surrounding the Hundred Realms battlefield. In terms of ranking, he wasn't even in the top 100. And it was precisely this ancient world that actually hid the greatest secret of Hell. Boom! The spatial altar appeared, as if it had been summoned from ancient times. It moved through the universe passage, tearing apart the primal chaos and the void. In this universal passage, there was also a mighty army descending to attack the ancient Kanglan world. This was a shocking scene that was like a flood. Shouts of war shook the sky dome, as if all ancient realms were fighting. The world gate of the hidden realm was found and then destroyed by several mysterious Tao attainments cultivators. As a result, the halls of Hell could no longer hide and could only be exposed under the sky. From the broken world gate, countless Hell assassins rushed out. They usually hid in the dark world, but from the moment the war broke out, they had nowhere to hide and could only fight against the powerful cultivators of various races. Hell's fate has declined and will be destroyed today. You still don't want to give up. In the sky, a boundary emperor spoke. A golden bell hung above his head, and a wisp of bell patterns spread out like ripples. As it swept across, all the Hell cultivators vomited blood and exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. In front of him was a boundary emperor from Hell, hidden in the darkness. Only a divine sword dripping with blood seemed to be able to open up the world. When it slashed out, endless blood and primal chaos chi flooded everything. Even if Hell will be destroyed one day, all of you will pay a heavy price. Moreover, my hellfire will never be extinguished. Wherever there is darkness, there will be Hell's inheritance. The boundary emperor from Hell sneered. He didn't care about life and death at all. You are so stubborn. Now that you are facing the crusade of all the forces in the upper domain, do you still think you have a way out? In the face of a boundary emperor from Hell, even as a boundary emperor of the same realm, the boundary emperor's expression was solemn and he didn't dare to be careless. Soon, the two of them fought again. Light rushed into the sky in all directions, crushing all living beings in the surroundings. In addition to the war between the boundary emperors, the other battles were equally cruel. In addition to the Tao attainment cultivators, almost all the cultivators of the same realm were fighting. A strong smell of blood wafted, and the entire sky seemed to be dyed red with blood, emitting a blood-red light that made one's heart palpitate. The people are plunged into misery and suffering. Unfortunately, it's not very useful to me. Gu Chang'e appeared here and looked at the scene, gently shaking his head. If his cultivation had not reached the Tao attainment realm, he could use the great Tao treasure bottle to condense the broken source here and make it his own. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was almost at the late stage Nirvana Tao. Even the source of an ordinary Tao attainment cultivator was useless to him. Buzz! Gu Chang'e walked over, his figure seemed to be faint as he passed through the battlefield. None of the people fighting in the surroundings seemed to be able to see him. Even the boundary emperors couldn't sense the slightest bit of Gu Changa's aura, even if Gu Changa paused for a moment around them. Here, Gu Changa paused for a moment, but he didn't stay for long. Instead, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in the world below. Buzz! Boundless divine power erupted at this moment, as if opening up the chaos. The world in front of him suddenly split open, and even this universe was separated. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. Even the boundary emperors who were fighting were terrified and trembling all over. In another deep and vast space, there were palaces everywhere, and black fog was rolling. Figures with monstrous killing intent stood tall, like unchanging demonic mountains. But at this moment, they felt a chill all over. They couldn't help but look up at the sky, as if there was a gaze slowly falling from there. He still found his way here. A tall figure sitting in the center of the hall said calmly, then slowly got up with a black heavenly halberd in his hand. A monstrous aura surged, as if it could cut through eternity and pierce through time. Fourth Palace Master, all the figures knelt down, their eyes filled with killing intent and determination. Hell had a total of 10 palaces, but the fourth Palace Master was recognized as the strongest. The fourth Palace Master was called Yen Luo. No one knew how long he had been alive, and no one even knew what level of cultivation he had reached. They only knew that he had existed before Hell was still called the Underworld. Even the Lord of Hell was very polite when he summoned the fourth Palace Master. Today, I want to meet the most incredible person since ancient times. The fourth Palace Master was tall, and he stepped out of the hall with his heavenly halberd in hand. He looked into the distance, and there was a thirst for battle on his valiant face. He knew that Gu Changa had definitely found this place. Otherwise, there would not have been such a terrifying aura that made him feel danger. One had to know that his cultivation base was already at the level of a crippled immortal. Although he had not been able to take another step forward for countless years, it was enough for him to defeat the strongest cultivators from various orthodoxies in the upper realm. We are willing to fight against the enemies together with the fourth Palace Master and destroy everything. The moment the fourth Hall Master Yama stood up, a thunderous roar rang out behind him. Many of the Hell's higher-ups were shouting with murderous intent. All right. The fourth Palace Master, Yama, let out a furious roar. With the heavenly halberd in his hand, he charged toward the end of the sky. He had already sensed that Gu Changa was tearing apart this world and was about to descend. Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch chi, however, this sword light was even faster than the fourth Palace Master Yama. It was like the first ray of light before the creation of the world, sparkling and dazzling. The beam of light was incomparably resplendent. Sword chi spread out like a sea, shaking the ancient starry sky. This world was collapsing and disintegrating, unable to bear the power of this sword light. All of the higher-ups of Hell were trembling in fear. They were like ants, unable to control their own life and death. It's actually a crippled immortal, he really didn't disappoint me. Following this sword light, Gu Changa appeared, tearing apart the barrier of this world. He stared at the fourth Palace Master Yama with interest. The fourth Palace Master Yama's gaze was solemn. He had the ominous feeling of being stared at like a prey. At this time, in a place extremely far away from the 100 Realms battlefield. In another part of the sky, there were also many figures with terrifying auras standing tall. They were looking at the battle in the distance. Their gazes were deep and vast. It was as if a universe was evolving. Many scenes of the moon sinking and the stars being destroyed appeared. Since Gu Changa is secretly promoting this purge of Hell, he must have another purpose. We still have to be careful. In recent years, the rise of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion is unstoppable. I suspect that the reason why Gu Changa made a move against Hell is largely related to the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. They spoke softly, discussing the pros and cons of encircling Hell. There was no doubt that these people were all enlightened experts. They were the ancestors of their respective orthodoxies. Although they did not personally go to the battlefield, they were very clear about the slightest movement of the wind and the blowing of the grass. There's no doubt about this. The one behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion is certainly Wuxia. On the surface, he's purging hell, but in reality, he's eliminating dissidents. It's a pity that we only discovered it now. Another ancient existence shook his head, his voice filled with regret. In just a few years, Wuxia's wings have grown. I think it won't be long before he makes a move against us. Another terrifying figure that looked completely different from a human said indifferently. His words contained a bit of killing intent. This wasn't a baseless guess, but an inference made from various clues. Although Wuxia appeared gentle and elegant in front of everyone, he was not a man of honor. However, the various orthodoxies could see how many things he had done in secret. Just the fact that he launched a crusade against hell in a split second made everyone tremble in fear and unease. What if Wuxia didn't attack hell this time, but the other forces instead? Who could guarantee that the outcome wouldn't be the same as hell's? Many of the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects had plenty of enemies since they existed. Moreover, the upper realm was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Everyone kicked a man when he was down, and no one would show mercy. In the end, it was Wuxia's current power and influence that made everyone fearful. Wuxia is definitely not a good person. Today, the immortal path is about to manifest, and the upper realm is about to undergo a drastic change. I don't know if it's good or bad. He's grown to the point where he's a threat to all of us. If we don't deal with him, I'm afraid he'll cause endless trouble and break the balance that has existed since ancient times. Another figure that was shrouded in golden divine flame spoke. His eyes were bright like two brilliant suns, carrying with them a terrifying pressure. The Longevity Gu clan's foundation is unfathomable, and they're inextricably linked to the immortal region. We can't rush this matter. If we don't arrange it properly, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy losses. The Longevity Gu clan only showed part of their foundation when they destroyed the Purple Mansion last time. Hearing this, another female Tao enlightened being spoke. Her voice was soft, but it made everyone's expression turn cold. Although they were all Tao enlightened beings, there was still a big gap between them. This female Tao enlightened being in front of them was a ruthless figure who had killed many people in the past. She hadn't shown her traces for tens of millions of years, and now it seemed that her strength was even more unfathomable. She was probably not far from the threshold of the immortal path. 2. Chapter 696. The upper realm's orthodoxies have been troubled by Wuxia for a long time. This was the consensus of everyone present. Now, hell was besieged and schemed against by Wuxia. No one can guarantee that the orthodoxies behind them would not face such a situation. Therefore, the only way was to take advantage of the fact that Wuxia was not invincible and nip this threat in the bud. If I remember correctly, a peerless genius appeared in Dark North Lake tens of millions of years ago. It is said that he was the son of the Kunpeng. In just a few thousand years, he reached the Tao. After that, he suppressed his peers and even the older generation. Dark North Lake was about to restore its former glory, but that peerless genius somehow fell in an unknown place. This matter will forever be taboo for Dark North Lake. Today, Wuxia's power is far more terrifying than that genius of Dark North Lake. But no one dares to make a move against him. It's ridiculous. In the sky, a terrifying aura surged like a vast sea. It was overwhelming and suffocating. Many experts spoke coldly as they looked in the direction of the Hundred Realms battlefield. They planned to deal with the threat of Wuxia. Although each of the orthodoxies had their own prodigy successors behind them, there was still competition between them. But there was a tacit understanding and balance between them that would not be easily broken or destroyed. Naturally, they would not make a move against their descendants. But now, Gu Changa's appearance had broken this ancient balance. They had no choice but to think about what to do. Otherwise, when Gu Changa becomes invincible, he would become a nightmare for all orthodoxies. To reach this level at such a young age, it's only natural to say that he's the reincarnation of an immortal king. If the immortal gate reappears, I'm afraid that Gu Changa will be the first to take that step, the expert shrouded in golden flames spoke. He was like a god of fire. His eyes seemed to burn with inextinguishable flames. He came from an immortal power, the endless fire country. When he was young, he was also a peerless genius. It was difficult to find a match for him in his generation. After achieving the Tao, he also fell into a bottleneck shackle, and it was difficult for his cultivation to advance even half a step. Now that they saw Gu Changa, at such a young age, his cultivation level was catching up to the ancient existences like them, it was impossible for them not to be envious. If you want to make a move against Gu Changa, what kind of method do you have in mind? That female cultivator asked indifferently. Her eyes were calm, and not many ripples could be seen in them. Isn't that simple? Unless the longevity Gu family really wants to make the entire world their enemy and fight against the entire upper realm with their own strength, they can only think of a way to compromise in the end. Another cultivator spoke. He had a pair of dragon horns on his head, and his eye sockets were sunken. He was incomparably shriveled, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. He came from Heavenly Emperor Mountain, his seniority was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation was unfathomable. In the open or in the dark? Someone who had attained the Tao raised his eyebrows, carefully pondering the meaning of these words. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a bright light flashed in his eyes, and his smile was somewhat strange. That's right. Since Gu Changa's cultivation has already reached this level, then all we need is a reason to silence everyone. It just so happens that there's no trace of the inheritor of the demonic technique recently. This basin of black water can only be poured on Gu Changa's head. Hasn't he been looking for the whereabouts of the inheritor of the demonic technique? It just so happens that we can give everyone a different explanation. The reason why Gu Changa was able to break through to such a realm in such a short time is actually because he's the true inheritor of the demonic technique. These words caused the expressions of many cultivators here to change slightly, and some of them even shuddered. Being able to reach this step, they were naturally not kind people, and the killing intent they had created was absolutely terrifying. However, such blatant framing and slandering still made them fall silent, and they felt that this method was really vicious and cold. However, this method was indeed effective. As long as this reason existed, they could naturally hold the banner of justice high and carry out a crusade to kill Gu Changa. When the time came, even if someone felt that Gu Changa was framed, they could still put the hat of covering up for the inheritor of the demonic technique on him. As for the so-called evidence, the voices of the various orthodoxies were the best evidence. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. A tree that is too hard is easy to break, and a tall tree catches the wind. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too eye-catching. Many of the cultivators' eyes flickered, and their figures quickly disappeared into the sky, disappearing from sight. They were here to discuss, on one hand, the distribution of Hell's resources later, and on the other hand, to deal with Gu Changa. The upper realm's precepts were slowly changing, and many existences that had been in hibernation since ancient times were awakening. They originally thought that this era belonged to them, and they had the hope of becoming immortals. However, they did not expect that the limelight would be overshadowed by a younger generation, and even their path was suppressed, causing their hopes of reaching immortality to become even slimmer. On the other side, fog lingered, the world was dark, and a terrifying rift valley appeared. The small world where the fourth hall of hell was located was collapsing, and cracks like a spider web appeared at the end of the sky. This place was lifeless, and there was not much life, just like the legendary underworld. White flowers took root on the dried-up yellow river bank, and they were both beautiful and enchanting, emitting a heart-palpitating brilliance. Everyone was screaming and trembling, and they were incomparably desperate. They were suppressed by the terrifying aura of heaven and earth, and their bodies felt like they were about to collapse. Even the cultivators could not see clearly that earth-shattering battle. They could only faintly feel the unparalleled aura, as if it was opening up heaven and earth, opening up chaos, and tearing apart eternity. Any one of the rays of brilliance was enough to tear apart space, break open the universe, and destroy all living things. Gu Changde appeared in this world, and started a shocking battle with the fourth Hall Master, Yama. Is this all you've got? Gu Changde. This is really unbelievable. The fourth Hall Master, Yama, who was already standing in the ruined immortal realm, roared. His cultivation was unparalleled, and he held a black heavenly spear in his hand. Endless red runes bloomed as he slashed, like a vast sea, pressing down, wanting to drown Gu Changde. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be treated as prey. However, only sword chi interweaved around Gu Changde's body, as if it was transforming into a sword that could slay immortals. With clanging sounds, it destroyed all the runes in front of it, shattering them into ashes. This was an unimaginable fluctuation. Tao laws interweaved, divine abilities collided, and as he raised his palm, it was as if an ancient world was evolving and disappearing. Even an indistinct river of time appeared, with millions upon millions of fragments fluttering in it. The past interweaved, and the future disappeared. Waves rushed over, and all traces were erased. Swear loyalty to me, and I will spare your mind today. Gu Changde's expression still did not change much. The long sword in his hand that was formed from Tao laws collapsed, and after a violent collision, it turned into fragments that filled the sky. However, he did not care. A vast world appeared behind him again. Dazzling light was dazzling and blazing. Endless divine weapons, giant bells, giant cauldrons, appeared as if they were real. They flew out together and pressed down. Such means had already surpassed the understanding of those who had achieved the Tao, and began to touch the threshold of the immortal Tao. Life and death, the condensation of Tao laws, it was a Tao law in itself. Every word contained unfathomable divine power, and it could command everything in the world. Under the fluctuations of the battle between the two, this world collapsed quickly, and too many palaces and mountains were turned into dust. Many of the Fourth Hall's members did not even have time to scream before they dissipated like a puff of smoke, and all traces of their existence were erased, including their divine souls. Don't be complacent. Today, I will definitely kill you. The Fourth Hall Master Yama's expression was cold. His heavenly spear slashed again, cold and cold, shattering all the rules and order in front of him. A great millstone of life and death appeared behind him, spanning between heaven and earth, infinitely large. It was black and white, like yin and yang, containing an inexplicable power. As it slowly fell, it turned life and death, reversing everything. Whine. Black and white intertwined ripples spread out, and the void disappeared. The Tao laws scattered, and the divine ability also collapsed quickly. Even those who had achieved the Tao could only face death when facing this great millstone of life and death. Their body and soul would be destroyed, and their Tao would disappear. Facing this forbidden technique of the Yama, Gu Changde's expression did not change, and the light of absolute beginning bloomed around him. It was incomparably dazzling, and 3,000 worlds faintly appeared, hazy and indistinct, making him look like a young deity. He raised his palm, and the light of absolute beginning became more and more resplendent, and a world-suppressing might pervaded the air. At this moment, countless immortal steels appeared around the Yama, towering into the universe, surrounding him, and the scene was shocking. These immortal steels were too large, and they continued to expand. In the end, the sun, moon, and stars surrounded them, solemn and dignified, awe-inspiring, and terrifying. Each immortal steel represented an ancient world, and a total of 3,000 immortal steels descended. The boundless power was unimaginable, and it directly caused the Yama's great millstone of life and death to collapse. The Yama himself even spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling, already injured to the core. The heavenly spear in his hand also trembled continuously. It was originally forged from darkness immortal gold, but now, it seemed like it could not withstand this kind of power. Seeing this scene, Gu Changa's figure disappeared from his original spot, as if he stepped through space and time, and he raised his palm and slapped down. The Yama was caught off guard, and it was difficult for him to resist. He could only fly out with a furious roar, the bones in his chest broken, and blood exploded in heaven and earth. Moreover, the space between his eyebrows was also brushed by the aftermath of this palm, his frontal bone shattered, and his soul palace almost collapsed. Even now, you still can't see the difference between us. Hell's destruction is inevitable. Even if you are a ruined immortal, what can you do? It's nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Gu Changa slowly walked over from the end of heaven and earth. The range of the two's battle was very wide, already affecting the deepest part of this world's universe. He looked at the Yama who was trying to heal his body with some pity, and his tone was neither fast nor slow. He still had many methods that he had not used. He only used the power of the rules that he currently controlled, and this Yama was not his match. Hearing this, the Yama's expression was filled with unwillingness again. Looking back, the world behind him had already collapsed, drowning in the vast chaos. Although the battle between him and Gu Changa seemed to be short, to the surrounding living beings and cultivators, it was a catastrophe that could be said to be the end of the world. Almost all the troops of the fourth hall were wiped out. Even if their numbers exceeded tens of millions, it was difficult for them to resist Gu Changa's will. Only a few higher-ups who had reached the Tao attainment realm dragged their heavily injured bodies and escaped. They were lucky enough to survive the aftermath of the battle just now. However, Gu Changa's spiritual will had already locked onto them, and he was not afraid that they would escape. A few Tao attainment realm puppets secretly chased after them, sealing off all their escape routes. Who are you? The Yama stared at Gu Changa. He had lived for a long time, and what kind of geniuses had he not seen before? Even when the underworld existed and ruled the netherworld, there had never been such an incredible person. It was as if this person was not supposed to exist in this world. Although there were now 10 halls in hell, he was already the second most powerful person, the most powerful person among the 10 hall masters. Although the extremely mysterious Lord of Hell's cultivation base was much higher than his, it was impossible for him to hurt him so easily. To put it bluntly, in the current upper realm, unless a real immortal artifact was summoned and revived, it would be impossible for him to fight against Gu Changa. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you only have 2 choices now. Either you die, or you bind your hands and feet and pledge your loyalty to me. Gu Changa smiled faintly, still looking as calm as ever. To be honest, the Yama was a genuine remnant immortal, standing at the peak of the upper realm. Gu Changa was somewhat reluctant to erase his consciousness and turn him into a puppet. After all, after being turned into a puppet, the Yama's strength would decrease a lot, and it would be difficult for him to regain his current strength. He still had many plans to implement. If a remnant immortal was willing to serve him, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Serve you? The Yama's face showed a lot of struggle. Who was he? Even when the underworld existed and ruled the netherworld, he was a peerless figure who commanded everything. Now that he was asked to submit to Gu Changa and work for him, how could he be willing? Even the Lord of Hell had to be polite to him and wouldn't overstep his boundaries. Looks like you're not willing. Although Gu Changa still had a smile on his face, the Yama already felt a bone-chilling coldness. He knew that if he did not make a choice, he might really die here today. His intuition told him that Gu Changa still had more terrifying tricks up his sleeve. I promise you, but you have to let go of the remaining subordinates of the fourth hall. The Yama's face was full of unwillingness, but he had no choice. He did not want to die just like that. In this world, the immortal gate appeared, so he still had a chance to fight for the immortal path. The remaining subordinates of the fourth hall. Of course. Gu Changde smiled faintly and did not reject his request. Even the lord of the fourth hall had submitted. No matter how unwilling the remaining powerhouses were, they could only choose to surrender. Of course, Gu Changde was not a kind person. He would naturally use a secret technique to control everyone's lives. This was especially true for the many existences above the Supreme Being realm, including those who had achieved the Tao who had escaped. Thank you. The Yama took a deep breath and calmed himself down. From today onwards, your name will be Air. Gu Changde glanced at him with an inexplicable smile. As he spoke, a thick black light appeared in his palm. Then, strands of the great Tao intertwined and turned into a black mask that fell into the Yama's hand. The Yama was shocked. He felt a terrifying power that made his heart palpitate. It was as if after he put on this mask, he would become a completely different existence. Chapter 697. However, even if he knew that the black mask represented a strange and ominous thing, he would not accept it. There was no reason for Yama to refuse. After a brief moment of silence, he put on the black mask. The next moment, an inexplicable and strange aura appeared on his body, as if there was a hazy black light circling around him. He looked like a peerless war immortal who had killed his way through the underworld. Air greets my lord. This aura changed very quickly. In just a breath, Yama's expression had returned to normal, and he bowed respectfully to Gu Changde. Compared to his appearance just now, he was like a completely different person. At this time, even the subordinates who were most familiar with him would find it hard to imagine that this person was the fourth palace master they were loyal to, the second strongest expert of hell. An invincible existence of the immortal realm. Speaking of which, Ada is only a quasi-emperor now. It just so happens that the scattered origins of this collapsed world can help him break through. He looked at Air, who was standing respectfully behind him and was as silent as a demonic mountain. Gu Changde smiled faintly and thought of Ada, who had taken the initiative to submit to him at the bottom of the demon burial abyss. Compared to Air, Ada was born from the aura of a drop of the demon lord's true blood. Therefore, as long as Gu Changde did not die, Ada was almost immortal. He would not fall and had no natural enemies. There were many benefits to this. However, Ada's progress was still too slow. He still had the strength of a quasi-emperor. This time, countless experts had died in the encirclement of hell, and even some who had achieved the Tao were not spared. In Gu Changde's opinion, the scattered origins of various worlds could help Ada break through the shackles of his cultivation. Then, Gu Changde sent a thought to Ada, asking him to find the right time to break through. It would not be long before the dark heavenly court reappeared, and Gu Changde was currently lacking people. If the hall masters of hell were to submit, Gu Changde would naturally spare their lives and not erase their consciousnesses. The strongest expert of hell seems to be the most mysterious lord of hell. But he still hasn't shown himself. What is he waiting for? Gu Changde glanced at the ruins of the broken world before him, then took a step forward and quickly disappeared. The ancient Kanglan realm had been reduced to ashes during the battle between Yama and him. It had been drowned in the boundless chaos. Only a few broken world barriers were left floating in the void. It looked like an ancient world that had collapsed and decayed, and it had lost all vitality a long time ago. However, there was one thing that Gu Changde still couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, the foundation of hell should not be weaker than any of the imperishable sections. However, when he attacked the fourth hall, he did not find any trace of a foundation. Although a remnant immortal was already comparable to any foundation. However, the empty fourth hall still made Gu Changde feel that things were a little strange. Speaking of which, the fourth palace of hell should be the strongest of the 10 great palaces. Yet, it doesn't even have an immortal artifact to suppress its foundation. Rumor has it that countless years ago, a great change happened to hell. It was originally called the underworld, but in order to avoid the taboos of the unseen, it had no choice but to change its name to Hell. Could it be that Hell's foundation was lost in that great change? Gu Changa raised her eyebrows slightly. Thinking of this possibility, she was a little thoughtful. However, he did not ask air. Since it involved taboos, it was something that could not be said. There were too many things that could not be said in this world. It was as if there was a strange and unknown power controlling all of this. Before the Forbidden Era, the immortal region and the upper realm were not separated. The immortal palaces ruled the heavens, and the immortals looked down on everything from high above. Their lifespans were almost endless, and they were immortal. At that time, too many unimaginable lives and existences were born. After the immortal ancient era, the laws of heaven and earth were incomplete, and the Tao was vague. Life and matter were not as common as before. Therefore, if one wanted to extend their life, they had to do everything they could to delay the passing of life. However, in the unseen world, there were still the laws of the Forbidden Era that affected this world. In the depths of the broken starry sky, the remnants of the fourth hall fled in all directions, trying to go to other ancient realms to find the other hall masters of Hell and seek protection. Their faces were full of despair and fear. Even the invincible fourth hall master was defeated, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Gu Changa's strength was beyond their imagination. Even now, that terrifying aura still remained in everyone's hearts, making them tremble. We are too weak. We don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle, let alone help the fourth hall master. The fourth hall will no longer exist from today onwards. Some of the fourth hall's elders were full of grief. They had personally witnessed the scene of the ancient realm being torn apart by Gu Changa's sword. Countless heavenly fire meteors fell like a world-ending catastrophe, destroying everything. Even the many runes that the fourth hall had inscribed over countless years collapsed under the aura that soared into the sky, scattering like a torrent. Gu Changa was too strong. Just the wisp of aura he emitted suppressed everyone, making them unable to move, and their bodies were about to collapse. We don't know whether the fourth hall master is dead or alive. The only thing we can do now is to find the other hall masters and tell them everything. Otherwise, when Gu Changa finds the location of the other realms, it will be too late. A few of the Tao achievers who had suffered heavy Tao injuries looked behind them with a solemn expression. They were the remaining ancient existences of the fourth hall other than the hall master, and their cultivation was also unfathomable. However, in the battle between Gu Changa and the fourth hall master just now, just being brushed by the aftermath caused their bodies to explode, causing blood to spurt out, and their Tao achievers to suffer heavy injuries. This made them feel shocked and terrified. Was there really anyone in the upper realm who could be Gu Changa's opponent? However, just as they were talking, in the depths of the distant stars, several terrifying auras rose. A vast black fog swept in from all directions. Several figures dressed in black whose faces could not be seen clearly appeared in the surroundings. Tao achievers, when the remaining subordinates of the fourth hall master of Hell saw this scene, their expressions could not help but become solemn as they felt an extremely dangerous aura. And there are quite a lot of them. The few Tao achievers of the fourth hall felt their hearts sink. They looked at each other and saw the worry and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Their Tao achievers were injured, and they were no longer at their peak. The few Tao achievers in front of them had auras that were no weaker than when they were at their peak. If a great battle broke out, they would definitely not be a match for them. The fourth hall master has surrendered. If you don't want to die, obediently bind your hands and feet and follow us back. You may still have a chance to live. Just as the remaining members of the fourth hall were waiting vigilantly. The few Tao achievers in black who appeared in front of them had already spoken. Their voices were cold and emotionless, as if there was no trace of emotion. They were the Tao achievers' puppets sent by Gu Changa. They were more than enough to deal with the remaining members of Hell. Chapter 698. Hearing this, the remaining members of the fourth palace were stunned. They could not believe what they had just heard. Many people felt their heads buzzing, as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. The fourth palace master had surrendered. How was that possible? As one of the oldest existences in hell, the fourth palace master had unparalleled cultivation. Even the most mysterious lord of hell had to show him some respect. In their opinion, the fourth palace master could die in battle or be defeated, but he would never surrender. Such a person was indomitable and would rather die than submit. His heart was higher than the sky. How could he choose to submit to Wuxia? Impossible. No matter how strong Wuxia is, even if he can defeat the fourth palace master, he can never make the fourth palace master surrender. The confidants of the fourth palace master, Yama, could not believe what they had just heard. Their voices were trembling. Many of them felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their belief in invincibility was crumbling bit by bit. If you don't believe me, you can try. Let's see if you can escape alive today. The several enlightened beings in black stood at the edge of the starry sky with cold eyes. Their bodies emitted a monstrous pressure that almost caused the sky to collapse. They were just puppets without emotions. They could only follow Wuxia's orders. Therefore, if this group of people dared to have any thoughts of resistance, they would be facing a thunderous attack from them. Impossible, let's fight them. The fourth palace master will never surrender. He must be recuperating somewhere. Once his injuries are healed, the fourth palace master will summon us again. Some people could not believe what they had just heard. They roared and charged forward. They burned their blood essence and their bodies seemed to be ignited by flames. Although they came from the kingdom of assassins, they were not focused on survival. At this point, their only thought was to fight to the death with their opponents. They had no regrets even if they died. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment. Then, they also charged forward to fight the enlightened beings in front of them. How stupid! The enlightened beings in black looked on coldly. They were not moved at all. They raised their palms and pressed down. The entire sky seemed to have become something in their palms. They slowly pressed down. Countless bloody mists exploded in the area once again. Over the next few days, the halls of hell in the other realms were attacked by various forces. At a time like this, even those who had attained the Tao would find it difficult to protect themselves. In the end, they could only flee with serious injuries. However, it wouldn't be long before his enemies would find him. They would either be captured and suppressed, or perish. At this point, even the hall masters of hell were powerless to reverse the situation. They could only watch as the experts of Earth Prison were harvested like weeds and fell all over the battlefield. This was an incomparably tragic battle. The world was dyed in a blood-red color. The ancient realm collapsed and corpses drifted about. Skeletal remains and ancient worship wreckage could be seen everywhere. Hell had paid the heaviest price in countless years. The various ancient realms that were hidden in the dark were completely destroyed, uprooted. Of course, what caught the attention of the various orthodoxies was the foundation of hell. Even when the various halls were destroyed, no one from hell had been invited out. In the eyes of many supreme beings, this was extremely strange. After all, in terms of age, hell didn't lose out to most orthodoxies in the upper realms. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have no foundation. But until now, even after the fall of the hall masters, hell hadn't brought out a single immortal artifact. Even if it was a Tao attainment artifact, it was still very rare. In the depths of the sky outside the 100 Realms battlefield, a dense fog shrouded the ancient warships. A few blurry and tall figures stood there, like ancient demonic mountains that would never be destroyed. They came from various imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies in the upper realms. All of them were Tao attainment experts. Could it be that hell doesn't have a foundation? Or are they playing tricks? Looking at the ruins of the ancient realm, a terrifying figure shrouded in red light slowly spoke. Endless lightning seemed to intertwine around his body. His voice was cold and filled with cold killing intent. He had an unresolvable hatred for hell. When he was still young, the strongest prodigy of his clan, his elder brother, was assassinated by the underworld. Later, it was said that his skull was made into a wine cup and placed in hell. This time, in order to suppress hell, he personally resurrected himself to find his elder brother's remains. Unfortunately, even after searching through all the halls of hell, he still couldn't find the legendary palace where the skulls and skeletons of the ancestors of various races were stored. He suspected that hell had other strongholds. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention, this was a country of assassins that had existed since ancient times. All the hall masters of hell have been killed. Only a few people escaped. It doesn't seem like they still have some tricks up their sleeves. On the contrary, the Lord of Hell hasn't shown any trace of him until now. Even after witnessing hell's destruction, I still haven't heard any news about him. Could it be that the Lord of Hell has already passed away? The other ancient existences here whispered. They were still quite afraid of the Lord of Hell. However, they were also very cautious. They didn't really go deep into hell and only sent an army to kill him. Every Tao enlightened cultivator who had reached this stage cherished their lives. He wouldn't risk his life for no benefit at all. By the way, where is Gu Chang'e now? Logically speaking, since he wants to destroy hell, it's impossible for him to be indifferent to the whereabouts of the Lord of Hell. Suddenly, someone thought of this and couldn't help but ask. During this time, we haven't heard any news about him. It's said that the 4th Hall of Hell was destroyed by him alone. Another Tao attainment expert spoke slowly. As he opened and closed his eyes, the terrifying scene of the universe opening was playing out. The Hall Master of the 4th Hall, known as the second most powerful person in Hell, is now unknown. I'm afraid that he has been killed by Gu Chang'e. The few Tao attainment experts here all had their own guesses. They were extremely afraid of Gu Chang'e. Early on, when they were conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions, Gu Chang'e had displayed strength that could crush ordinary Tao attainment experts. In just a few short years, Gu Chang'e's strength had become more and more unfathomable. It was an unbelievable miracle that they couldn't understand at all. No matter what, Gu Chang'e has already made many people afraid of him. After the matter in hell is settled, I'm afraid that someone will make a move on him next. We just need to watch the show. The fog was heavy, and a cold laugh that made one's eardrums hurt echoed in this universe. In fact, this was already a tacit agreement between the various imperishable orthodoxies. As great ancestor-level figures, they had naturally heard the news long ago. Although the Longevity Gu clan had kept a low profile in recent years, their foundation was definitely not to be underestimated. The battle that destroyed the Purple Mansion a few years ago had alarmed the entire upper realm. Later on, when they were conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions, the Longevity Gu clan also had a remnant immortal level ancestor appear. However, no matter how strong the Longevity Gu clan was, could they be enemies with so many imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects in the upper realm? Broken bones stained with blood splattered everywhere, and flesh turned into mud. This was a terrifying battlefield. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, making one feel nauseous and palpitating. Wails filled the air. In the blood-stained scene, corpses fell into piles of corpses one after another. Killing and terrifying battles were everywhere. It was not an exaggeration to say that rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses were piled up. This was the ancient world where the 3rd Hall of Hell was located. At the same time, it was also Hell's last place of defense. The majestic army of various races and forces descended. They drove ancient warships, tore through the sky, and fought from the outer space. There were traces of great battles along the way. All the cultivators and living beings were fighting, regardless of life or death. At this time, even supreme beings and quasi-emperors were fighting until their eyes turned red, their bodies were covered in blood, and their bodies were broken. Terrifying fluctuations surged like a vast ocean, rushing towards the world in all directions, shattering everything, turning them into ashes. Today, hell will be destroyed here. No one can stop this. A giant surging with golden light stood between heaven and earth. His voice rang out like a bell, intimidating all directions. Under his strike, the golden fist seemed to have penetrated this decaying world, causing all the corpses and blood mist to collapse into ashes. The living beings and cultivators in front of him all exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. This was the supreme being of the golden ancient god clan. His chi and blood overflowed into the sky, like an unparalleled furnace. Just a wisp of fluctuation was enough to crush everything. He looked at the bloody scene in front of him, continuously punching down, fighting desperately with a supreme being of hell. His expression did not change at all, and there was no mercy or sympathy. All the experts who had come here were like evil spirits from another country of death. They showed no mercy to the assassins of hell. It could be said that they hated them to the bone, and there was an irreconcilable hatred. This was already the seventh ancient world that they had destroyed. In the past, the various assassin organizations ran rampant in the world, killing countless heaven's prides. But today, they finally suffered retribution and ushered in the day of destruction. In the sky above, ancient warships rumbled as they pressed down, covering the sky and covering the sun. A majestic aura descended from them. Gu Changa stood on the ancient warship and looked down at the scene below with a calm expression on his face. Although hell was destroyed because of him, he would not feel any psychological burden. After all, hell could only blame itself for blocking his path. Now, in the third palace, the only higher-ups left are the palace masters, Mengpa, and the others. I wonder if the Lord of Hell is in the third palace now. Bai Lian stood behind Gu Changa, looking at the scene in front of her with eyes full of ambition. Boom! On the ancient warship, beams of divine light shot out, and layers of great Tao runes shrouded it, turning into the light of the god of death, reaping all the lives below. Altar. Chapter 699. It seems that the Lord of Hell still has no intention of showing himself. Gu Changa glanced at the ancient world that was filled with blood and slaughter and scanned it with his divine sense. With the exception of a few who had perished and been executed, the rest of the 10 hall masters of hell had all submitted to him without exception. Apart from them, there were a few who were too arrogant and would rather die than submit. In the end, Gu Changa erased their consciousnesses and turned them into puppets. He had gained a lot from this battle to destroy hell, and the number of Tao masters under him had increased by several folds. After absorbing many broken essences, Ada was still one step away from becoming a Tao master. However, Gu Changa gave him a strand of true blood, which helped him break through the shackles. Of course, in Gu Changa's opinion, the most important thing was to clear hell out of the way. As for Futu, that was not part of Gu Changa's consideration. Once hell was destroyed, Futu was no longer a concern. This will be hell's last resistance. Today, we will destroy hell. The ancient warship rumbled past. Many of the orthodoxy's flags fluttered in the wind as they unfurled in the void, emitting a biting cold intent. Everyone roared and charged forward, turning into an invincible torrent that shook heaven and earth and swept across all directions. The terrifying energy was like a dam bursting, surging and unimaginable. Hell's destruction was inevitable, and that was the consensus of almost all cultivators. At this point, 9 of the 10 halls of hell had been destroyed, and only the third hall was still resisting. However, it was true that all of hell's remaining experts were gathered here. Even if you can destroy us, you will pay a heavy price today. 540 supreme beings stood in front of the collapsed ancient world, looking coldly at the ancient warships descending from the sky. They were the backbone of hell's forces, and the strongest after the Tao Masters and Boundary Emperors. In the face of the divine light falling from the sky, countless experts stepped forward. They roared angrily, taking a step forward, their bodies releasing endless radiance. Although they were assassins, they were still courageous and would not surrender easily. Millions and millions of divine lights bloomed and interweaved here, like extremely dazzling fireworks. Small worlds were annihilated one after another, vanishing without a sound. In the depths of the heavens, the weapons of those who achieved the Tao floated up and down like suns. Endless strands of chaotic energy descended, crushing down on everything. This was a great battle that was desperate to the extreme. Blood and bones blossomed, turning into a surging sea of blood. The terrifying smell of blood mixed together was enough to make an ordinary person faint from fright. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens, shaking up this entire cosmos. Large amounts of great armies slaughtered their way over, entering the heart of this realm. None of the assassins were able to escape. This was a battle to the death. The orthodoxies of the upper realm were determined to destroy hell and uproot the dark nation. The flames of war reached the heavens, and blood dyed the earth. This world began to collapse, and the barrier between realms shattered. Countless cracks appeared. Although this world was ancient, it couldn't withstand the shockwaves of so many experts fighting, and was already on the verge of destruction. Rest in peace, ancestors. Today, we will destroy hell and bring back your corpses, so that their souls can rest in peace. Among the conquerors, many people's eyes were bloodshot. They kept shouting, wanting to vent their hatred towards hell. Not only their ancestors, but even their relatives had also suffered from hell's evil schemes. To hell, they didn't care about morality. As long as they could afford to pay the price, they would even kill their own brothers and fathers. Many of the orthodoxies and sects that killed each other actually had the shadow of hell behind them. To the upper realm, countries of assassins like Hell and Futu were actually malignant tumors that should have been removed long ago. Countless cultivators and living beings hated these two forces to the core. Shouts of war shook the heavens, and terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions. All the divine islands, mountains, and ancient palaces were crushed and quickly collapsed. How could the current hell resist such a terrifying army of the upper realm? This world was trembling. Hundreds of millions of great armies were galloping, trampling across the sky. They were like celestial soldiers and generals, or hell's soldiers. They were unstoppable. Hell's assassins were roaring and killing, harvesting like weeds. They didn't look like living beings at all, but more like weeds. Under the heavy cavalry of the great army, they fell in batches and died. Who is this hell? At that moment, Wuxia, who was high in the sky, suddenly noticed a tall figure walking out from the deepest part of this world. He asked with some interest. "Sir, this is the third hall master of hell." A hall master who surrendered behind him explained respectfully. The third hall master of hell. The only hall master left. Wuxia was a little curious. Things had already come to this, so why was the third hall master still holding on? Could it be that hell still had some tricks up its sleeve? Was it hoping for the Lord of Hell to make a move, or was it still hiding something? The moment the third hall master of hell appeared, a dazzling light suddenly gushed out from his hand. An unparalleled aura appeared, like an eternal and indestructible divine cloud that pierced through the sky and connected to the deepest part of the universe. Boom! 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 Pieces of divine light flew up, and Taoist marks appeared. The aura was vast and boundless, as if a small world was erupting. The energy was monstrous, dazzling and blinding. The true palm world. The refined small world of gods. Wuxia raised his eyebrows. In this world, there were still traces of the small world of gods. This was beyond his expectations. After all, this kind of God was not the God who had ignited the divine fire in the future. Instead, it was an innate God, a true god whose cultivation surpassed that of an enlightened god. From a certain point of view, the small world of gods was so sturdy that it was beyond imagination. It could even evolve into a divine country. As long as the god did not fall, this divine country would not decay and exist forever. This was actually similar to Guchanga's current inner universe. And once the third palace master brought out the true world in his palm, the collapsing ancient world seemed to have become much more stable. It was as if there was some kind of power and rule that was slowly seeping in and mending the broken cracks. A strange and holy aura appeared between heaven and earth. A rain of light sprinkled down, blooming from an unknown void. It spread into blood-red vines that seemed to be absorbing the blood and origin of all places. The aura of this world has changed. Could this be hell's last resort? You want to lure everyone here so you can catch a turtle in a jar. Catching everyone in one fell swoop. Sensing this scene, Guchanga frowned slightly, and a subtle sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He felt that he seemed to have underestimated hell's ruthlessness. In some ways, hell's actions were actually the same as his thoughts. What happened? Why do I feel like the aura of this world has changed? The rules of heaven and earth are not as clear as before. At this moment, the enlightened gods of the various orthodoxies who had been standing in the depths of the sky and had not made a move all felt that something was wrong. Their expressions changed slightly, and they sent out their divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, trying to find the source of this strange aura. Many of the armies that were fighting were also forced to stop. They felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Every inch of the void around them seemed to have turned into a thick pool of blood. It was thick and bloody, and filled with an oppressive aura. Ha ha ha, a bunch of useless smart alecks. Do you really think that numbers are enough? Today, all of you will be buried with hell. Do you really think that we have been lying low for so many years and were not prepared for this day? What a joke. Even if you destroy hell, there will be a second and third hell after that. We can't kill all of you. You are just being used by Guchanga. Do you really think that the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion has nothing to do with him? If you destroy hell, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion will soon become the second. A bunch of laughable idiots. In the Supreme Palace in the deepest part of hell, cold laughter rang out, and it swept across the surroundings like a huge bell. Apart from the third hall master, the rest of the enlightened gods also showed themselves at this time. There were not many of them, but each of them was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. They were like the masters of darkness, cold and terrifying, as if they had slaughtered hundreds of millions of people. They glanced at the many orthodoxies' armies in this world, and their eyes were full of undisguised mockery. Hell was originally no different from an ordinary ancient world. However, when fresh blood and heroic souls were spilled on every inch of the void and land, the ancient sacrificial runes engraved in this world were ignited. The third hallmaster's true palm world did not belong to anyone else. It belonged to the most mysterious lord of hell. When the true palm world overlapped with this ancient world completely, the life and death of all living beings who stepped into this world would be decided by the Lord of Hell. This was the reason why Hell dared to make all the orthodoxies pay such a heavy price. The Lord of Hell was a true ancient deity who had lived from the ancient past until now. Chapter 700. This sudden scene caused all the orthodoxies to fall into a state of shock and fear. Everyone noticed that the laws of heaven and earth in this world were changing. Rays of crimson light shot up from all corners of the world, piercing through the heavens and connecting with the dark clouds everywhere. It was as heavy as a tidal wave. It was as if there was some kind of horrifying power seeping into the world, causing many people to be unable to move. Even those who had achieved Tao were affected. Their expressions changed drastically as they felt that the vast sea of mana in their bodies had stagnated and was no longer circulating like before. This is not good. Hell has already set up an ancient formation, waiting for us to step into this world and sacrifice enough living beings before activating it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that everyone will die here and be buried with hell. Seeing this, the expressions of the older generation who were well versed in the art of formations changed drastically. They soon saw what the crimson light that lit up the world was. It was a type of sacrificial incantation from ancient times. It contained a mysterious power that could change the world. With so many sacrificial incantations lit up at the same time, the entire world would become one with the sacrificial incantations. The consequences were unimaginable. Gu Changa was also paying attention to all of this. Compared to everyone's worries, compared to the others, he wanted to see the Lord of Hell at this moment. Judging from the true world in a palm controlled by the third Hall Master, the Lord of Hell obviously had a great background. He had been around for an unimaginable amount of time. If the laws of heaven and earth allowed it, his cultivation base would definitely surpass those who had achieved Tao and even reached the immortal state. If the Lord of Hell is really an ancient deity, then his origin would be of great use to me. It might even help me break through to the later stage of the Nirvana Tao realm. Gu Changa's gaze was slightly moved. He looked at the depths of hell, intending to wait for the Lord of Hell to appear. He knew that hell had no way out now that things had developed to this stage. The only way was to destroy all of the invading armies. All the orthodoxies would suffer great losses and lose a lot of blood. Therefore, the Lord of Hell would definitely not be able to hold himself back at the last moment. He would either find a way to escape or attack. Could this be Hell's plan? The expressions of the many who had achieved Tao also changed. They were very knowledgeable, so they naturally knew the terrifying consequences of this. When that time came, not only the armies behind them, but even they would die here. Dang, right at this moment, the terrifying sound of a bell rang out from a palace in the depths of hell. A long bronze bell appeared, reverberating for millions of miles. All of a sudden, the entire world was filled with murderous aura. Then, the sword aura crisscrossed. Billions of sword lights covered the sky and covered the earth as they slashed in this direction. Pooh! The imperishable sect called Purple Cloud Valley was the first to be affected. Several warships hovering in the sky suddenly turned into fine powder. All the experts inside didn't even have time to scream before they exploded into a bloody mist. Chi! The sword Chi swept over, destroying everything in its path. Multicolored light streaked across the sky. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, their bodies were aching. Their soul lights were swaying as if they were going to be annihilated here. Not good, the expression of the enlightened one from Purple Cloud Valley changed abruptly. Just as he was about to intervene, he felt a terrifying divine will lock onto him. The laws of order in the surroundings seemed to have transformed into divine chains that intertwined with each other, transforming into a giant invisible net that firmly locked him in all directions. You still want to make a move? Do you want to die? A enlightened one from hell stared at him. With a flash, he crossed an innumerable distance and appeared in front of the enlightened one from Purple Cloud Valley. The two of them quickly engaged in a fierce battle. When they raised their palms, a vast amount of laws surged out. It was enough to crush any living being into minced meat and destroy both their bodies and souls. However, at that moment, the world was enveloped by a hazy blood-red light. The third palace master controlled the true world. With an aloof expression, he began to focus on dealing with everyone. Streaks of terrifying sword radiance fell from the sky, turning large swaths of cultivators into ashes. Whoosh! A shocking blade ray slashed down from the distance. A enlightened one from hell had also joined the battle. The blade ray was like an entire universe crashing down and sweeping through everything. For countless years, no one had ever barged into the depths of hell and forced it into such a state. And on that day, everyone saw the terror of hell. The awakened bronze bell was a broken immortal artifact. There was an invincible god sleeping within it. A matchless aura filled the air, and its mighty pressure alone was enough to crush everything. Tragedy after tragedy played out everywhere. Even though the infernal realm was no longer glorious, it was still shocking. Everywhere was filled with killing intent. No matter who attacked, they would have to pay the price in blood. Most importantly, the Lord of Hell had yet to appear. He had only brought out the true world in his palm and let the third palace master control it. From there, he could control and fuse with the true world and kill everyone. At this time, even an accomplished Tao master wouldn't be able to escape from this world. The true palm-sized world was the divine country of a true ancient deity. Once one entered this world, it meant that one's life and death would be firmly controlled by that god, and no one could avoid it. After all, the true palm-sized world had yet to completely fuse with this true world. The Tao enlightened cultivators from various factions of power were already having a hard time returning to their previous peak. Begging for fresh flowers. Zero boom. This final battle was unavoidable. With the support of the power of heaven and earth in this world, the people of hell became even more bloodthirsty. They killed all the invaders without any regard for their own lives. Soon, Gu Changda noticed that the third palace master, who had been casting the true world in his palm all this while, had suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? He was slightly surprised. He took a step forward, and the space around him became blurry. He instantly followed the third palace master. The laws of the world in this world were not strong enough to affect him. Even if the Lord of Hell personally controlled the divine country, the result would be the same. On the other hand, Gu Changda had a method to affect the environment around him. Even an accomplished Tao master would not be able to discover his tracks. In the deepest part of hell, the color of desolation was terrifying. Black fog flowed slowly in the world. Deathly stillness and coldness were eternal themes. There was not a single sound in this place. It was as if it was an eternal land of death. The third palace master passed through many seals and runes to arrive at this place. He was kneeling in front of a palace. His face was slightly pale. Controlling the true world in his palm was still too strenuous for him. It required him to use up a large amount of his mind and magic power. Although he was not completely exhausted, it was clear that he would not be able to last much longer. How is it? In truth, there was another person in the palace. It was a rather handsome young man. He was dressed in black, and there was a purple vertical eye at the center of his brows that was tightly shut. He looked at the third palace master who had rushed over and could not help but ask. His tone was filled with urgency. If other people from hell were here, they would discover that this person was a palace master who had disappeared since the start of the war. He was the only disciple of the Lord of Hell that all the higher-ups of hell knew about. However, the third palace master knew more. He knew that the person before him was not simply the Lord of Hell's disciple. He was the Lord of Hell's son. Many times, when he came here to visit the Lord of Hell, it was the black-robed man before him who had met him. Even the true world in his palm was given to him by the black-robed man. This made the third palace master slightly worried. He was afraid that something had happened to the Lord of Hell and that he might have already passed away. I've already delayed a lot of time and intimidated quite a number of people. After a moment of silence, the third palace master looked at the deepest part of the palace with a complicated gaze. Chapter 701. The black-clothed man had a handsome face and a tall figure. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows gave off an oppressive aura. Only for a while. The black-clothed man muttered to himself. His name was Qin Luo, and he was indeed the direct descendant of the Lord of Hell. In terms of background, Greenshire's background was definitely superior to that of countless other living beings. Even the descendants of those who had attained the Tao were far inferior. In ancient myths and legends, innate gods meant that they were born with a complete set of divine rules. He was born as a god, and his magic power was overwhelming. Originally, Qing Luo did not belong to this world. However, many years ago, he accidentally broke free from the seal of the celestial origin and had been quietly cultivating in hell ever since. Only a few people in hell knew about Qing Luo, and coincidentally, the third palace master was one of them. This time, hell had suffered a great calamity, and only one of the 10 halls remained. Now, it was barely hanging on, and it was on the verge of collapse. The third palace master had also fallen into despair. He planned to surrender like the other palace masters. But then, he suddenly thought of Qing Luo. As the son of the Lord of Hell, he should know the fate of the Lord of Hell. For so many years, other than the mysterious fourth hall master, Yama, almost no one had seen the true face of the Lord of Hell. Even the third palace master, who had lived for a long time, was the same. Therefore, he suspected that the Lord of Hell was still alive. Was he immortalized or was he in seclusion? When the third palace master asked Qing Luo about this matter, Qing Luo didn't know either. He only said that he could sense his father's aura. However, Qing Luo had no idea where the Lord of Hell was. That was why Greenshore wanted to see if he could get in touch with that father of his. However, the process of contacting the Lord of Hell was very complicated and would take a very long time. This was because the Lord of Hell's aura was not here. In Qing Luo's perception, it was an eternally empty dimension. There was an endless distance between the upper realm and the upper realm, as if there was a long river of time in between. However, the armies of the various orthodoxies from the upper realm had already arrived. The only way was to delay them as much as possible. In the end, he could even summon an avatar of the Lord of Hell to kill all his enemies. Once a true innate God had transcended this world, he would no longer be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Even those who had attained the Tao were just slightly larger ants in front of it. How much longer will it take? The third palace master was silent for a moment before he asked. He swallowed a lot of longevity fruits that could help him recover his vitality. When one reached the peak of the Tao attainment realm, ordinary divine medicines would no longer be able to help them. Now, activating the true world in a palm required an enormous amount of energy. He needed to use his life essence to support it. Even he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on. I don't know. I've already ignited the sacrificial text my father left behind. If he can sense this world, he should be able to see it. I was too incompetent and couldn't protect the foundation left behind by my father. When he reached the end of his sentence, he was also in great pain. He had originally thought that after he broke out of the divine origin, he would not be able to do anything. Not to mention looking down on the past and present, or looking down on all of eternity, but it was definitely not a problem for them to sweep through the current era. But who would have thought that Gu Changde would appear, and with his strength alone, he would almost destroy the entire hell. Qing Luo was very clear about the background and strength of the fourth palace master. Now, even the fourth palace master's fate was unknown. It was very likely that he had been killed by Gu Changde. How could he be a match for him? Then I'll continue to delay. I hope the Lord of Hell hasn't abandoned us yet. The third palace master sighed and looked at the ancient platform in the depths of the hall. Divine light shone from it, and ancient and dazzling runes of the great Tao flickered as if they were communicating with an unknown world. Once he finished speaking, he planned to turn around and leave to continue activating the true world in a palm. But at that moment, the third palace master and Qing Luo both felt something. Their expressions changed, and a chill ran down their spines. It was as if there was a pair of eyes watching their every move. The two of them couldn't help but look at the entrance of the hall. A man in black clothes was slowly walking over with an interested expression. At that moment, the third palace master's entire body trembled. It was as if the top of his head had been lifted. An endless amount of cold water poured down on him, making him feel terrified and terrified. Gu Changde, he didn't expect that Gu Changde would be able to follow them all the way here without them noticing. After all, the Lord of Hell had personally laid down the seal in this place. Even those who had achieved Tao wouldn't dare to casually step into it. Even if someone led the way, it was easy to trigger the seal and be discovered by the people inside. What a pity, so the Lord of Hell isn't in this world. Gu Chang'e didn't care about the third palace master and Qing Luo's terrified expressions. He shook his head with slight regret. He naturally heard the conversation between the two of them. It was just that he hadn't shown himself yet. When did you follow us here? The third palace master asked sternly as he stared at Gu Chang'e with great wariness. Gu Chang'e glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Qing Luo. The son of the Lord of Hell? Is this the pure aura of a god? He asked with a smile. In Qing Luo's eyes, it was as if he was sizing up some prey. It was casual and calm, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. As a true innate god, Qing Luo had never been insulted like this before. His expression darkened. However, considering the huge difference in strength between the two of them, he calmed himself down. He said coldly, Gu Chang'e, since you followed us all the way here, I'll be honest with you. My father isn't in the upper realm now. But I can assure you that my father is still in this world. His aura hasn't disappeared. If you dare to kill me or destroy hell, my father will definitely come for you one day. A true innate god, without the constraints of the heavens and earth's rules, had reached a level that no one knew for sure. That was why Qing Luo was so confident when he said this to Gu Chang'e. You're too cautious. I'm not interested in the current you. Gu Chang'e only shook his head and smiled. There was no anger or change in his expression. What do you mean? Qing Luo was still very cautious. He frowned and asked. You're too weak now. It doesn't make a difference to me whether I kill you or not. Gu Chang'e still smiled faintly, as if he was just stating a simple fact. Anger flashed across Qing Luo's face. He was once again looked down upon by Gu Chang'e, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, Gu Chang'e wasn't wrong about this. He was now only a middle-stage enlightened one, and had yet to stand at the peak of the upper realm. With Gu Chang'e's strength that could kill the fourth Hall Master, killing him was indeed as easy as killing an ant. Then why do you still want to destroy hell? What's your purpose? Qing Luo asked with a very unpleasant expression. In his opinion, there was no enmity between Gu Chang'e and hell. But all of a sudden, he schemed against the infernal realm and even exposed the infernal realm's hiding place, causing the infernal realm to be killed. It's because we're in his way. The third Hall Master, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was full of bitterness and helplessness. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see. Gu Chang'e was the master behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Since he wanted to support the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion and control the Dark Kingdom. Then, Hell and Futu were thorns in his side, thorns in his flesh. He had to get rid of them. Hell didn't do anything wrong. If it did, it was because it was in Gu Chang'e's way. You're a smart person. Gu Chang'e looked at the third Hall Master with some approval. Then what do you mean now? Since it doesn't make a difference whether you kill me or not, why are you here? Qing Luo asked coldly. Gu Chang'e walked into the hall and looked at the platform in the deepest part of the hall with a strange expression. Is this the ritual you use to contact the Lord of Hell? It seems that he has found a way to go to the immortal region and disappeared from this world. The third Hall Master and Qing Luo were not very clear about this. If it was really the legendary immortal region, then why didn't the Lord of Hell leave behind any words? Instead, it was as if he had suddenly passed away. Forget it. It seems that asking you is a waste of time. Gu Chang'e shook his head dispiritedly. He didn't expect the two to know anything about the immortal region. I can spare your lives, but you must do as I say. In other words, we have a deal. Ignoring the shocked expressions on Qing Luo and the third Hallmaster's faces, Gu Chang'e once again smiled and said. Then, when they heard 0, To Gu Chang's words, Qing Luo and the third hallmaster suddenly widened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. The true palm world is not a simple small world. It contains the power of God's spiritual thought. If you don't have the corresponding cultivation and rules to control it, you will be devoured in the end. The third hallmaster's voice trembled slightly. He had only controlled the true palm world for a while, but he already felt that his origin was in a state of depletion. However, Gu Chang's plan was even bigger. Although he didn't say what he wanted to do with the true palm world, the third hallmaster could already foresee endless blood and slaughter. Are you really going to do this? Qing Luo suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. There was undisguised fear in the depths of his eyes. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, ignoring the two's fear. Of course. Logically speaking, I can't be so ruthless, but there are so many people in the upper realm who want to attack me. How can I not do something? As he said this, Gu Chang's eyes became a little deep, as if he could see through everything in the upper realm. During these days, the movements of the various orthodoxies in the upper realm could not be hidden from his eyes. Chapter 702. Hell's last palace was finally breached. Shouts and murderous cries shook the sky, and the battle spread far and wide. Every galaxy was boiling. Powerful cultivators were like trees in a forest, charging and killing. The laws fell like rain. Even supreme beings were quickly drowned in such a battle. The legends of powerful cultivators were easily crushed in such a grand battle. There were no weaklings among all the powerful cultivators. They came from various powerful races, and only quasi-emperors could survive and not be killed by the aftershocks. All the assassins in hell were roaring and using all kinds of methods. They did not care even if they had to die together. However, the armies of the various orthodoxies were too large. They stretched out endlessly, and since ancient times, they had attacked from the ships. This world was too big. Even with the true palm-sized world continuously fusing and interfering with the laws of heaven and earth, it could not change the outcome. For many years, there had never been a large-scale battle like this. Even the immortal war between some orthodoxies was not as tragic as this. Human lives were cheaper than grass. Groups of powerful cultivators fell, and blood dyed the world red. This was a doomsday scene. Everyone went crazy. Even those who had achieved the Tao went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they would not stop until they killed their opponents. Boom! However, at that moment, endless runes ignited between heaven and earth. They gushed out endless brilliance and red light that pierced through the sky. It was as if all the laws were linked together. This energy was as vast as a sea of smoke, endless and boundless. It swept over from the deepest part of hell. All the cultivators and living beings could not help but tremble. Their spirits were terrified. What is this aura? Could it be that the Lord of Hell has revived? Many of those who had achieved the Tao immediately felt that something was wrong. Their spirits were swaying. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became extremely solemn as they stared at the deepest part of hell. Fog surged there, as if the chaotic aura that had shrouded it for billions of years had suddenly erupted. An unparalleled aura filled the universe and shattered all the galaxies. An extremely blurry figure slowly appeared. Dong! In his palm, there was an endless amount of crimson light intertwining. It was an ancient divine nation that bloomed with billions of rays of light. Compared to when it was in the third hall master's hand, it was tens of millions of times more dazzling. It was like a scorching sun. Terrifying natural laws pervaded the air. Everyone was trembling, about to kneel down under this type of aura. Could it be that the Lord of Hell has been born? This aura is not right. We are definitely not his match. The laws of heaven and earth in this world have changed even more. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to escape. Fear and disbelief surfaced on the faces of the Tao achievers from all over the place. They had never thought that the most mysterious Lord of Hell would be hidden in the deepest part of the Hall of Hell. Seeing this, the experts of Hell couldn't help but cheer, their faces filled with excitement. All despair and defeat were swept away, and it was as if a new life had been ushered in. Is this really the Lord of Hell? However, there were still many people who were secretly suspicious. If the Lord of Hell was still around, how could he only choose to intervene after seeing Hell in such a state? Where did he go? Wasn't he very interested in the mysterious Lord of Hell? Instead, it was Bai Lian who noticed that Gu Chang'e was missing from the ancient worship. Ada, who was usually like a shadow, stood there like a dark iron tower at this moment. This made her doubt the true identity of the Lord of Hell. Kill. Because of the appearance of the Lord of Hell, everyone on the battlefield was momentarily dazed. But soon, everyone was once again caught up in the battle. Rumble. The sky was shaking, the stars were trembling, and the whole world was collapsing. Extreme divine power bloomed, and endless auspicious colors gushed out. The bronze bell that contained the remnant immortal god of Hell was awakening. It pressed down on the end of the sky, pouring down endless splendor and chaotic energy. Each wisp of splendor was extremely heavy and contained power that surpassed that of the Tao achievers. Everyone retreated. Anyone who stood in the way could only die. Under the pressure of this power, even the sub-emperors could only explode and turn into a bloody pulp, unable to withstand a single blow. Wherever the remnant immortal artifact went, no one was a match for it. Buzz. Ancient warships collapsed one after another. Many Tao achievers standing on them couldn't withstand this kind of aura. Blood trickled out from the corners of their mouths. The remnant immortal artifact is under someone's control. It's not awakening on its own like before. The person behind the remnant immortal artifact is definitely not an ordinary Tao achiever. He might really be the Lord of Hell. A female Tao achiever from Purple Cloud Valley looked solemn. She turned around and looked at the space barrier of the lower realm. She felt that the situation was getting worse. If the Lord of Hell hadn't shown up, she still had a chance to lead everyone away. But now, even the space barrier had healed. There was a vast and supreme power lingering there. The Tao achievers from the other orthodoxies were also very uneasy. It was rumored that the Lord of Hell was one of the oldest existences in the upper realm. No one could say for sure how terrifying his methods were. In fact, the orthodoxies behind them were also trying to find out whether the Lord of Hell was still alive or not. Kill. However, at this moment, the Lord of Hell appeared. Everyone in Hell seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were fearless and even braver than they were before. At the end of Hell, the figure standing tall in the thick fog was cold and emotionless. He raised his huge palm and slowly pushed it forward. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have become a thing in his palm. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had appeared between heaven and earth, pressing down on the endless army in front of them. Rumble. This was an unparalleled and terrifying power. It was vast and endless. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Chaos surged. Even the Tao achievers felt like they were ants at this moment. It was difficult for them to resist. However, they reacted quickly. They understood that this was the work of the will of heaven and earth. Since the Lord of Hell controlled the divine nation and merged it with this world, he was definitely the owner of this world. In that case, he was definitely the master of this world, and his will was the will of this world. Everyone who resisted the Lord of Hell was defying the will of heaven and earth. They would be suppressed by it. The sky, which was already full of holes, trembled continuously. All the Tao achievers looked serious. They flew forward. Tao principles burned brightly like Wangyang. They wanted to resist this power together. When the remaining Tao achievers of Hell saw this, they also rushed forward and fought with them. An unimaginable battle broke out here. Huge stars were crushed into dust. Ancient warships were destroyed and quickly disintegrated. The divine nation merged with this world. The will of heaven and earth was controlled by the Lord of Hell. He was like the only God in this world. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He stood at the end of the world and swept through everything. His huge palm was boundless. It was as if a huge continent was crashing down. All the rebels were crushed and exploded. A rain of blood filled the sky. Corpses were piled up like 540 mountains. The tragic scene was enough to frighten ordinary cultivators. This war to destroy Hell lasted for a few days. In the end, the Tao achievers of various clans were also exhausted. They had no choice but to use their trump cards. Fortunately, they found that the terrifying figure of the Lord of Hell did not exist. It was as if it was just a Dharma body left behind here. The energy it contained was fading quickly. As long as they could hold on until the end, they could leave this place alive. During this time, they tried to contact the orthodoxies behind them. However, they found out in despair that the world barrier was so strong that it was as if it was made of immortal gold. The news that they were in a desperate situation could not be spread, and the outside world could not know about it. In other words, even if they could kill everyone in Hell, they could only be buried here with Hell in the end. This result was unacceptable to them. Ah! I can't accept this. Why did it end up like this? Some of the Tao achievers roared. They were extremely unwilling. They could not hold on any longer. They were already at the end of their rope. Their bodies finally collapsed. They turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. It was like a bloody rain that swept across the entire universe. It was a terrifying scene. Some of the Tao achievers in the distance also cried out in despair. They exploded one after another. They did not hold on until the last moment. There were not many of the mighty army left. There were only a few ancient warships floating in the sky. However, they were also extremely damaged. This war finally came to an end. Hell was almost uprooted. However, all the orthodoxies that came to encircle Hell suffered heavy losses. They were almost completely wiped out. There was nothing left. It could be said that they had lost everything. This news shook the entire upper realm. Chapter 703. It had been passed down for countless years. It once controlled the Dark Nation and caused countless orthodoxies to fall into fear. Today, it was finally destroyed. Endless flames of war swept across the land. Everything was in ruins. The entire world was collapsing and decaying. Far too many cultivators and creatures died in this great battle, their bones buried here. Some even had their souls scattered, body and soul erased, nothing left behind. All of the palaces had been destroyed, all of them in ruins. There wasn't the slightest trace of a cultivator to be seen. Hell's remaining cultivators who had attained the Tao had all perished. Not a single one of them survived. In the sky, only a few ancient warships were left. They were stained with blood and looked extremely broken. The survivors looked at all of this in silence. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. From their point of view, if it wasn't for the fact that the final figure left behind by the Lord of Hell couldn't hold on any longer, all of them would have perished here and become part of Hell. The true palm world has been destroyed. All the orthodoxies have paid their due price. At this moment, the surviving cultivators all felt a lingering fear. This battle was truly too terrifying. Just the number of people who had died was already more than 7 or 8. Moreover, they were all ancestors of various imperishable sects. Although they had destroyed Hell, the price they had to pay was simply too great. Many orthodoxies who didn't participate in the final battle rejoiced. They didn't suffer any major losses. On the contrary, they found a lot of precious things when they plundered Hell's realms. There were Taoist books, ancient scriptures, divine materials, immortal medicines, and the wealth that hell had accumulated over the years. In addition, the ancient realms that hell occupied were also extremely rare treasures. They were engraved with imperial runes and emperor runes. Their offensive power was monstrous. They could be used to protect the mountains. In the following days, many orthodoxies came to plunder the ruins. They dug 3 feet into the ground and dug out the foundations. Some people found the corpses of their ancestors. Some people also found broken weapons that had the aura of their ancestors. In short, the war had finally come to an end. However, the aftermath of the war didn't stop. In the next half a month, a large number of cultivators appeared outside of the 100 Realms battlefield. Ancient warships streaked across the sky one after another, rumbling as they crushed over, not letting go of a single corner of hell. The details of the battle were quickly spread to every corner of the upper realm under the discussion of many cultivators. The destruction of hell was naturally a joyous occasion. However, many orthodoxies were alarmed by this. In this battle, Guchanga's influence was incomparably far-reaching and terrifying. If it weren't for Guchanga, it would have been impossible for the various powers to destroy hell. Moreover, Guchanga seemed to have known for a long time that hell still had a trump card, the Lord of Hell, that it had yet to use. In the final battle, if they retreated early, the loss would be so small that it could be described as negligible. Back then, it was Guchanga who first discovered the hell's hiding realm, and in the end, it was also him who withdrew first. No one knew why Guchanga did this. Could it be that he had planted spies in hell, so he knew every move of hell? Of course, because of this battle, many people became vigilant towards another assassin organization that rose rapidly in recent years, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Many orthodoxies even felt that the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was actually supported by Guchanga. The upper realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, once again became turbulent because of the destruction of hell. Many older cultivators felt that in the near future, the upper realm would be in complete chaos, and endless blood and fire would sweep over. And with the destruction of hell, another ancient assassin organization, Futu, also showed signs of trouble during this time. It was difficult for them to maintain their peace of mind like before. The various orthodoxies were also looking for clues related to Buddha. They planned to destroy Buddha completely, just like how they destroyed hell. Annihilation. Guchanga didn't care much about Futu. Because all of this was within his expectations and calculations. After settling the matters in hell, he returned to the Longevity Gu family and began to look for suitable ancient realms to cast his net in advance. As for the first palace master of hell, Qing Luo, and the third palace master, Guchanga didn't kill them. After planting the slave mark and controlling their life and death, he threw all the management tasks to Yin Mei and Bai Lian. Guchanga had not told anyone about the Dark Celestial Court. However, after experiencing the destruction of hell, the originally peaceful environment in the upper realm changed greatly, causing many cultivators to feel uneasy and pray day and night. Those with a strong cultivation base could sense the existence of the Dark Celestial Court. Although they had not completely given up their faith, the thoughts in their hearts were already wavering. In Guchanga's opinion, after the chaos in the upper realm, he could gather more faith and believers. Soon, half a month passed. The date of his wedding with Yumingkong was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Guchanga's usually calm state of mind couldn't help but have some ripples. He sighed softly and put down the jade scroll in his hand. He walked out of the palace and arrived at the peak of a mountain. As far as the eye could see, there were countless islands in the Longevity Gu family, divine mountains, and ancient peaks. The territory was vast, and everywhere was shining with divine light and shrouded in celestial fog. It was an immortal paradise. Standing at the peak of the upper realm, overlooking billions of living beings, controlling fate, life, and death, immortal and indestructible. And he had almost reached this step, where he could easily destroy billions of miles of mountains and rivers with a word. system, Gu Changa's mood was a little uneasy. His eyes gradually deepened, and he called out the system that had been silent for a long time. It was not that he was worried that something would happen to his wedding with Yumingkong. But he suddenly felt that for so long, although he seemed to have endless glory, in fact, he was secretly scheming. It was really difficult for him to feel at ease. He knew that he was once the Devil Lord, and that he was hiding many shocking secrets, including the origin of the system and his identity as a transmigrator. Behind these layers of fog, there were actually too many unsolved mysteries. It was just that he rarely took the initiative to think about these. Now that the wedding date was approaching, even Gu Changa felt great waves in his heart and couldn't help but think about these things. He had experienced the most beautiful scenery, but also experienced sleepless nights. Is this to cleanse my Taoist heart? Gu Changa laughed slightly self-deprecatingly. Where did his Taoist heart come from? When had he ever relied on these things along the way? Then, his gaze fell on the familiar interface that appeared in front of him again. The system's origin had always been mysterious. He had once wondered whether it was the work of the Devil Lord, but this idea was later rejected. If there was one thing that was related to the Devil Lord, it was probably his reincarnation in the Devil's heart. On the contrary, the system and his transmigrator memory were more like an anomaly in this unseen world. It's been a long time since I met a child of destiny that was really useful to me. Even the system hasn't notified me for a long time. What is the relationship between the child of destiny and the system? Gu Changa couldn't help but shake his head lightly, his thoughts in turmoil. However, he had a feeling in his heart that he would figure this out one day. There must be something waiting for him in the celestial realm. In the end, I've been scheming along the way. I'm a little tired. A faint smile appeared on Gu Changa's face. It wasn't that he was denying his actions. He was just surprised that he would have such thoughts. Although his comprehension of the Tao had surpassed that of many who had achieved the Tao, he still hadn't reached the step of immortality. However, even if he was an immortal, it should be difficult for him to escape such introspection. Thinking of this, he sighed softly and no longer restrained the thoughts in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and quietly rested here. In the Longevity Gu clan's territory, he was not worried that any accidents would happen. At this time, outside the Longevity Gu clan's outer island, a divine rainbow was crossing over, flitting past the islands and mountains, passing between the teleportation arrays. When the clansmen saw this person, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Then, they became incomparably respectful and bowed in unison, not daring to be disrespectful. This was the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan, who had an identity that no one could compare to. Whether it was in the outside world or in the clan, no one dared to underestimate or provoke her. Moreover, because of some secrets back then, the current patriarch and many clan elders felt especially guilty towards this person. Of course, a big reason was that this little princess's talent was truly terrifying. In terms of peers, she was second only to young Master Changa. Many patriarchs also paid special attention to her, and even personally taught her and bestowed many treasures and abilities. Some time ago, this little princess disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where she went, causing many clansmen to be a little worried. Now that they saw her return safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. Is Gu Changa in the clan? Gu Xian had a slender figure and a beautiful face. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she exuded a cold and arrogant arrogance. Even if she was asking the clansmen at this moment, she still had the air of an immortal. Although she appeared extremely delicate in front of Gu Changa, it didn't mean that she was stupid. In terms of talent, she definitely surpassed countless girls of the same generation in the upper realm. Young Master has been in the clan all this time. The clansman who reported felt his heart skip a beat, and he hurriedly replied. In the entire Longevity Gu clan, she was probably the only one who dared to call Gu Changa by his name. Now, even the patriarchs who came out of the depths of the clan were polite to Gu Changa, and didn't dare to treat him as a junior. Is he still there? Gu Xian nodded, and a trace of pain and complexity flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her calm. In fact, on the way back to the Longevity Gu clan from the Outer Realm Divine Island, she heard a lot of news about Gu Chang'e, including the date of his wedding with Yu Mingkong. Then he went to the Hundred Realms battlefield, destroyed hell, almost everything. Originally, she was very skeptical about the scene she saw in the rebirth pool, and even didn't dare to believe it. But on the way here, she kept thinking about what Gu Chang'e had done all these years, and she couldn't help but think in that direction. She was actually very pained in her heart, and she was unwilling to accept the scene in the rebirth pool. But even Big Red was certain that the scene reflected by a divine object like the rebirth pool couldn't be fake. Of course, it could only be a fragment of the future, or a possibility of the future, or an ending. In fact, she wasn't the only one who saw the scene in the rebirth pool. She even saw the rest of the people. Gu Xian didn't just see her end. She also saw the day of Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong's wedding, but on the night of the cave, blood splattered everywhere. Gu Chang'e killed his wife with his own hands, cold and ruthless, as if he didn't have the slightest emotion. None of this has happened yet, and it can still be changed. Gu Chang'e wouldn't be like this. At that time, he must have been controlled by the demon heart, I knew it. All this time, the problem of his demon heart has never been solved. Gu Xian slightly gritted her teeth, and looked at the distant island and mountain range. Her eyes were sparkling, as if they were glistening with water. Disturb. Chapter 704. The mountain range was serene and peaceful. Celestial mist was faintly discernible, the spirit spring gurgled, and the silver waterfall fell. Many auspicious beasts and birds chirped, drinking the clouds and inhaling the air. Their feathers reflected the divine chains, shining brilliantly. It was like a fairy's backyard in the myths. Gu Xian passed through many islands and arrived at the divine island where Gu Chang'e usually rested. The guards in charge of guarding the island did not dare to stop her when they saw her arrival, nor did they report it. Gu Xian was the only exception in the Longevity Gu family. She did not need Gu Chang'e's permission to come and go freely on this divine island. The other exception was Gu Qingyi. Gu Chang'e is not in the palace. Gu Xian came all the way to the palace where Gu Chang'e was cultivating in seclusion, but she didn't see him here. She was slightly stunned. She walked around in a circle, but could not figure out where Gu Chang'e had gone. Could it be that he had secretly left the Longevity Gu family behind everyone's back, and was now planning something big somewhere? As she guessed, Gu Xian's expression suddenly became gloomy. On the way here, she had already planned to find Gu Chang'e and how to speak to him. Because it required a lot of courage to say those words. But now, even Gu Chang'e was nowhere to be seen. She could only hide the words she wanted to say in her heart. The next time she saw Gu Chang'e, she did not know if she would have the courage to say those words to him. If in the near future, Gu Chang'e really brings disaster to the upper realm, what should I do? She thought of the many scenes of the future she saw in the rebirth pond. Gu Xian shuddered and felt uneasy. She could not believe that in the near future, Gu Chang'e would cause the entire upper realm to fall into a dark era. All living things lived in his fear and shadow. At least, the Gu Chang'e she knew would never do such a thing. It was more like the Gu Chang'e who had been controlled by the devil's heart when he was a child and was filled with terrifying demonic nature. This made her heart both painful and conflicted. The pond of rebirth allowed her to know the future of the entire upper realm in advance. What was the meaning of this? Do you want me to stop this? Gu Xian couldn't help but murmur. Her crystal-clear eyes were filled with sadness. Even now, she still remembered that scene in Peach Village. The Peach Demon told her about Gu Chang'e's demon heart and explained that Gu Chang'e had an innate demon heart. Gu Chang'e needed to suppress his demonic nature in order to stay awake, just like how he had to dig out her great Tao bone. Although it was led by the demonic nature, many things were actually done subconsciously by Gu Chang'e. Back in the Longevity Gu clan's Nirvana Pond, Gu Chang'e had been unable to suppress his demonic nature because he had returned the Grand Tao bone to her, which had nearly led to a disaster. But at that time, Gu Chang'e would rather destroy his own arms than hurt her in the slightest. These scenes were still vivid in Gu Xian'er's mind. When she insisted on digging out the Nirvana immortal bone in Peach Village to help Gu Chang'e suppress his demonic nature, Gu Chang'e had revealed an unprecedented gloominess and ruthlessness. He had threatened her not to do so and that she had to take good care of the immortal bone. Otherwise, she would understand what it meant to be worse than death. Gu Xian'er understood that Gu Chang'e's words were not true. His original intention was to not let her do such a foolish thing. At that time, he even said that he would rather die than let me get hurt like this. Gu Xian'er whispered to herself. For a moment, a faint glow appeared on her delicate, fair face. Her heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Unknowingly, she left the hall and headed in the direction of the mountain peak. Clouds rolled over there, as if hidden in the deepest part of the clouds. It was vast and could overlook the Longevity Gu family's myriad of sights. Gu Chang'e, suddenly, Gu Xian'er was stunned. Beside a green rock on the mountain peak, she saw a familiar figure. Black robes, black hair, handsome features, even more so than an immortal. Gu Chang'e's eyes were slightly closed. He leaned against the green rock and fell asleep. Such tranquility, without a speck of dust. How did he fall asleep, and why is he here? Gu Xian'er looked at Gu Chang'e quietly. She did not make a sound to disturb Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e's appearance was very rare. She could not bear to disturb this tranquility. The last time when they were fighting in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, it seemed to be the same. Gu Chang'e fought against several Tao masters and suffered heavy injuries. And when she went to visit Gu Chang'e, he also fell asleep like this. He even leaned on her shoulder. That clear and steady breathing sound, Gu Xian'er could still remember. He's tasted all the splendor in the world. He must be tired every day. At this moment, Gu Xian'er could not help but feel pity for him. In front of others, Gu Chang'e's glory was limitless. He suppressed the ages and was extremely dazzling. Who had the right to see this side of Gu Chang'e? For a moment, the scenes in the Lake of Rebirth appeared in her mind. Although her ending was very tragic, Gu Chang'e should have been unable to control himself at that time, right? If I dig out the immortal bone and give it to him, will I be able to suppress his demonic nature and prevent everything in the future? This thought floated uncontrollably in Gu Xian'er's mind. She looked at Gu Chang'e in a daze. For a moment, she did not know what to do. If her immortal bone could really rewrite the future, then wouldn't that be a fortunate thing? When she was young, her immortal bone was dug out. She was able to survive. Now, what was an immortal bone? What's wrong? Xian'er, why are you looking at me like that? Just as Gu Xian'er was in a daze, an unhurried voice sounded in front of her. Gu Chang'e opened his eyes, looked at her, and asked with a faint smile. Although he had rested for a while, it did not mean that he had sealed off his 5 senses. So the moment Gu Xian'er stepped onto the mountain peak, he had already sensed and woken up. Did I disturb your rest? Gu Xian'er did not expect Gu Chang'e to wake up at this time. Her eyes showed some panic, and she hurriedly looked to the side. She seemed to feel guilty that she had been staring at Gu Chang'e and had been discovered by him. Then do I look good? Since you've been staring at me for so long, how could I not sense it? Gu Chang'e got up and walked towards her with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Who stared at you for so long? Gu Xian'er was a little flustered. Her face was flushed, and she was flustered because Gu Chang'e had exposed her. She hurriedly denied it. She had a lot of things she wanted to say. But after being teased by Gu Changa, she could not say anything. Maybe I saw wrongly. Gu Changa smiled and looked her up and down. He saw that her cultivation was much more profound than the last time he saw her. It was obvious that she had encountered a lot of opportunities and improved a lot. Among the younger generation today, there were probably not many who could be her match. You must have seen wrongly. You're confused from sleeping. Gu Xian snorted. Gu Changa did not care about her little thoughts. He smiled and said, "Oh right, where have you been all this time? If you hadn't come back, I'm afraid I would have sent someone to track you down." Although he was joking, he was indeed a little curious about what Gu Xian had encountered. Why did she look at him with such a complicated expression after returning to the Gu family? Why do you care where I went? I can't compare to you who destroyed hell. Gu Xian would not mention the lake of rebirth. Her expression returned to its usual coldness, and she did not want to talk to Gu Changa. She had not thought of how to explain it to Gu Changa. Although the scene in the Lake of Rebirth predicted that Gu Changa would become the enemy of the entire world in the future. He would even be framed as the inheritor of the demonic art, and would be suppressed by various forces. However, that would not be able to do anything to Gu Changa. On the contrary, the various forces would pay a heavy price because of this. In the future, the entire upper realm would be shrouded in Gu Changa's terrifying shadow. Forget it. Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I'm too lazy to force you. Since you're back, I'll be going to Peach Village in a few days. With you around, it'll be much more convenient. Gu Changa smiled and did not continue asking. Coincidentally, he planned to go to Peach Village before the wedding to ask the Peach Demon some things. At the same time, he took a look at his cheap little disciple, Yao Yao, who he brought up from the lower realm. Of course, Gu Changa still remembered that in the Immortal Academy, there was Old Shi, who was also a contemporary of the Peach Demon, Chan Hongyi, and the Devil Lord. You're back in Peach Village. When Gu Xian heard this, her eyes dimmed. She thought of the future she saw in the Lake of Rebirth. In order to avenge her, her teachers were all brutally killed by Gu Changa in the end. Even her sister, the Peach Demon, was only left with a burnt peach tree stump, standing at the desolate entrance of the village. The thoughts in her heart were shaken again. If the images that appeared in the rebirth pool were all real, then in the near future, not only her, but even Gu Changa's fiancé, Yu Ming, her teachers and relatives. Too many people would face a tragic fate. Peach Village was located in the depths of the forsaken immortal land. There was a section of wilderness in the middle, where many terrifying beasts lived since ancient times. Especially in recent years, there had been a great change in the upper realm. Many ancient Tao masters had been revived. The danger level of that wilderness had increased by more than 1,000 times. In the past, the strength of a great saint could cross it. However, now, even a great saint was afraid and did not dare to step in. It was very quiet here, as if it was isolated from the rest of the world. There were specks of light, and fog lingered. There was a small emerald-like lake, green grass was lush, and many spirit deer were looking for food with their heads lowered. A group of children were playing at the entrance of the village. A few old men gathered together and smoked tobacco, looking very relaxed. An extremely lush and dazzling peach tree bloomed at the entrance of the village. Peach blossoms bloomed one after another, carrying a rouge-like luster. It was beautiful and moving. One could see strands of divine light cascading down, and there was chaotic energy hidden within. It was divine and alluring. When some ferocious beasts with extremely terrifying auras passed by the entrance of the village, they could not help but cast fearful and respectful gazes at this small village. Except for that terrifying and unfathomable peach tree. Many of the old people in the village had cultivation bases that were difficult to guess. It was definitely not a problem for them to kill a great saint. Today, in the sky above the village entrance, a divine light descended. Two figures, a man and a woman, slowly descended. Chapter 705. It's Sister Xian-er. Sister Xian-er is back. Peach Village was not big. The children playing at the entrance of the village saw Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian-er at first glance. They cheered in surprise and quickly ran over to welcome Gu Xian-er. Although Gu Chang'e had only been here once, they were not unfamiliar with Gu Chang'e. The last time Gu Chang'e came to Peach Village, he gave them many toys and spiritual fruits to help them cultivate. Therefore, they had a good impression of this young man who was like a banished immortal. Little flower, little tiger, you've all grown taller. After Gu Xian-er returned to the Peach Village, she no longer looked as cold as before. With a smile on her face, she greeted the children. The villagers at the entrance of the village also walked over. They were very surprised and greeted Gu Xian-er. It had been a long time since Gu Xian-er returned to Peach Village. They also missed Gu Xian-er very much. Xian-er, this little girl still knows to come back and see us old men. The few old men all gathered around with kind smiles. Their eyes were full of ambiguity. They kept looking at Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian-er. This made Gu Xian-er feel somewhat embarrassed and angry. He rolled his eyes at them. Greetings, young Master Gu. However, they also knew Gu Chang'e's identity and did not dare to be too presumptuous. They bowed slightly to him. Everyone is Xian-er's family. There's no need to be so polite. Gu Chang'e did not seem to care about this. He had a slight smile on his face. Soon, Gu Xian-er's masters appeared from within the village. They were still as mysterious as before. Some were crippled, some were blind, and all of them had different injuries. In fact, at this level, it was easy for powerful cultivators to be reborn from a drop of blood. Only some extremely serious Dao injuries would cause the injury to remain, making it difficult to regrow a severed limb. However, Gu Xian-er's teachers all had their own experiences and stories. They were unwilling to let their broken limbs and lame legs heal just like that. Grandmaster, Second Grandmaster, Third Grandmaster. Xian has returned to see all of you. Gu Xian-er obediently greeted each of the masters one by one, completely different from the arrogant and cold appearance she had in front of Gu Chang'e. Xian-er, your cultivation has improved quite a bit, looks like I've had quite a few fortuitous encounters recently. Several of the honored masters looked at Gu Xian-er from head to toe with admiration. They were very satisfied when they confirmed that she had not slacked in her cultivation during this period of time. As for Gu Chang'e, in their opinion, he had already reached the point where they couldn't see through him, and needed to be wary of him. When Gu Chang'e first came to the Peach Village, his cultivation had yet to reach the supremacy realm. However, in just a few short years, he was already standing at the peak of the upper realm. Even those who had achieved the Tao were no match for him. This made them feel very incredulous. Even though they had seen many prodigies, they had never seen a prodigy like Gu Chang'e. Greetings, seniors. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, behaved very naturally. She cupped her hands slightly to Gu Xian-er's several masters, and then began to look at the village seriously again. Compared to the last time he was here. Now, he could clearly sense the strength of Gu Xian-er's teachers. Almost all of them had achieved the Tao. Among them, the village chief, Gu Xian-er's honored master, had the most terrifying strength. Compared to the 4 palace masters of hell, Yama, Air, he was not inferior. He was a figure of the same generation as the great elder of the heavenly palace of immortals. If the environment allowed, he would definitely be able to take that final step. The many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the outside world probably would not have imagined that such a terrifying village was hidden in the deepest part of the forsaken immortal land. Not to mention, there was a beautiful and mysterious peach tree at the entrance of the village. Honored Master. Honored Master, at this moment, in the peach village, a little girl wearing a small flower-colored jacket ran over in surprise. Her facial features were as exquisite as a painting, her skin was as white as porcelain, and her hair was combed into a ponytail. Her pair of black and sparkling eyes revealed a sense of delicacy, which made her look even more obedient. She was the disciple that Gu Changa took in the lower realm, Yao Yao. After he brought Yao Yao to the upper realm, he placed her in the peach village and did not care about her after that. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Yao Yao and the peach demon at the entrance of the village were of the same origin. The two of them were like sisters, and to Yao Yao, living together here was a peaceful and happy thing. Looking at Yao Yao running toward him, she did not look much older than before. Gu Changa showed a gentle expression on his face. He squatted down and patted her head gently. Yao Yao, I haven't had time to visit Yao Yao, you don't blame me, do you? No, no, Yao Yao doesn't blame you, honored master. Although Yao Yao misses you, I know that you're very busy and don't have time to visit Yao Yao. Yao Yao is doing very well in the peach village. The uncles and aunts in the village are very kind to me. Moreover, Yao Yao has a sister here, so I'm very happy every day. The little girl's face was still as obedient and sensible as usual. She had a happy smile on her face as she said this, which made one feel sorry for her. It's good that Yao Yao likes it here. Look at what I've brought for you. Gu Changa smiled gently. As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand. In an instant, there were many small toys and accessories that could only be found in the mortal world, as well as all kinds of delicious pastries and spirit fruits. Looking at these things, Yao Yao's eyes suddenly brightened. She was so happy that she curved into a crescent moon shape. Thank you, honored master. She was not interested in cultivation. Her only pursuit was to live a carefree life. Therefore, Gu Changa did not bring her many things related to cultivation. After that, the little girl shared with Gu Changa many of the joys of life in the peach village in recent years. At the same time, she also shared the various small things that Gu Changa brought for her with the many children in the peach village. Gu Changa could see that she was indeed very happy in the peach village. Everyone was very kind to her. During this time, the peach demon even brought her to the lower realm where she lived before, and found the mother-in-law who adopted her. Unfortunately, Yao Yao's mother-in-law did not want to come to the upper realm. Back then, her relatives were all killed by her enemies. After taking revenge, she guarded the graves of her relatives. Because of the arrival of Gu Changa and Gu Xian, the peach village became very lively. Many elders and aunties took out their own treasures and wine to treat the two of them. Although the forsaken immortal land was desolate, there was no lack of all kinds of ferocious beast meat outside. Although Gu Changa and Gu Xian, were already used to all kinds of delicacies, immortal and divine dishes. But in the peach village, when they tasted meat cooked with other methods, there was a different flavor. The peach trees at the entrance of the village swayed. The petals were sparkling and beautiful. When the breeze blew, strands of immortal silk fell. Night fell. The bonfire was still burning. Even Gu Xian had drunk a lot of wine. She showed a delicate expression. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white and tender arms. She tore at the ferocious beast meat. There was no trace of her usual cold and fairy-like appearance in front of the world. Her big eyes seemed to be shimmering with water, reflecting the bonfire and Gu Changa's face. She seemed to be staring blankly at Gu Changa. As if she thought of something, there was an unconcealable blush on her small face. Gu Changa, you're not allowed to bully me in the future, her words were unclear, as if she was mumbling in a low voice. When the surrounding villagers heard this, they could not help but laugh. Even Gu Xian's masters smiled. Because of the tragic experience in her childhood, they doted on Gu Xian very much. Last time, when Gu Chang'e returned to Peach Village with her, they were worried that Gu Xian might be threatened by Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e was the culprit who dug out her bone of Tao when she was young and almost killed her. She did not seem to care about this at all. Instead, she was very close to Gu Chang'e. Later, they found out from the Peach Demon that Gu Chang'e had an innate demon heart. What he did when he was young was actually not controlled by him. But they were still wary of Gu Chang'e. They were very worried. Are you drunk? Looking at Gu Xian leaning towards him, Gu Chang'e shook his head speechlessly. I'm not drunk. Gu Xian glared at him. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with Gu Chang'e's disdain for her. Gu Chang'e sighed. He took out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth. I'm warning you, don't bully me in the future, she mumbled with her eyes slightly closed and found a comfortable position to lean against Gu Chang'e. That's hard to say. Don't provoke me. Gu Chang'e smiled. However, Gu Xian did not pay attention to him, and soon let out a light and steady breathing sound. In his hand was a piece of oily vicious beast's thigh. Then, without caring about anything else, he grabbed at Gu Chang'e's sleeve and smeared the oil on it. The people of Peach Village watched this scene with trepidation. Begging for fresh flowers. Although they had never been to the outside world, they would occasionally encounter some rogue cultivators while hunting and obtain some information about the outside world from them. How terrifying was Gu Chang'e's power now! Even those who had achieved the Tao would tremble and feel uneasy in front of him. Who dared to be as presumptuous as Gu Xian? However, Gu Chang'e seemed to be used to this, and drank his wine calmly. The night was getting darker, and the moon was hazy, making Peach Village even more quiet and peaceful. The bonfire dispersed, and the villagers returned to their homes one after another. Gu Xian was taken to rest by a few ants. She was still in a deep sleep. After returning to Peach Village, she was completely at peace. There was nothing to worry about. It was rare that she could have a good rest. Don't you want to come out and meet me? Gu Chang'e did not rest. Instead, he held a wine cup in one hand and a wine pot in the other, and walked unhurriedly to the entrance of the village. Then, ignoring the surprised looks of Gu Xian's masters, he sat down on a rock nearby. He seemed to be talking to himself, but in fact, he was talking to the peach monster. Whoosh! Under the blowing of the breeze, the leaves fluttered lightly, making a wave-like sound. The peach tree became more and more crystalline, and every petal of the peach blossoms was faintly filled with chaotic chi. Fog appeared here, and quickly enveloped the surroundings. The old monsters of Peach Village could not see the scene here clearly. They tactfully retracted their gazes, and did not look back. The peach monster's cultivation was even more unfathomable. As the guardian of Peach Village, she was not someone they could pry into. Usually, even the village chief treated the peach monster with great respect. A blurry figure of peerless beauty slowly appeared from the peach tree. Her figure was slender, and there seemed to be 3,000 divine kingdoms around her. She was hazy and divine, and also had a demonic feeling. Long time no see. How have you been? The peach monster appeared. Her long black hair flowed with light, and the light was so bright that it could reflect people. Her glass-like eyes looked at Gu Chang'e, revealing a complicated expression. Gu Chang'e felt that there seemed to be another meaning in her words. The words "I hope you've been well since we last met" caused many images to flash through his mind at lightning speed. To be precise, it was not an image, but a figure. This was not a person, but a demon. She hugged her knees and sat in the boundless wilderness. Behind her was a withered peach tree. She was very beautiful. Her long black hair was like a mirror, and it was so bright that it could reflect people. She looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, and her eyes reflected the clear sky and mountains. However, her expression was lonely, as if she was waiting for someone. Gu Chang'e knew that this figure was the peach monster in front of him. She was a rare friend of Chan Hongyi. Chan Hongyi had once brought her back to the mountain where the Devil Lord lived, and planted her beside a bluestone. Before the Forbidden Era, because she blocked a blow from the Devil Lord for Chan Hongyi, she was severely injured and almost died. After that, various coincidences led to her becoming the guardian of Peach Village. Perhaps it was because of Yao Yao, but compared to the last time Gu Chang'e saw her, the Peach Monster seemed to have remembered many things. However, unlike Chan Hongyi, the Peach Monster did not seem to have deep hatred for the Devil Lord. "Aren't you going to meet your old friend?" Gu Chang'e calmly poured himself a glass of wine and drank it without a care. The Peach Monster looked at him with a complicated expression. She knew that the old friend Gu Chang'e was talking about was Chan Hongyi, who had escaped from the demon burial abyss. Until now, she did not know Gu Chang'e's identity. Was he the reincarnation of the Devil Lord, or what? If he was really the Devil Lord, then why would the Devil Lord, who had destroyed everything and buried an entire era in darkness, be reincarnated in the end? One had to know that when she was still an incomparably weak little demon, she was still an extremely weak little demon. The Devil Lord stood at the peak of the entire world. His cultivation was unfathomable and hard to describe. Even after she became an immortal and went further in this realm, she still felt that she was as small as a speck of dust in front of the Devil Lord. In fact, if the Devil Lord really wanted to kill Chan Hongyi, he did not need to spend much effort. With her strength, it was impossible for her to block a blow from the Devil Lord. How many secrets were hidden? The Peach Monster really wanted to ask Gu Chang'e all this personally. But now, she did not know what identity Gu Chang'e was using to talk to her. She could reach this step only because of the Devil Lord's guidance back then. Otherwise, she would not have been able to reach the immortal realm and go so far in this realm as an ordinary Peach Monster without much talent. 2. Chapter 706. At the entrance of Peach Village, white fog surged, blurring everything. The Peach Demon revealed her true form, her dress fluttering in the wind, her hair black, and her beauty unmatched. "It's the same whether she sees me or not. If she wants to see me, she will come." She was a little dazed, then she recovered and shook her head. She had naturally heard of Chan Hongyi escaping from the demon burial abyss, slaughtering everyone, and establishing the demon mountain. However, she had always been lazy and had long been used to this small place like Peach Village. She did not even want to take half a step out of the forsaken immortal land. How many eras and years had passed since the Forbidden Era? She had almost forgotten Peach Demon. She was once an old friend, but was she still the same person? Moreover, Chan Hongyi should be able to sense her aura and understand that she had not fallen. If she really wanted to see her, there were not many people in the upper realm who could stop her. Is that so? Gu Chang'e raised his cup and drank, smiling faintly. "She's busy taking revenge on me now, so she naturally has no time to look for you. What happened in the past? Why?" Hearing this, the Peach Demon fell silent for a moment, then looked at Gu Chang'e and could not help but ask softly. In the end, she asked the question that had been in her heart. This was something she had always been puzzled about. For Chan Hongyi, Gu Chang'e was the person she respected and admired the most. He was both a teacher and a father. Although Gu Chang'e was strict with her, she had never let her suffer any grievances. The Peach Demon did not know why Chan Hongyi, who had once loved Gu Chang'e, would choose to turn her weapon on him in the end. That battle was too terrifying after all. Even with her realm back then, she was deeply frightened and as lowly as an ant. The heavenly Tao collapsed, the myriad tribulations descended, and even the long river of time collapsed and became chaotic. All the eras were destroyed, and the eternal immortal palace was destroyed. Many eras were buried and destroyed. Later generations were terrified when talking about it, and could only call it a taboo. If I say I can't remember now, would you believe me? Hearing this question, Gu Chang'e did not seem surprised and asked with a smile. I believe you. If it was you back then, you wouldn't have spoken to me like that. When the peach demon heard this, she also smiled gently. Her already peerless figure became even more extraordinary. In the past, when she was still a little peach tree, she had talked to Gu Chang'e like this night. It was just that at that time, he was like the lonely moon, the unfathomable wind, and she was just a tiny speck of dust that could only silently look up at him. It seems that something unimaginable must have happened in the end for this to happen. The peach demon shook his head and sighed lightly, and he felt slightly regretful and emotional about this. After she woke up, she had to pay a huge price to slowly regain her memory. If it wasn't for Yao Yao, she would probably still be in a hazy state. Gu Chang'e was once an unspeakable and inconceivable existence. If he wanted to recover, the price would be even more unimaginable. The upper realm is about to be in chaos, and I will leave soon. Maybe the immortal region and the upper realm will merge, or maybe a greater opportunity will come. Gu Chang'e took another sip of wine and said leisurely. At first, he thought that the peach demon could sense something, even if it was some fragments of the future. However, judging from her reaction now, she did not seem to want to care about the matters of the outside world, and did not even want to leave Peach Village. You didn't come to me just to catch up and talk about the past, right? How could the peach demon not understand Gu Chang'e's meaning? After a moment of silence, she asked. Gu Chang'e smiled approvingly and said, actually, it's not a big deal, I just want you to do me a favor. What is it that you need my help with? The peach demon was somewhat interested in this, although her current cultivation had indeed surpassed the shackles of this world. However, it did not mean that she could exert power beyond the immortal realm. Gu Chang'e's current methods were definitely more terrifying than hers. If even he could not solve the problem, how could she help? I want you to protect something for me. To be exact, I want you to protect an ancient realm, Gu Chang'e said slowly. An ancient realm? The peach demon was even more shocked when she heard that. With her current strength, she could even protect an imperishable sect or supreme sage orthodoxy, let alone an ancient realm. Moreover, why would Gu Chang'e ask her to do that? Was there anyone in this world who dared to go against him and attack the ancient realm that he wanted to protect? Gu Chang'e was not surprised by the peach demon's reaction. He nodded and said, I've thought about it for a long time, and I think your identity is the most suitable. In fact, he had been planning to scheme against the entire upper realm for a long time. The thing that he wanted the peach demon to protect was none other than the epic Dao fruit. In terms of time, the epic Dao fruit would ripen in a few days. Gu Chang'e planned to use the epic Dao fruit as bait to attract the strongest forces of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help him take the final step. The plan was not complicated, but he had to be careful about keeping it a secret from everyone. Especially those old monsters who had cultivated for more than 10 million years, or even those who had been hiding since a few epochs ago. They were the strongest forces of various orthodoxies. Although they could not achieve the immortal realm, they could still fight against an immortal realm cultivator. In their own era, they were also stunning talents, unmatched throughout the ages, existences that no one could compare to. Not only were they terrifyingly strong, but they were also extraordinarily intelligent. They would notice anything that was not right, and they would even deduce the flaws. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had to be careful in order to pass off the false as the truth. Not only did he need to find an extremely ancient realm, but he also needed to nurture the epic Dao fruit in it so that he could spread the news and lure those big fish into the trap. Among them, the peach demon's role was to reassure those peerless old freaks. After all, how could the epic Dao fruit not have a guardian? The peach demon was a figure from the taboo era. The aura on her body represented unpredictability. Who could deduce her origins? On the other hand, the epic Dao fruit had disappeared in the upper realm for countless years. The upper realm had been conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions for many epochs because they thought the epic Dao fruit was lost there. Unfortunately, after conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions, the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme factions of the upper realm had searched through the 8 desolates and 10 regions, but they could not find anything related to the epic Tao fruit. Now, there was a lot of news about the immortal path, including the news about the epic Tao fruit. Would those peerless old evildoers and the most powerful ancient existences in the upper realm still be able to sit still? I understand. The peach demon remained silent. She did not ask Gu Changa why he was doing this. Even if she did not agree, she knew Gu Changa would definitely have ways to make her agree. Be it in the past or now, Gu Changa was not a soft-hearted person. He would not show any mercy on account of their past friendship. Don't worry, I'm just lending you a Dharma body. Of course, if you want to go with your real body, it's fine too, Gu Changa smiled casually. He had not found a suitable ancient realm yet. Therefore, he still had to make a trip to the royal court of Ultimate Een to retrieve the Ultimate Een origin. What happened after that was even simpler. Gu Changa only needed to completely refine and merge the suitable ancient realm with the true palm-sized world he had obtained from hell, turning it into the devil's kingdom in his palm. Even those who had achieved the Tao, or even the broken immortal, would fall into eternal oblivion once they set foot in it. Were the orthodoxies in the upper realm not secretly plotting against him? In that case, Gu Changa had prepared such a huge surprise for them in advance. For the next few days, Gu Changa stayed in Peach Village. He would either bicker with Gu Xian, or take Yao Yao around, or chat with the Peach Demon at the entrance of the village about matters related to the Forbidden Era. Gu Xian's many masters were quite familiar with him. Sometimes, when they talked about some cultivation issues, they would even argue for a long time. In some ways, Gu Changa's words made them feel as if the clouds had cleared and they deeply admired him. At this moment, they no longer believed that Gu Changa would hurt Gu Xian. Instead, they began to guess Gu Changa's true identity. If he was really just a young person, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Which young person's understanding and control of Tao techniques would shock them, make them feel awe and respect him? On the contrary, they believed that Gu Changa was the reincarnation of some unbelievably strong person. His cultivation base at his peak was unpredictable and indescribable. He was the king of immortals, the emperor of immortals, and even the ancestor of immortals. While Gu Changa stayed in Peach Village for a few days, the upper realm was also changing and undercurrents were surging. News about hell, Buddha slaughter, and the recently rising spring breeze Jasper Tower quickly swept through the upper realm under the spreading of intentional people. Every day, cultivators and living beings could be seen in various ancient cities discussing this matter, causing everyone to be anxious. Actually, Hell and Buddha slaughter are in big trouble because they are blocking the rise of Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Many people are saying that young Master Changa is actually the master behind Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. He is secretly supporting this assassin organization. That's why he attacked Hell and Buddha slaughter. In the restaurant, many young heavenly prides gathered. Everyone was shrouded in divine light and had powerful auras. They were also talking about this matter. They were all in high spirits and were very concerned about Gu Changa. Judging from all the signs, Gu Changa definitely had a deep relationship with Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Therefore, there were also orthodoxies calling for everyone to find the headquarters of Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Just like how they destroyed Hell, they should completely destroy it to get rid of future troubles. They did not want it to develop into a second Hell. Of course, there were also cultivators and living beings who maintained a skeptical attitude. If Gu Changa really wanted the Spring Breeze Azure Jade Pavilion to be the sole dominant force, then why didn't he continue to make a move on the other side of the assassin nation, Fu Tu? Many people felt that Gu Changa must have some kind of unresolvable hatred with Hell. However, under the intentional suppression of various orthodoxies, this kind of talk was very weak and did not cause much of a stir. Actually, this is just a small matter. Spring Breeze Jasper Tower only emerged in the last few thousand years. It's still too early for them to grow to be comparable to hell. Instead, there's another matter that is more important to me. In the pavilion, a sky pride shook his head and softly analyzed. He was tall and had golden eyes with traces of the cross Tao maxim flowing around them. His aura was mysterious and did not seem like someone from this era. The rest of the people were extremely respectful to him. They could not help but look at him in shock when they heard this. "Brother Jin Yun, why do you say so?" A Sky Pride girl asked with a strange look in her eyes. The man in front of her was an outlawed Sky Pride from ancient times. He had just broken out of the celestial source in this era and came from the imperishable sect Purple Cloud Valley. His strength was extremely terrifying and was comparable to Six Crown King Junyao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others. He was a giant among the younger generation except for Gu Changa. Naturally, his words were more convincing. "Actually, you've all overlooked a very important point. However, I believe that the forces behind you should have told you." The outlawed Sky Pride named Jin Yun raised his wine cup and gently shook his head. A strange look flashed across his eyes as he recalled Purple Cloud Valley's instructions. He spoke unhurriedly. Although he had not personally interacted with Gu Changa. However, he had heard rumors about him almost every day. His ears were getting calluses from hearing so much. He was proud and believed that he was invincible. He had waited until this era to be born. In fact, it was also to train himself so that he could come into contact with the legendary immortal realm. However, Gu Changa's existence made him doubt himself. "Brother Jin Yun, are you referring to? Young Master Changa is actually the true inheritor of the demonic art." Hearing Jin Yun's words, the pavilion fell silent for a moment. Everyone's expression became unnatural. In fact, they were not the only ones. Now, there were rumors everywhere saying that Gu Changa was actually Zero. Two of the true inheritor of the demonic art. However, he hid it so well that he did not reveal any flaws. Otherwise, how could he have reached such an unbelievable level at such a young age? One should know that even ancient books would not dare to record it like this. However, many of the Sky Prides present were not stupid. They would not blindly follow the news. They also had their own thoughts. In fact, from the perspective of the younger generation, they really could not see how Gu Changa was related to the inheritor of the demonic art. On the contrary, it had always been Gu Changa who was fighting against the mysterious inheritor of the demonic art, saving many Sky Prides from this disaster. Actually, this is inevitable. The tables have turned. This doesn't require any evidence. It's nothing more than a pretext. Young Master Changa has grown to the point where everyone is afraid of him. The upper realm needs such a reason to attack him. There was a moment of silence in the pavilion. Some of the more straightforward young Sky Pride sighed with emotion in their eyes. Jin Yun shook his head disapprovingly and did not say anything else. He was just following Purple Cloud Valley's instructions and conveying this message. Everyone fell silent once more. Although they felt a little sad for the loss of their kind, they still felt relieved in their hearts. The pressure that Gu Changa brought to everyone was too terrifying. It was almost suffocating. If young Master Changa falls, it's actually a blessing for us. Come, let's drink. This matter has nothing to do with us. We're not qualified to be involved. Then, a Sky Pride broke the silence. He smiled bitterly and began to ask everyone to drink, not wanting to think too much. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.